Well, hello everybody. Hopefully you can hear us. Welcome to Comms Box Live. Hello everybody. This is something new for us that we've not done before. Let me just turn that up as well. Welcome to the side stream, the very much unofficial stream, alongside the guys at Alpha Live. It's been a bit panicky this morning. It's the first time we've done this, but we are here at Teesside Autodrome for the British 24 Hour. I hope you're all doing very, very well. I hope the stream is working, and if I do that, I can hopefully get our time to race starts working. No, it's not behaving itself. There we go. 2 hours and 16 minutes and 30 seconds until race start. Qualifying going on as we speak for the higher class, or the higher classes, I should say. Apologies, we are still kind of setting up here at the moment for the proper live stream, where you will notice down the bottom, here, we've got some commands for you on the old Streamlabs. If you do !mainstream, and I'm going to turn the music down just in case you can't properly hear me. You definitely will. Yes, you can definitely hear me now. Lovely to have folks with us here on the DDMM. But if you've got one screen, watch Alpha Live. They've got the full business for later in the race, or later when the race starts. At 12 o'clock, noon, we will be going live to a bit of preamble from 11:30. Let me just try and get up for you on the screen, or at least read out. Oops, everything's going a bit wrong. The standings as they are for our qualifying. Let's do that as a bit of a precursor. It's going to be 4 of us on the commentary today. So you will see some logos going on that way. Yeah, there. David Sullivan. He's going to be with us later. John Ratcliff, a.k.a. Moto Meerkat. And Tom Butterworth, who doesn't have a logo. It's not that we don't love him. So let's have a look at what the qualifying results were for the Highers. The Highers have already been out for their qualifying session. And there were 54 of them in total. The field this year is humongous. As I say, I need to get my head around it. But for what it's worth, Team ETL pole position for them. So they're running in the number 41, 1 minute 18.901. In fact, this is the kind of rudimentary way this stream is going to be. That's probably going to be the wrong way around for you, and you can't even... Oh, no. It is going to be the right way around. So, yeah, Team ETL on pole position. Kart Events BE2. Sorry, I'm talking complete rubbish. First big error of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. That was last year's qualifying result. So, the qualifying result for 2021, it currently isn't up on the screen. So, apologies for that. I thought Kart Events Belgium hadn't been out. It's like they normally run in... the higher classes. If you want the live timing, that one there, !Brit24 timing in the chat will then give you a link to the live timing screen, which I'm desperately trying to get working on my phone so I can have a look-see at it and tell you actually what's going on. The main stream will explain all the classes. Mr. Sullivan is going to give you a comprehensive rundown of the setup this year. Here we go. Now we've got some timing. And Enduro Bandits Motorsports, that's Ed Bar's team, currently leading. Century Sim Racing have had a very good start. They're second in the qualifying session at the moment. NRG Global Power third. Team ETL fourth. English Deaf Karting 24 Hour team in 5th place, Scenario 77 in 6th. As I say, !Brit 24 hour timing. I need to get him in position again. That one there. gives you a link to the live timing. Right, let me let people know that we're now broadcasting to the world. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Right. Let me just do a rudimentary audio check, which, if I'm making loud noises, that's dominating the fader. Good. Highly technical solution that we got here. Someone's phone keeps ringing. As I say, this is the chaos of a pre-race thing. But the time is 10 to 11. I've got something to show you as well. So, one of the reasons why I love this event, because, well, one, it's very, very different to some of the others that we do, but also getting to work with David and Tom, because they love it, and they bring me stuff that they have a very good relationship with the teams, and David's brought me this. This is quite obviously a tyre. This is going to be one of the big factors in this race, because this is a tyre. It's one of the new Dunlop tyres that a lot of the higher teams are running on. And I don't know if you can just about see this on the camera. So this is done about 8 hours, which of course is not halfway. That is blistering quite badly around there. There's a lot of teams with only 2 sets of these. 2 times 8 for the youngsters amongst us doing your times table is of course 16, which is of course less than 24. Tyres is going to be a problem if the race stays dry. So thank you very much to David for getting me that. That's the first time I've ever had a piece of a kart handed to me before the race to indicate how things are going to be going. Darren's heading back this way. Darren is very pleased that the camera's pointed this way and not that way, because off to my left here, this is where all the magic happens with the team at Alpha Live. We're not going to bother Darren because he's busy at work. 2 hours to go before we start the stream. The main stream. As I say, if you've got one screen, one monitor, watch the Alpha Live stream. Don't watch this. This will be highly not entertaining in comparison to what you'll be seeing on the Alpha Live stream. If you've watched the Alpha Live stream for these races before, you will know it's a cracker. And the race itself will be a cracker. Last year's race, for those of you who weren't around, went to the final lap. I got very squealy, very high-pitched, as there was an incident on the last lap which changed the race order as they went over the line. Then, of course, we found out that the cause of the contact was an engine failure for the kart ahead. So we actually ended up having joint winners last season, or last year for the 2020 edition. it would be remarkable if that happened again. But I do think we're gonna have another good one. And as I say, the field is huge. It is enormous, and it's normally pretty big round here. Here's all of our notes, or some of our notes for the race. And I'm not going to read through all the teams because there's too many of them. But like the sheer number of owners on their own. Normally, I think we've had about 20 odd. Yes, because they normally take up page 1 of the timing tower. This year we've got at least 2 pages of the timing tower, and possibly more. Timing, by the way, I have got it. I'll make it a little bit bigger. In fact, I'm going to put it down there. That's a bit better for you, isn't it? So yeah, it's still Euro Bandits on pole position. I'm just going to do an audio check. I'm having to do this the old rudimentary way, so apologies, folks. Right, I'm going to love you and leave you, folks, and we'll be back in a bit. I am streaming out live now. Yeah, comms can't. I have got audio on it. I've got my own voice at the moment, but I've plumbed it in. There we go, from control room. So basically, whatever's on the headphone channel, whoop, in, done. Go on, show your face on the stream. There he is. Darren, our main man, makes all the magic happen. Darren from Alpha Live. So yeah, so I appreciate it's probably pretty dull right now, as we are not far off the end of this qualifying session. Ah, here is a John Ratcliff. Stick a headset on and say hello to the one people who's watching. We have no Howard this year, but I think we've upgraded. Good morning.
Hello, I still can't hear you.
You can't hear
No.
me. There's a very good reason why you can't hear me, which if I just footle about for about 10 seconds, you will be able to hear me. Apologies, folks, if there's any horrible noises. If I do that,
Oh,
can
wow.
you now hear me?
Now I can hear your
Excellent.
incredible tones. Thank you, sir.
Is this your first time here?
No, I came here earlier this year for the BUKC 24 hours.
Ah,
So yeah,
so
I raced in that.
So you will have an up-to-date, oh dear, driver's
that.
input into what these karts and what this circuit drives like.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't exactly a winning team, let's just put it that way. But we had good fun. I mean, we had the whole thing of, obviously karting's quite expensive.
Yeah.
We had about 11 or 12 people that wanted to do it. Not quite enough for 2 teams, but not quite small enough
Yes.
to have 1 team. So we ended up just being like, we'll just have 1, have a bit of fun and keep it cheap.
See, that's one of the 2 ways I've not done the BUKC one in a couple of years, but it's one of the 2 ways I would want to do it. I'd either want to do one that's going full pelt, 1 hour 50 stints to break yourself and try and win,
Yep.
or just have a really good laugh with it and go around for 30 minutes and not break
exactly.
yourself. The
Yeah,
worst is in the middle.
Yes, definitely.
In the
worse than
BUKC one.
Definitely. But yeah, I think we had 1 hour 5, 1 hour 10 stints at the end, which are actually quite nice. After
Yeah,
the
that's not too
first
bad.
one, I still felt like death. Then after
Yeah.
the second one, I felt like it picked up a bit. And I reckon I could have done a 3rd or a 4th.
Yeah.
But still, I'm probably quite happy that I didn't, to be honest.
2 hours and 3 minutes until
Wow.
race start,
All hotting up
which
now.
is going to fly by. And the race, here's your live briefing to the world. This
Okay.
race will fly by because we're all doing 3 times 4-hour stints in the comms box with the commentator changing every 2. It's a system that we've used before, but I think the first one really does fly by. The second one, in the middle of the night, doesn't drag. You feel like
Really?
it should drag, but
Okay.
it doesn't drag, and then before you know it, it's like, oh, I'm onto my final one.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be interesting. If it's anything like the BUKC, then it should be good. Slash, if it's anything like last year's one, it's
Well,
going to be
yes.
it's going to be mental.
So,
Should be good.
so there's a very good. In fact, once this qualifying session ends, which I think it is about
Yeah, I
to
think
end,
so.
and I'm going to test my command now and see if this works. And if it doesn't, that's all very embarrassing.
Nice
Come on.
command.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on, Streamlabs, you can do it.
Come on, Streamlabs, please.
What was I going to say? I've already had the Howard Mitchell moment of I've forgotten what I'm saying as I'm saying it. That's a good start, isn't it?
We're 2 hours away from the stream
We haven't even
starting.
started the race yet. And thankfully,
coffee man.
Mr. Butterworth has brought coffee. That is what is required.
I've already had a cheeky one from Mackey's this morning. It was very much necessary.
Other fast food shops are available. Thank you very much.
Well, for breakfast, I feel like Mackey's is just king over any other fast food.
That is good, yeah. It is the food of champions. 2.5 minutes to go on the qualifying session.
That's what
Let's
Lewis
commentate
Hamilton says anyway.
on a qualifying session.
Wow.
Euro Bandits are in fact, most teams, I think, have pitted. NC Racing is what we're calling them, the 667. Are the currently highest ranked team out there on circuits, looking to get into the top 10. But at the moment, Euro Bandits first, Team ETL second, Century Sim Racing third. So that's 2 elites ahead of a pro. NRG Global Power fourth and third in elite. EDK 24T, that's a really good qualifying from them. In fifth, Scenario 77 sixth, the first of the clubman entries. We should explain as well, the carts across the hires all within tolerance the same. The classes are done by driver level, shall we say.
Right, okay. I was going to ask you about that, about how the
bit
classes
similar
work.
to viewers of the Club 100 vlogs. Very similar to the Team Endurance series. The carts are the same, but there's some very, very fast teams in elites. There's some okay-ish teams in Clubman, and then there's everybody else who's just starting out in Inters. So it's a very similar setup.
Gotcha.
The reason why most of your teams are currently at the top of the table in the pits, they know they've got their lap time in, because at the end of the day, it is qualifying for a 24-hour race. How important is it, really? They are now saving fuel. They've pitted because they don't want to. There's no opportunity between now and a period into the race, which I now forget, which David will remind me of soon. You can't refuel. So they are doing that to make the run into... So this is one of the interesting things in hires, that the strategy race has already started.
That started weeks before we even got here.
Yeah.
Got to be planning that out. That's the whole thing about long distance races, isn't it? That's the same as what I was saying with my large team. It was just like, we just accepted we're going to be down there anyway because we're not going to be able to do the best stints. So we ended up just giving up on strategy. But yeah, if you want to win, it's all about strategy, not even about pace. You don't have to be the fastest team as long as you've got the best strategy. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what people decide to whip out today. What strategy-wise?
It worked.
Oh,
wow. The command worked.
The command.
So qualifying... Checkered flag out now. There is the checkered flag. Can anyone put in an absolute banzai? Fried Egg Racing, that's a good name. I've gone up to 9th right at the end of this qualifying session.
Fried Egg Racing 2 are ahead of Fried Egg Racing 1 though.
Well, they've failed there. They've put the wrong driver in the wrong cart. 172 over the line. Who are they and where have they qualified? There's so many of them.
There's a lot. I think...
Receding Racing.
Receding Racing, that's a good name.
I like that name. I can relate to that. That's why I'm wearing a hat. 39th for Receding Racing, 172. But yeah, looks like Euro Bandits Motorsports.
That's a great name.
I'm just going to call them Euro Bandits.
Yeah,
I don't know why they've stuck Motorsports on the end of that.
Try and look a bit more less bandity.
I think that's it's at least their second pole position in this race in the last 3 years, because I remember interviewing Ed on the grid ahead of the 2019 edition, I want to say it was. So that is a big statement, I think, from Euro Bandits to say that you've got lots of talent in there, lots of Club 100 talent in there, and they will be very happy about that. But then again, it's qualifying for a 24-hour race. It's a limited amount of importance, especially as we will be having the classic Le Mans start.
Always interesting. I did enjoy that. Luckily, I wasn't the one that had to do that, the BUKC one. Not exactly the fastest runner. But yeah, it's always a cool thing to see, isn't it? It's something you don't see every day, especially in karting as well. So
the one
across the track,
driver that probably won't be doing the Le Mans start, and as it now silence descends over Teesside Autodrome, mostly there's a couple stragglers still coming in. Let's talk about our main man Ian Williams, who, for those of you, and you'll see where am I going? Oh no, the timing screen's in me away. Two pieces of interaction with Ian. Exclamation mark Ian from 11:50 British summertime. We will have, I'm really excited for this because this is something we've never done before, a live onboard from Ian's kart for, fingers crossed, the whole race. Now, we call it Ian's kart because if you're not aware, Ian Williams, regular cameraman on Alpha Live streams as well. He's not, well, actually, no, effectively he is cameraman today because he's the camera kart. Is trying to break the Guinness World Record for the longest distance achieved solo on an outdoor go-kart track in 24 hours. I think we've worked out he needs to do about 960 laps.
Oh my god.
Which the teams will go past quite easily, we should say. So there is a really good shot of him doing this today, if he can keep the karts running, because normally, I want to say the number of laps completed, I bet, in fact. David got it on his sheet? He has. 1,150 laps is what MS Soko Select did last year. But of course he's doing it on his own.
Yeah, on his own is a little bit more tricky. I couldn't imagine being in a kart for that long. Oh my goodness. 950 laps is going to be absolutely sick of this track by the end of that.
And he's done a fair amount of practice already, so I would not be surprised if he's probably pushing over 2,000 laps around this circuit in this kart by the end of it all. But
I'm assuming he's in his own kart, is he?
He's in his own kart.
Gotcha.
It's a very nicely liveried kart as well. So we should say this isn't just an ego trip for him. He's not just going because he wants, I want to get his world record. What are you going to do? He's doing it for charity as well. 3 really, really top charities. So if you do !donate, you will be taken, or a link will appear to. And in fact, I'm gonna test this one now and make sure that this one's working.
Test another command. The command king is back.
So that will take you through to the Just Giving page, which is an ambitious target of £15,000, and we want to try and raise £5,000 each for each of the charities. We should say as well the link is on the DDMM Facebook page as well. So I need to pin this one as well because we have the resource list on there. We've got the British 24-hour solo Just Giving page. Papyrus is the first of the charities that Ian's supporting. So that's a charity that very much focuses on and tries to help or prevent suicide in young people. Shelter, very well-known charity, helping people who are homeless and vulnerable. And then the last one, which is a big one for the motorsport community. We don't like to see them come to tracks, but they are one of the groups who are really, really valuable to us. It's the air ambulance. So Lincolnshire and Nottinghamshire's air ambulance is the third of the charities that Ian is putting his body on the line for.
He might need an air ambulance after this.
Yes. So please donate what you can, and let's get that money rolling in. As we say, we'll be checking in with Ian throughout the course of the race. You will also be able to hear, or I can hear,
yeah, I can hear
the audio from the circuit. So you won't just hear our voices droning on the stream. You will have a little bit of that lovely sound of, at the moment, a bloke adjusting a camera, but it will be go-karts later on. I think, John, what we should do right now is have a chill, check over stuff. We'll put the infamous DDMM stream music on full chat, and we will see folks back later on, because we are 23 minutes away from going live on the air.
Wow. How exciting.
See you in a bit, folks.
Bye.
Catch you in a bit.
Go-kart, surrounded by 95 other entries on your own.
Yeah, just got to keep it on the black stuff really.
Okay.
And, I've got a pace I want to be going at, so if we can keep with that, we'll be on target.
Absolutely, and the key thing as well, folks, is that this is all for charity. This man is going to put himself through hell and back for charity. Let's just get a quick shot of these charities that he's doing it for. So it's Links and Knots Air Ambulance, Shelter, and Papyrus. You can donate. We have a link that we will put up through the stream as well. And also we have our own dedicated red button style stream just for Ian as well. So you can tune in to that stream and you can listen to Ian's own radio, commentary, that kind of thing. It's going to be like a little red button, so there's a separate link to that, and then we'll be posting the Just Giving all the way through as well. So thank you very much for talking to us, Ian. Good luck.
Of course, everyone can get in contact via that stream as well. Any messages that you send will be played to me. So
that's right.
Yeah,
There's a text to speech on there as well.
Send as many messages as you can to keep me going, because I'll definitely need it.
Great stuff. Thanks a lot, Ian, and go well. What I'm going to do now is we're going to throw over to a track guide. We'll take you through a lap of Teesside, and then David will bring you down with the hire kart field.
Over the start-finish line then, and through the D chicane, the circuit rising up. We go left, then round the paddock bend, and then down the hill we'll go into the fast right-hander. Slight little dab as we hit the bumps into Rips Bend. You will make your way then round there all the way, using all of the circuit and a little bit more sometimes on the outside, then down towards the reverse corkscrew section, flat out on the way in. Slight dab on the brakes. You don't want the kart to run too far out wide because you need to get the maximum apex for the right-hander over the mountain section then, and onto the longest back straight on the circuit. It's a slight downhill run then, as the karts will then try and get themselves into single file for the wiggles. It's right left, and then it's going to be hard on the brakes almost immediately after the left-hander into the tight left hairpin of hairpin 1. Straight back then for hairpin number 2, not letting the kart run too far wide out of 1 to try and maximise the exit for 2. Down the back straight and flat out we'll go round the south bank corner. This one in the owner karts is around about 7 or 8 seconds of full right hand lock, and then you don't even straighten up. Hard on the brakes for hairpin number 3. Switching back again for hairpin number 4, slightly wider radiuses than hairpins 1 and 2 these, and that's going to be a blast through the dogleg section and over start finish again for a lap of the Teesside International Circuit. Welcome back. It's time to have a quick look at the hire kart grid. Let's have a quick walk over and have a chat with our outright pole sitter. It's Ed Barge from 169 Euro Bandits Motorsport. Ed, 53 karts on the grid. You get to start at the front of the hires. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, very happy with that, but it's a long race, so yeah, hopefully we can keep it there.
So qualifying when there's 53 on there, is it a case of just going out and setting your own time, or is it a case where you have to hook up with somebody else that you know is quick and sort of use them as a tow round on the 2 massive long back straights?
Yeah, we tried to work with people, but we couldn't find anyone, so we got stuck in a bit of traffic for a while, and then we set 1 lap by ourselves, and that was good enough. So.
Wonderful. Ed, thank you very much. All the best for the race. Thank you. Let's have a quick walk down.
Can you hear me, Andrew?
Third overall
Perfect.
is actually going to be our clubman pole sitter. Let's have a quick look. It's Stuart. Stuart, let's have a quick chat with you if that's all right, please. Third overall pole in class. Did you expect that at the start of the day?
Yeah, we had a pretty good run in the car yesterday from practice yesterday. We were expecting to be up there, not this far up there, so hope to make the most of it.
To be fair, I'd seen the times from yesterday that the teams didn't get to see. I was pleasantly surprised to see you guys up there. You were one of the top 3 in practice yesterday. So pleased with the car. Good.
Very happy from the get-go. So hopefully we can make the most of it.
Wonderful, Stuart. Thank you very much. All the best. Going to have a quick walk down now. We've got 4 classes in our hire kart, so we're going to have elite, pro, clubman, and our rookies for our first timers. We're going to have a quick walk down 77s here. This is scenario 77. These are on pole for our clubman class. Some drivers on the front there. Don't know if there's any of them around to talk to. Looks like they're keeping them fairly scarce. In fact, I think they're behind me. Is it the guy that's on the thing? Is he psyching himself up? Well, let's ruin that for him and have a quick chat. Clubman pole then for scenario 77. In fact, I'll take a seat as well. Let's get ourselves down here and get comfortable. Scenario 77, I think it's 5th overall polling class in the clubman. You must be happy with that because you're at least at the front of the 53 heading down towards that infamous rib bend.
Yeah, to be fair, we were expecting to be kind of halfway down the field. We were quite excited to be first in the clubman. A bit gutted, we were a little bit behind the top guys, but you know, we're where we want to be. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All the best. It's quite right there. There's 4 karts went sub 120 in qualifying. All of them still 1 second off the outright pace from Ratcliff. But then obviously the hires will be using some of the owners for a tow as well. Let's keep walking and have a quick look. I want to have a quick look at the rookie pole down here because the 64 has got one of the sexiest Nauseo panels I think I've ever seen here at Teesside. So once the camera comes down, we'll have a quick look at that one. It's Blue Shell Racing. Let's have a quick chat for this car. Is this your machine, sir?
Yes, indeed.
Wonderful. In case this is your microphone now. There we go.
What's happening?
Starting the race in it, I believe?
Yes.
That one? Wonderful. Must be happy with the class pole position for the 64 Blue Shell.
Not terrified.
Wonderful. Not looking forward to that blast down towards Rib Bend on the opening lap then?
I have no idea what's coming. Yeah, I'm just going to hope for the best.
Close his eyes and they'll be all right.
Yes.
It works for most of the other teams, so it might work for you as well.
Hopefully we've got the coolest paint job, that's what we really came for.
Yeah, to be fair, we picked that one out when we were looking at the pictures yesterday. Big fan of the Nauseo panel there.
Well, we expected to be in last, that's the whole point of the blue shell.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Looks like we're making a bit of space for one of the carts here, so we'll come round the outside so that we don't get flattened, because that flat from around and it'll leave the comms team down by 25%. Until I'm physically removed by a member of staff. There's the second kart force entry for the 40. Once again, on the hand controls with the 40, so they'll be running 40 and the 140. Yeah, find out more about them on Facebook at the kart force page. There's a couple of other entries I want to speak to, and we are almost now on the actual racetrack down here. We're onto the rough on the tarmac that they use for the car circuit. So you'll see around those head to my right hand side is the circuit that we'll be racing on. So we're now down to the dirty tarmac.
and they're also not lasting anywhere near as long as the Bridgestones were. We've seen teams run an entire 24 hours on one set of tyres, one set of Bridgestone tyres. They are not going to be doing anything like that on the Dunlops. So about ready to get started. I think we're about 2 minutes away. Oh, 5 minutes. I've just been given a 5-minute signal, but it looks like it looks to me like we might be going early here. But as you can see from the pictures, everybody lined up across the grid. We're here in the commentary box. We'll give you a little wave on the left-hand side of your picture.
Should say as well, we've got Comms Box Live this year. If you're someone with multiple screens, head over to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. We've got the Comms Box Live for those who particularly like to see our ugly mugs for the course the next 2 times around the clock.
Absolutely, and we've got just under our sponsors as well, NRG Cycles, just under their logo on the stream, we've got Paul Franklin stood with the Union Jack flag. So we are almost ready to get going racing. He's the one who has it's his face plastered all over the A66 NATO panel. But he's going to be starting the race, got the Union flag in his hand that you can see there. So that's the one that we're all going to be watching for the start of the race. Now, Le Mans style start, Andrew. You've done a few of these. I've never done one.
Yes, I think the one thing you just need to focus on is don't stack it.
Yes.
It does jumble up the grid a bit, and we will see that. We'll see 3 or 4 wide. I think you just got to keep calm as well. You've got to keep in your memory that it's a long, long race.
Absolutely.
And anything can happen.
And once in the cart, keep left. Because everybody will go right, and where you will see people out onto the grass on the right-hand side of the track just because they will get pushed there by the amount of, by the sheer traffic moving across. So keep left if you're in a hard cart, and you might make up some places, especially up the inside into turn 1. So that's going to be 3-4 wide, as you say, coming along the start-finish straight. But yes, Le Mans style start. They have to run across the track, jump into the cart, and go.
Yep, they do indeed.
But not until the flag drops.
But not until the flag drops.
And any cheating as well is very heavily punished in these Le Mans style starts as well. So there is a line that they all have to stand behind as well. Yes, really looking forward to this one.
So just to remind you of the grid, the 318 of Team Tate on pole position with a 1 minute 12.141 in qualifying early this morning. Gred Graphics second on the grid, TTM2 third, the first of the pro entries. We'll break down the classes as we go across the course of this race. Nexus Sport in fourth, Q Racing in fifth, MS Soco Select. Huge history at this race. They start the 2021 edition from 6th on the grid. Team Backmarker, I think they're a bit of a dark horse for today. Start 7th, MS McFly in 8th, MS TDW in 9th, MS JSR in 10th. But it looks like we are about ready to go, Butters.
It looks that way, doesn't it? It looks like we might even be getting going a minute or 2 early here, but we shall see. And you can see Paul looking at the clock. We've got our camera back down on the grid now. But yes, 94 entries. I misquoted earlier. I thought it was 95, but it's 94 teams here today, which is by far our biggest grid, certainly that I've commentated on or witnessed or been part of the race. Before I did commentary, I was part of this race several times, and yes, that's 86 I think we had a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe, and now we're on to 96, so fantastic turnout.
Very conscious that we may be about to go. I think the first run of the leaders through traffic could be a very, very different feel to what we've seen in previous years because of that size of the field, because of how many owners there are. This first hour, I think, is just going to be about keeping your heads if you're the driver in any of these karts.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to be about lap 4 or 5 only. Oh, here we go. We're ready to go. Andrew, do you want to talk us through this one?
Here we go then. The flag is in the air. The start of the 2021 British 24-hour here at Teesside Autodrome. You're watching live coverage, and away we go then. The Le Mans style starts. Everybody sprints across the circuit, and away we go for 24 hours of racing. Couple of karts towards the back of the field, struggling to get going, but 90-plus karts, Butters, are heading down to Rib Bend for the first time.
Absolutely, round the first left-hander, down the hill through the incredibly tricky. We've already got 1 off on the grass. In fact, we've got 3 off into the gravel. Make that 5 off into the gravel. That's Ian Williams, our 24-hour world record attempt. He's already lost it, and he is at the back of the grid. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 karts off already.
And water pulled onto the circuit as well, so Rib Bend may be treacherous for the next couple of laps. It is something we often see in this race. A bit of chaos down at the first braking zone.
94 into 1 just didn't go there, did it? Unfortunately. But at the front, we've got, it looks like Red Graphics leading us in the 113. Wait till we get a shot of them coming round. Yes, Red Graphics followed by Team Tate 318. That was our pole sitters. Then it is the 81 and TTM2, your leading pro class runner. They're still holding position in third where they qualified. Behind them is the 43, already moving up 2 places into 4th place. So they were last year's last lap battlers.
Yeah, really good starts once again for the 43. So your leaders through classes in Elite, Owner, Red Graphics, Pro, TTM2, Clubman, the Cash Bandits, the team based down at Rye House. They've had a good start in 10th place overall, the number 36. Looking a little bit further down the order, you've got to go all the way down to 35th place to find the next class leader, which is in Hire, the Hire Pro EDK 24T team lead at the early stage of that. Euro Bandits in Hire Elite and ML Racing.
That was our third place starting this lap. That's the TTM2. They qualified first in Pro class and they were third on the grid. There's a third place coming across the line.
There's a driver off, sat on the tyre barriers
yes,
as well, so there's another driver in trouble.
Potentially from both the 43 up to third already. Trying to see who the driver is. That's Dan Crossley in the 43, followed by the 33 of Q Racing now. 2 MS karts side by side as well, the 44 and the 42. So here we are across the line. We've got your timing tower up on the left-hand side now. So it is Red Graphics from Team Tate, from MS Soko Select, MS McFly, Lucas, Q Racing, JSR, Team Backmarker, Cash Bandits, your leader in Clubman in P9 overall, so fantastic start for them, and Nexus Sport in P10. We'll also have, on the left-hand side as well, you will see that at past 10th place, it is actually split, is the timing, and that's because we will be scrolling through the race as well. So keep an eye on everything that's happening there. And that will scroll through all 94 entries as well, so you can always see where everybody is in relation to each other.
We'll be doing rundowns of the results. There's a yellow flag out just ahead of us here in the commentary box, going through the D chicane. Is that foot down right? That's right down the bottom.
For Ribs Bend, yeah, I think that's right the way down there. So we've got yellow flags early. So the race neutralised for about a third of a lap here as they come over the line. You can see Ian Williams there coming through the Guinness World Record attempt, coming down the hill now, making his way through. But I would just like to say that your leader in the 113 of Red Graphics is now only about maybe 200 to 300 yards already behind the back of the pack. So that's about all the clean racing they're going to get. Maybe another lap, being put under pressure now from Team Tate. But yeah, being put under pressure from Team Tate, but that's about all the clean racing they're going to get. We've got somebody else coming slowly in 272 with a hand up, running slowly through. I think that was just for the yellow flags in front of the commentary box. But yes, we've got the back of the Hires is only coming through hairpin 1 and 2 now, and the leaders are coming up behind them very quickly. So that's going to be it, folks. The end of lap 2, and they're going to be there.
Yeah, it was ML Racing, the 272, that were coming through D chicane slowly, but they're looking okay now in 34th position. Fastest lap last year, and it's something we often see, but as the fastest lap gets done early on. It was a 1:11.834 by MS Soko Select on lap 20. As down the inside goes MS Lucas on MS Soko Select. That was the third place.
Yeah, third place on the road. And yes, all in the same class as well, all in the elite class. And we've got our first full course yellow already. 4 minutes into the race, and we have our first full course yellow. So the race will be neutralised at this point, which is actually quite a good thing, because the Red Graphics car hadn't caught up with the back of the Hires at that point. So we will have.
That's the reason why the number 81 has come to a halt. So yeah, Team Tate, who were third on the grid, and I don't think they've made it round a lap yet, have they? No.
Well, they did the first lap, and then that was it. They came through in third place, and then something has happened down at Ribs Bend, and have parked it. So it looks like we might have a trolley coming out for them, perhaps. The cart is wheeled back, unicycle back, and in fact, we've got these hire carts here in front of our leaders, and they should be told to get a bit of a hurry up now, I think, because they need to be catching up with the back of the crocodile rather than
being at the front of it.
Yes, exactly. So they need to be catching up with the back of this train as quickly as they can.
I wonder if they're aware of this situation. Don't look over your shoulders, lads, because you've got, look at that, look how many owner carts ready to go.
If they don't get a wriggle on, that is going to be frightening for them for a couple of laps.
And not good for their races in the higher class as well, because they basically put themselves a lap back on the rest of the field already.
Absolutely. So I think they need to get a bit of a, maybe get a bit of a wriggle on or get a signal as they come across the start-finish line that they're going to need to catch up this train, or maybe not, I'm not sure.
Hire's just entering, or the lead Hire's entering hairpin 1 now.
Yep.
As a reference point. There's the number 77 in the middle of your shot there. Great to see them back once again.
Try and keep an eye on what's happening down at Ribs Bend as well, with the clear-up procedure of the team take part. But we did see somebody else off there as well, sitting on the tyre barrier as well. So who have we got? Let's have a look a bit down the order and see who we're missing. So we've got, it's Mad Racing in Clubman as well. They're off the track. We've got Mulsanne Racing in Hire Pro, also off the track. So everybody else is lapping at the moment.
Alessia Racing, I think that is, the number 61, have just rolled past us at pit entry. I think they're coming into the pits. We're green and back to racing. So the field back up to full speed then.
And here we go. So the hire carts didn't actually manage to catch up the crocodile, and you can see them now being moved swiftly out the way, shall we say, by the rest of the owners. So it is Red Graphics from 43 now have got the jump.
On Point Racing going for a big move I saw there in the number 18. That's a Clubman entry in the higher ranks.
So Team Tate not having the best start to this race. They were second and have now dropped back down to what is fifth as they go up the inside of hairpin 2 and take fifth place back. That was on Team Backmarker. Then behind them you got side by side with them you had 42 on MS Lucas. They've shuffled back on so all go in the owner cars, and there we go back up the inside again. Comes to 42 and trying to come through into 111. That's Sam Tugman driving that car, as you can see from the back of his overalls from his race suit. 113 trying to make a break for it now. So these were the two that went at it. The slight change in lineup for both karts for this year, but 113 and 43 at the front. They battled it out for the whole 24 hours last year, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of pace the 43's got. They are now the highest MS kart, now that they've overtaken Team Tate when it went through from the full course yellow to green.
Problems, I think, for the SMJC 595. They are in the pits, and that is way too early for anything scheduled, Butters, and that's one of our perennial front runners in Pro.
They are, and we've also got CKK as well in Clubman as well. They're dropping down the order with them. So two karts in the pits. So that makes 5 off the circuit already as Team Tate have a look at the inside of 43. We're coming into South Bank corner, and they will hold the line into hairpin 3 and had a look at the inside of 33 Q Racing as well.
Yeah, really good move that. And the battle still raging on between the 42 and the 43 there.
So 43 going backwards on this lap has dropped down from 2nd to 5th. Q Racing moving up as well. In fact, I got it slightly mixed up, I think. I'm just going to check my commentary notes, but the 33 of Q Racing are pretty much the ones who were, so you've got Charlie Bingham and Adam Willis in that, who were racing last year at the front of the race, and it's actually Red Graphics in the 113, your overall race leader at the moment. Their lineup is Aaron Alexander, Ed Hack, Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter, so they're going to be incredibly quick, as you've already seen, but they weren't the ones who were at the front last year.
10 minutes in then to the 2021 edition of the British 24 Hour. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth on commentary duties for you for the beginning of this year's race. The number 42 and the 33 alongside, having a bit of wheel bashing, and here comes the number 43. Great move up the inside by MS Soko Select, and that is the kind of move we've seen from Conor Lucas before, Butters, and why they've got such a strong history in this race.
Yes, indeed, and Dan Crossley, they're sending over the inside, taking very opportunistic move, passing 2 in one go, and as we can now see, they are now catching again the back of this hire kart pack. So it's traffic again now for our leaders, and that will be it now for 24 hours. So even with a full course yellow, it's going to be traffic for 23 hours and 50 minutes.
You see Rob Newman battling in there, distinctive orange helmets in the team back marker entry.
Just going to have a look through and see who is driving for Red Racing. No, sorry, Red Graphics. I think that's Aaron Alexander. I believe that is Aaron Alexander. So Aaron Alexander was incredibly quick in Junior Pro Kart at the Teesside Autodrome Sprint Series that they hold here. Won that championship and then moved up to Senior Pro Kart this year and is now leading the 24-hour. So we look at the, is that the 17?
Yeah, Nexus Sports
so
getting past Q Racing.
Overall.
Yeah. So Nexus Sport going for a move on hairpin 2 there. That's good stuff. Once again, looking here at Dan Crossley, pink helmet, number 43. Boots just everywhere you look at the moment, and a bit of a shoulder barge there from Nexus Sport on the number 44 of MS McFly.
They're our top pro class runner. 42 of MS Lucas setting the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:12.6. So we are seeing slower times than we saw last year, even without huge amounts of traffic at the moment. We will see how that goes throughout the race. Of course, we'll keep an eye on it.
You see on your timing tower there, still some karts in the pits, having had troubles early on. Mad Racing and Alessia, anti-Team Tate, Motorsport number 2. 3 runners in the owner category already in trouble. Looking back there, there's catching a sight of the 959, the SMJC Clubman entry. But the race settling down now after a slightly, it's one of the highest, absolutely clouts the curve in Dees Chicane, but I was just saying that it feels like it's calming down now after a bit of a broken up start, Butters.
Well, you say that, but there goes up the inside, the 17 of Nexus Sport, who almost gets passed by backmarker, and that's the 6 of Modernized Racing Gold. So they're your highest Clubman class running at the moment as well. Mixing it up with the elites, which is great to see. So Modernized Racing Gold, P9 as they cross the line. Let's just see where they come across the line this time. And it is in fact staying P9, team back marker up to 8 now. So your top 10, Red Graphics, Team Tate, MS Soko Select, MS Lucas, MS JSR, Q Racing, Nexus Sport, team back marker, then your Clubman race leader, Modernised Racing Gold, and your pro class leader, MS McFly in P10 overall. Team Tate have taken the lead, coming down the hill. So
they have indeed.
So it is Team Tate from Red Graphics.
So the 318 back to the front of the field. There was a tenth and a half between them at the last count. It does just feel like it's all about survival at the moment. Don't make any early errors.
Dan Tate's leading the race as well. So there are a lot of Tates. That is Dan Tate followed by Aaron Alexander and Dan Crossley. And that is Josh Phelps in the 42, winner of the last Teesside Owner Driver Sprint here in Senior Pro Kart. And then Sam Tugwell in the 111. Behind him is the Q Racing kart, and I'm trying to see somebody's helmet in that to find out who's driving that one.
Just looking into hires, Euro Bandits holding a quite nice lead, 4.4 seconds over NRG Power. Okay. Adrenico Racing are up to third in the early stages. And then N&C Racing in fourth, the first of those in club, EDK 24T in pro. That's what it's looking like in hire at the moment.
Yeah, how are the Belgians doing, Andrew?
Kart Events Belgium, the duo out there.
Ooh, as we went a lot of side-by-side contact there, sorry to interrupt. That was Aaron Alexander getting a bit of side pod action with one of the hires. where are our Belgians? Winner of the last 2 years.
Kart Events Belgium currently 43rd overall, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the highs at the moment as Falcus goes up the inside.
Second place, that is now.
Yeah.
So making it potentially 2 places from Strossen behind Aaron Alexander. And they are fully in the traffic now, Andrew. This is not just a little bit of somebody's dropped back a bit and there's a gap. I mean, this is fully in the traffic now.
How do you play this, Butters, as someone who's got a bit of experience in these owner carts? How do you deal with the traffic?
Well, a lot of it, they will see you coming and they will make amendments to not only their own line, but you know, their own acceleration and braking because they know that you're coming. You will get a lot of waves through as well. As you can see, most of the higher carts will keep left and then move across gently to the right, and it's up to the owner carts to make their way through as they come down the hill. This is where it gets really tricky though, through the wiggles. Incredibly tricky to be behind an owner because they are, behind a higher cart because they are much slower in a straight line than the owner, so they really have to slam on the anchors, and it's trying to get through in that gap. In fact, I passed W Series driver Sarah Moore on the grass once, backwards. As she was in a higher car, I was in an owner car, and overtook her backwards through the grass, and then she spent the next lap and a half lapping and pointing at me as I tried to catch back up.
Great work by Josh Falcus through the traffic there, trying to break away from Aaron Alexander. Togwell in there, and Dan Crossley.
1.6 seconds now for Dan Tate, which is quite a gap. He really is siding through the traffic very well. But yes, behind, very close action behind. So we've got only a second separating second place down to 6th now.
Hello to everybody in the chat. We've not said hello yet because it's been a fairly crazy first 17 minutes of this 24-hour race, and everyone's, I think, in agreement with us, Butters. This doesn't look like an endurance race at the moment.
It certainly doesn't, no. There's a lot of banging and beating and banging as well, which is, I mean, it's good to see. It's great for us in terms of action, but you can imagine the mechanics in the back of these awnings now very worried about what's going to be happening to these cars in 23 hours and, well, under 43 minutes.
There are your leaders at the front. Number 113, actually no, this is the battle for 3rd place, apologies. Between Red Graphics and MSJSR.
This battle is going to range as well. The MS and Haas battle is going to range for the whole race. There's so many entries for both sets of chassis and so much quality through this field. It really is difficult to pick out a winner. The thing for me that could be the joker in the pack, if you like, is going to be Team Tate. Because they're running out of their own awning, they're not running out of the MS awning, they're not running out of the Haas awning, they're very much doing their own thing, and my concern is, are the MS carts and the Lucas carts and the Haas carts, they're going to spend so much time looking at each other that they might actually miss what Team Tate are doing.
Absolutely. See the 855, EDK 2014, they've had a really good start, really good to see the English Death Karting team. Had a good qualifying, running in 3rd place in Highers at the moment, and first of those in the higher pro category. 120.082, currently the pace of the leaders at the front. Of course, that's where it would be, in the front of the field for Highers. And that's the 169 of Euro Bandits. 5.4 seconds now clear of NRG Global Power behind.
So Euro Bandits are absolutely flying at this point in the race. Really good to see those guys, as well as Global Power EDK 24T teams. 2 different classes. In fact, we've got many different classes in the Highers, which we will take you through as we get a little bit more into the race. We'll bring you through it. Please keep the comments coming in on the live stream. We will give you a shout outs. We've got Sam Baker saying, "Come on, Ian, drive it like Wreckfest." So that's Ian Williams, who did have a bit of a Wreckfest moment immediately at the start, straight off at Ribs Bend, but he's now making his way back through. We will keep an eye on his progress. We've actually got a spreadsheet as well to keep you up to date with exactly how Ian's pace is compared to where he needs to be in his world record attempt.
So I thought it would be. It is Ed Bars in the carts for Euro Bandits at the moment. The higher cart you saw behind him was not for position, so the leaders in higher now starting to lap their own kind.
And now as well, the owners have made their way through most. Oh, apparently Team Tate is in the Haas warning, I'm being told by David, who's it's Q that's racing on their own.
We have our first black flag of the race, and it's the 057 that have received it, whose team name is now not coming up on my screen. Apologies. It's for an overtake under yellow.
Oh, okay, right. Well, that's very.
Well, if it's the 57, that's Modernised Racing Papaya. So we'll keep an eye on those guys and see if they are rolling down pit lane in a few moments' time.
So what I was going to say is the owners have actually made their way through most of, if not all, of the hire car pack now, and they are, as you can see, them just coming down the hill, taking on the last couple of those. They were a lap down, obviously, under the full course yellow that we had. As we look at Falcus now moving right up onto the back of Team Tate, looking up the inside, potentially for an overtake into hairpin 2, but not this time, maybe into South Bank.
Rethink Racing are in. Not sure what this is about, but 20 minutes into the race is not scheduled, so the 103 in the Clubman category have had a problem early on. That's not good news for them, but still, you're going to have a problem at some point in the race. You'd rather have it, I feel, earlier on than later on the race and have a bit of heartbreak with that.
I've just seen on the back of his suit, it's actually Connor Jupp who's in the Team Tate car. Connor Jupp, of course, X30 world champion.
Yep.
Showing his class and out the front. So I should have been a little bit quicker on the pickup on that, so apologies for that. But it is Connor Jupp, your race leader, followed swiftly by, so it's your X30 world champion, followed swiftly by your Teesside Autodrome Sprint Series race winner at the last round, Josh Falcus. Getting the point there from the 223. Come on through, guys. That's exactly what we like to see from the high carts to the owners, especially the leaders. Waving them through. Situational awareness. Very high for the 223. So, having a look down the order, we're keeping our eyes on camera at the 22. Oh, we've got a black flag. 4 seconds. Oh, hang on. Has that changed, or is that actually active? So we've had two black flags. One for the 42, who's just taken the lead. Another one for 240 Modernised Racing Azure, and for NRG Global Power as well. So we've got our overall race leader, where are we down in the order now? Second place in hires, and Modernised Racing Azure are third place in Clubman. All receiving black flags.
Add Core Blimey Racing, so these are all overtakes under yellow. I suspect it's from earlier in the race.
And
there's another one, 999 straight through crew.
So they're going to have to come straight through the pits for their black flag, excuse the pun. But that's your leader of the race receiving a black flag. Now very early on, and Modernised Racing Papaya as well.
Yeah, so that was the one that we wondered about earlier.
I might even start adding these to the notes as well, so that we can keep up with those through the race. But yes, so that's your race leader receiving a black flag for overtaking under yellow. Oh, dearie me. So the expected pace from this 42 car, which we've got, but we've also said mechanical sympathy and situational awareness, and in fact there goes the hand up. Is he coming in this time? Yes he is. That's Josh Falcus coming into the pits to serve that straight through penalty for the black flag. So we'll keep an eye on what his lap time and where he feeds back out, but yes, Josh Falcus receiving a black flag.
It's going to be more of these. David Sullivan reliably informs me that's 25. Yes, he did hear me correctly there. 25 teams are going to have black flags, all for overtaking under yellow flag.
Well, that's going to take us quite a few laps to cycle through as well, isn't it? Because they can't put them all out at once. We've only got so much space on the digiboard. And I can see them coming through. In fact, I can see the digiboard from the commentary box. But yes, lots and lots of black flags overtaking under yellow. Silly, silly people. Silly, silly, silly. That's schoolboy, isn't it, really?
It is a bit. Modernised Racing Gold are just having a little check there to the engine on the right-hand side.
So
I hope that's not a problem early on.
Has fed out behind the 303. So that puts them around 22nd and about 23 or 24 seconds off the race lead, which is now Team Tate.
Call Blimey Racing, add them to the list of those with an OTY black flag, the number 113. Where were they? They've already taken their penalty and come into the pits.
And that's the brand new sticker kit for the 303, receiving a nice scuff as well on the side of it from the now recovering Josh Falkers.
And somewhere Rob Doomer is just like, no, all my hard work, and it's 25 minutes, and it's already ruined.
That's it. But at least we got some nice shots of it on the grid.
Red Graphics.
Red Graphics receiving. Is that an OTY
That
as well?
That is another OTY. They're going to keep coming through.
Oh my word! So so this is going to leave Team Tate in the pound seat for the first hour or so of this race. We've now got, well, that'll put the 111 into second place and Q Racing into third, but we will keep an eye on these black flags filtering through, because they certainly, we've had now our leader and our third place and several higher up in the classes as well, in different classes, in clubman, in hires, coming through and getting those overtaken under yellow flag, black flags. So we'll keep an eye on what those coming through. That was Luke Sellingham coming through, in fact, in the higher
Yep.
as well, who was the Wilton Mill Junior X30 champion, so.
Junior X30 champion. He's moved up to seniors now and is having a very, very strong season. Was racing at Kart Masters last weekend.
And he had a very good race there as well, didn't he, in the final? Was it 20th up to 7th place?
Very talented driver, if you ask me. A name to look out for the future, but particularly how he's done in seniors. I sometimes see drivers take maybe 15 months or so to get up to speed in seniors, but Lucas Ellingham has taken to it like a duck to water. There's the 111 coming through, and then out to say third place. Well, no, second place, because we've seen. Oh, who's that in trouble? And there's already karts out there with cowling damage.
Yep.
I think it was the 999, and look at that. In fact, yeah, that shows the brutality of this race so far. The 57 there with a side pod up in the air. It's the 717 with a significant level of damage. That's Brocarters in the rookie class within hire. Currently in 78th position.
Red Graphics is still showing us in the pits. So it's come over the line. I'm going to keep an eye on that, because that could be them serving their black flag. In fact, so now we've got them dropping down the order. So that's their black flag penalty, but I'm sorry, Andrew.
We mentioned 303 Racing's graphics. Rob only has himself to blame because he's driving the kart. So he's ruined his own work.
Well, yes, you say it. He was on the outside of Josh Falkers, and yes, Falkers serving up his scuff. Yes, but
so there may be a mechanical flag coming
carrying round Brocard. I'm looking to see who that's Matthew Randall, it looks like, in the 717.
Yep.
So we have that on our notes here. The red suit with the black helmet, that's Matthew Randall. So thank you to everyone as well. If you are watching on the live stream and you are taking part in this race, thank you very much for providing David Sullivan and the Alpha Live team with your information, because now we can see that that's Matthew Randall in the 717.
Hello to Kirith Karts on the DDMM comms box view. He says he's loving this view. You've got a very, very strong taste there, Kirith. To be, I hope you're viewing the Alpha Live mainstream at the same time. Exclamation mark mainstream in the command chat to pull the link up for that. And don't forget, we've also got the Guinness World Record attempt, Ian Williams. Let's check in with him, actually. How is Ian getting on at these early stages? Well, there's 21 laps down. Only another 900 odd to go.
And he's running currently 1:16.5, so he's around about 1.8 seconds off the pace, and he is literally just running to a lap delta as well. That's all he's trying to do, is maintain a pace throughout this race, not trying to take out too much early. Now, we've got the train here, haven't we? So this is 33, 43, 21, 44 and 45. So from third place down to 8th, all in the train.
Yeah, working together quite nicely. Lots of experience, of course, in this group of karts. And we're going to have a strategy talk here, Butters. I'm thinking for these rundowns, because there's so many of them, we'll alternate it. So hires this hour, owners this hour, hires the next hour. because we are pretty
we go
much
where the action is, don't we? Actually?
yeah,
Yes,
we're bottom of the hour, so we'll
I
give
see
you a
what mean by the
rundown.
Yes.
So Team Tate, with 30 minutes of the race completed, are your race leaders. Q Racing have just hopped up to second place in the order. The gap is 2.3 seconds. Third place, Nexus Sports, the number 17. Fourth place, the number 43 MS SoCo Selects, last year's co-winners. And fifth place for MSJSR, sixth place for Team Backmarker, seventh for MS McFly, eighth place for MSTDW. So that's the first 10 seconds or so through the order. Should mention MS McFly are your top runners in the pro category, denoted by the red number boards on your timing tower. Ninth place, the leader in Clubman for the owners, the number 69 of Raw. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment, Modernised Racing Azure. 11th place, and third place in Clubman. These are all the ones with black number boards. Number 36 of Cash Bandits. 12th place, the SMJC 959 entry. 13th place, DWS Racing, who of course had the problems in qualifying. They're working their way back up through the order. They are also third in Pro at the moment, for what it's worth. 14th place, the 770 on your timing screens of Offline Motorsport. They've had a decent start. 15th place, the MS.BE team in the 443. 16th place, the number 6 of Modernised Racing Gold. 17th place, the number 18 of On Point Racing. 18th place. And I think we're getting into those who've had penalties now for overtakes under yellow in the early stages of this race. So 18th were, they've just hopped up to 17th, MS Lucas in the number 42. 19th, the number 88 of Grabex Racing. Wrapping out the top 20, last year's Clubman champion. Doing quite nicely at the moment, it's 303 Racing. 21st, I don't think we mentioned him so far, Why So Serious, the number 37. Running strongly at the moment. 22nd, the number 26 of TMS. I think I'm right in saying that's the top with Motorsport guys. Back once again. 23rd, former race leaders. They've had a black flag already. The 113 of Red Graphics. 24th, the number 10 of X Racing. 25th, the 66 of A66. These are all Clubman entries. 26th, the 426 of Formula 160. 27th, and they've just set their personal best of the race so far. The number 64 of Dads and Lads Racing. 28th, the 420 of Simtech Motorsport. Great to have Simtech back with us once again. 29th, the number 31 of Modernised Racing Magenta. 30th, the 916 of Reckless Racing. Rethink Racing 2 are next up in 31st, ahead of the 334 of TT Sports. 33rd, the number 4, TMZ Racing. Before we get on to 34th, Ian Williams in the Guinness World Record attempt. Now a lap off the overall lead, but won't be bothered by that at all. 24 laps ticked by for Ian and the charity effort. 35th, the number 57 of Modernised Racing Papaya. Then we're getting into runners within the owners that have had issues so far. 39th overall on the lap off the overall lead is Rethink Racing Clubman. 45th overall, and 2 laps off the overall lead. It's the 99 of CKK. Kart events, that's a higher kart, so we're going to ignore them for this hour. I'm just looking down, I think that is all of our main runners. Just at the bottom here, those who've had problems. Team Tate Motorsport 2 in 88th, 4 laps off the overall lead. 89th overall ML Racing, also 4 laps down in the 272. And then you've got to go 8 laps down to find Mad Racing, 11 laps now, and Alessia. Those are the 2 karts in owner Clubman with real trouble at this stage of the race. And that is your very brief, but also not very brief, rundown of all of your owner karts with 30 minutes completed.
Okay, so we've had a couple of changes within the train. So the gaps have gone out a little bit as they made their way through this traffic for the second time, the traffic of the higher cars. We've still got that 717 going around with the engine cover pointing up in the air, causing some drag. Whoa, that was the Nexus Sport, very leery through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Round the outside goes team back marker on the 111 of MSJSR. Now the 111 of MSJSR, as you were doing the rundown, was right on the tail again of the 43. Now different drivers to what we saw from last year.
Yep.
But yes, once again, hooked up, nose to tail, pushing each other on, working together. Then they came into hairpin 4, got side by side with the hire car, round up the inside went the 43. The 111 tried to go around the outside, that didn't work, and team back marker were through. MSJSR then spent the next 2 and a bit laps trying to get back through on team back marker and get back onto the tail of the 43.
On the DDMM Facebook page, we've got a resource list. We've pinned it to the top, including our weather reports.
Oh,
and
yes.
First weather report, rain starting in 103 minutes. Is there a problem there for the
That's
40?
That's racing, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they've had some troubles already in this race.
Colour scheme.
In fact, I think they've just rolled back out the pits.
Yes, but they were. We highlighted them on the grid walk. They've got that fantastic 80s style colour scheme all over that thing. It looks like it should be in Miami.
Yes,
it's brilliant. You've got Nigel Morstan on the inside of that corner there with the orange vest on. Le Mans 24-hour racer, amongst many other things that he's driven over his career. Yes, keeping an eye on things. So lots of experience amongst the marshals as well, we should point out. Big shout out to the marshals. Lots of drivers, lots of karts running the orange heart on the front of their kart to say thank you to the orange army of marshals that we have across British motorsport as well. So thank you to them. Just a little tip of the cap from us to them. And well done David Sullivan as well, I should say, for sorting all that out as well. So he's done a really good job there.
Very good to see. Thanks for everybody for getting involved in that effort. So, keep your...
on your screen now, Alessia Racing is 24 laps down. Now, what we're going to do is, in a little while, not just now, but in a little while, I'm going to start giving out some Just Giving links as well for our various charities that we've got racing here. And, well, I want to say enjoying themselves, putting themselves through hell, certainly in the case of our world record attempt. So we'll give out the Just Giving pages for that, but also there is the red button style live stream. So we're running 2 live streams here this weekend. You can have the exact same pictures on a separate stream, but without us chatting.
Yes.
All you have is Ian Williams' team radio. That's it. Now, Ian Williams actually has, as his part of his Guinness World Record attempt, he has a text-to-speak function. So you can text in, make a donation of £1, £2, whatever it may be, text in and send him a message. He will hear that in his ears as he's going around the track and can reply to you. So send him a message. Send him a donation. Let's get these donations up because he's doing this for charity for some brilliant causes as well, it must be said. Not that there aren't other brilliant causes out here that are raising money as well. We will give as many as we can a shout out through the stream. But yes, you can donate directly to Ian, send him a message and he will read that out, or he will have that played in his ears and he will respond to you. It's a bit like a live Twitch stream.
A very advanced live Twitch.
It's very advanced, but it's real life Twitch. Oh, and we've got, who was that going off? That's the one, is that the 104?
I think it is the 104, which is Rethink Racing 2.
They had a coming together there with, who were they around on the...
Well, they were down in 32nd place in between TT Sport and TMZ Racing.
Yeah, it might have been the 916.
Of course, it's all mixed in with the hires now as well.
Definitely an owner car that they came together with. Now, Team Tate, 5.2 seconds in the lead, and we've got somebody in the pits. That's the 17 of Nexus Sport. Have they received a black flag?
I will check for you.
That can't be scheduled, surely.
I'm not seeing any notification of a red flag, although, to be honest, I think they've broken the notifications.
Okay, well, I've just been told in my ears that we think it is for a black flag.
Oh, okay.
For Nexus Sport as well. So that's, again, that's 3rd place on the road, now receiving a black flag. Yes. And we did say it'd take a while to get through these black flags as well, with 25 to be issued.
That confirms it then. They have broken the messages screen. There's
yes.
so many of them.
Yes.
The messages hamster has just gone, I can't be doing with this anymore. And giving up telling us who's got a black flag. Trouble as well. The 999 is coming into the pits, you can see out the window. So they roll down pit lane.
999?
Yep.
Is that in hires?
I think it isn't. Yes, it is in hires.
Although we'll be on the last page, won't it? 999 straight through crew. Oh, we did say that they would be serving a straight through penalty. So,
Are you enjoying the coverage of the race so far? It's still in its frantic stage. I mean, it's calmed down a little bit, but all these drivers. We should talk about fuel as well. But what do you know from the teams? What kind of stints do we reckon that the teams are going to be running this year?
Well, just in terms of fuel, because there's two things really that we haven't talked about so far. Well, three things. One is fuel, one is tyres, and the other is the weather.
Yep.
So we have given them all little mentions so far, but let's get a little bit in depth while this race is in this sort of infancy stage at the moment, but things seem to have calmed down a bit. So, of course, we'll bring you the action as well as we have it. So, fuel. Usually around an hour and a half.
Yep.
As Team Backmarker has a look at the inside of the 33Q Racing. So that's an overtake from third to second place now. Team Backmarker making their way through the field. They did qualify in 7th overall, dropped back a little bit, and now they're firing their way back through. And that is, for Team Backmarker, that is Rob Newman driving, as I check my notes quickly. Driving that. And in the 33, I did say I'd bring you who that is as well. I believe that's Sam Spinale. Driving the 33 at the moment. Anyway, right, so about an hour and a half for the owner carts, around an hour and 35, an hour and 40, some a little bit longer in the hire carts. Now, these are the general rules. There are always exceptions to this rule. There are ones who will short stint, certainly in the first stint, and try and get themselves a bit of clean traffic, a bit of clean air. There are others who will go very long and really, really push the boundaries. Now, we saw last year Offline Racing, who are running in the Pro class this year, running currently in 13th place. We saw them doing what we call the lift and coast.
Yep.
Running extremely long, around 10, maybe even 12 minutes longer per stint, really eking it out and trying to gain themselves 2 pit stops over the course of the 24 hours.
Yep.
So, we've got the Belgians, kart events.b, I think that's Seabert coming across the line, waving his arms like a madman, so he's obviously not very happy with something as he came across the line. Last year's winners and the previous year's winners as well, so 2020 and 2019 higher class winners. Anyway,
And
not very happy.
winners as well.
So I digress. So, in terms of fuel, yes, you will see some short stints. You will see people pushing the envelope as far as they absolutely can. Different strategies, going to make it really, really interesting. We will only find out the best strategy probably in the last 20 minutes of this race.
Yep.
What the best strategy has been. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see those. We've got the 57 of Modernised Racing. I want to say Magenta, but it might be. It is Papaya in 34th place, and they've got a very bent side pod already. We might see them just come through this shot in a moment. They'll be coming through in a moment. And so we're going to see different strategies in terms of fuel. Very different strategies in terms of tyres. So as I said on the grid walk, there is in fact the 57 just coming through the shot there. So very different strategies in terms of tyres. Now the owner carts only have 3 sets of tyres for this race. Sounds like a lot. Some of the Bridgestones will last 24 hours. We've seen them do a 24-hour race on one set of tyres before. However, these Dunlops are really, really struggling with the way that the drivers are treating the karts, really struggling to make these tyres last for only 8 hours. They've only got to get 8 hours out of them. They're really, really struggling to make them last that 8 hours. So it's going to be really interesting tyre strategy, because I can see, as we move on to part 3 of our deep dive, the weather is going to play an effect on that. And what I can see is some people coming in, some teams, taking a gamble, changing tyres around 6 hours before they really drop off. These Dunlops are really dropping off after about 6 hours worth of racing, and possibly even 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap slower on the older tyres than on the fresh rubber. What I can see is, if it starts to rain, teams coming in and putting the old tyres back on the kart, purely to conserve the fresh rubber for when it's dry.
It's an interesting strategy. How long do we often see the teams take to make a tyre change? 'Cause it's not like Formula 1. We've not got 2.2 seconds.
No, but they do have impact drivers and things like that. They will be very, very quick. But it's whether it's worth that gamble.
Yeah.
Is the fresh rubber that you've already mounted onto the kart, but now is running in the wet and essentially being wasted?
Yep.
Is that time gain that you're going to have from that going to be offset by coming into the pits and changing tyres? And this is what I'm really, really looking forward to finding out.
Bit of pit stop activity to tell you about. The Red Lodge Wasps, the 270 are in. Not quite sure what their strategy is. I mean, we do see a lot of teams who are here for the experience, here for the fun of the event, which is absolutely fantastic. And I was having a chat with some of the teams earlier about ways of running this race, and I quite like the big group of people together to experience going out there, to say they've completed a 24-hour race. I wonder if that is the case with the Red Lodge Wasps, because they've pitted with 45 minutes completed from 73rd. Carlos Fandango, that's a good name. They're in the pits as well, the 131.
Yeah, they've got a nice looking nozzle panel as well. I spotted that during official practice yesterday. Official Hour Kart practice that we had yesterday. Of course, some of the teams have been testing here since Wednesday in the owner classes. So we've seen those flying around since, well, really first thing Wednesday morning. So a lot of hours and a lot of time has been put into getting these tyres set up, getting the chassis set up, and making sure that everything works absolutely spot on for this full-on 24-hour sprint race. So it looks like Team Tate now moved out to 8.1 seconds now, the gap to Team Backmarker, bringing in Q Racing along with them for the ride. MSJSR in 4th place, 3 seconds back of that, followed swiftly by MS Soko Select. So there's been a change there, with JSR now moving in front of the 43 and potentially pulling them along as they work their way through the traffic again. We look at these fantastic drone shots that we've got here. Brought to you by Alpha Live. And keep your comments coming in as well. Donations as well, of course, on the stream for Ian Williams as well for his 24-hour attempt. Now, David Sullivan has just left the commentary box. Has he brought news?
He's just reminded me of a very, very key piece of information. As what we're seeing there, Team Backmark. Oh, Rob Newman's in trouble. Rob Newman, we'll come back to that one with the news from David. Rob Newman down at Rib Bend
on the
is off, and I think something is packed in there. He wants to get things going again, but this is not good news for Team Backmarker. That's a long way back.
Shot. So in fact, we're going to get really good footage now of what actually is going on. It looks like, is that a stub axle perhaps? It certainly looks like a bent side pod. Oh, track rod gone, I think, as well.
Yep.
Very, very bent wheel.
Now, this could trigger, and it has, another full course yellow.
Another full course yellow.
Because that is going to need recovering on the truck.
That's probably the only saving grace for them, is they're not going to lose quite as much time. However, 2nd place they were in.
Yeah.
So Team Tate are the only ones who have run kind of trouble-free, really.
Well, so far that is the case.
Since the start of the race, which is, I mean, really good for them.
We'll just catch up on the information that David's given me. There's a very good reason why we're starting to see hires come in. Of course, they didn't refuel after qualifying. They're not allowed to refuel after qualifying.
I did think that.
They normally are about an hour 45 when they're really stretching a tank. So having done, if you're a team that's been out there for an hour, throughout all of the practice and the qualifying, you're now 40 to 50 minutes into the race, you're out of fuel, you're out of go juice, you've got to come in and top the tanks up.
Absolutely, absolutely. And just keeping an eye now on where this is going to position people. So this is going to bring the gap potentially up to the back of Team Tate. So that's Connor Jupp driving that Team Tate car. And we had Sam Spinell for Q Racing as well. Q Racing now in 2nd, but 16 seconds off the lead as they cross the line due to this full course yellow. So what I'm keen to see is whether the Crocodile, whether the Snake will pull away from Connor Jupp or whether he just hangs on to the back of the Hires. Because, as we see in other Formula, it should really be the leader of the race setting the pace under the yellows and dropping back and slowing everybody up. But it sort of works a little bit different here in the 24 hour. So we can see Rob Newman there on the back of the trailer of the quad. So that's the recovery quad. So it'll be at least 3 laps that they will go down, plus repair time. Usually takes about 3 laps to get that quad out to wherever you are out on the circuit and then get you back in. But we will see that. What I'm interested to see is that's the second time we've gone full course yellow for the recovery. So I'm interested to see whether that's a new thing for this year, that when we've got the recovery quad on the circuit, we could go full course yellow. I'm just looking at the 111 and the 43 nose to tail again as they came in front of the commentary box, and they've got one owner kart between them and the 33, so they're all going to be nose to tail again. MS McFly, as you can see from your timing, on the left hand side, right behind, and bringing along MS Lucas. So this really has closed the pack up, with the exception of Team Tate. And we are green again. Here we go. So it looked like somebody's dropped back, and there's now been a gap appeared between, a further gap appeared between Team Tate and Q Racing. So Team Tate in the middle of hairpin 2 now, as your second, third and fourth carts come through, and they're only now just going through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. So that's your gap. It's going to be about 15 to 20 seconds. We will get that gap over the line as well. So it is 33 from 111 from 43, and then behind immediately is the 44 car of MS McFly. I'll get you who's driving that as well at the moment. Could well be Jack Morris or Josh Fry. I think that might be Jack Morris's helmet coming through in the MS McFly car in 5th place overall. So they are the front runners in Pro class for owners. Coming through Riggs Bend as well. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening with Hires as well. I'm going to have a look at what the gaps were like coming over the line in our higher class. So Eurobandit still leading in Hires from NRG Global Power. Team 667 in 3rd place with Century Motorsport in 4. The gap is around about 3 seconds between 1st and 2nd in Hires. So that's Eurobandit and NRG. Then it's about 15 seconds back to the 667. Give you an update on the higher classes. 111 now in front of the 33 of Q Racing. So there's been a change there. So that's Sam Tugwell taking the lead from taking second place. But the gap is now 11 seconds. So I thought it was a bit more than that. I thought it was around 15 to 20 seconds. But it's actually 11.8. So potential gain through the full course yellow, and that's definitely helped Josh Falkus, who is now right on the back of this train and is in 6th place overall as they came across the line last time. Still 6th place on the road, but 12.5 seconds off the lead. So despite having that black flag and drive-through penalty, the full course yellow has actually helped the MS Lucas car back up to, well, it's probably caught them about, what, 13 seconds, Andrew?
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to find across the course of this race. Nobody's going to have a clean run all the way through it. We're just going to have to keep things composed and wait it out. But here's a good scrap coming back down Crossley up the inside, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Sam Spinale.
I think backed out of it as well.
There's that issue that you mentioned earlier, Butters, about when you're an owner kart and you come up behind a hire at that point there, just as you enter the wiggles, because you cannot go side by side. I tried once, it hurt, and it was the first time I realised that you needed to have a rib protector as part of karting equipment.
Absolutely. Yes, it is. If you do hit those curves, or you do go side by side, you will be very much in the air as well. It's a bit like the Knight Rider turbo button.
Yeah.
It just launches the kart straight up into the air. But yeah, so you don't want to be going side by side there, and that's what we saw exactly from Crossley. So he was alongside the 33, backed out of it, and then because he backed out of that move, then got caught behind the hire kart going through the wiggles. He has made up that time already though, but it's dropped Josh Falkus ever so slightly back. So really great action here. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the road. Josh Falk is now taking 5th from the MS McFly kart. He's now right back on the tail once again of Dan Crossley.
You're watching live coverage of the 2021 British 24-hour kart race here on Alpha Live. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth in the commentary box for you. We'll have David Sullivan and John Ratcliff on also through the course of this race. Crossley having a little look there at Sam Spinale, trying to get through. This is the squabble over 2nd place. 12.8 seconds the gap up the road to Team Tate now as we approach the last hour. And there goes Falkus up the inside of Crossley, and that was a nice move there by the number 43.
I've just grabbed a pew.
It feels like that point.
I've taken a seat for the first time in about an hour and a half. it's just been all go, hasn't it? But no, I feel now is the time to settle down. Let's settle into a race. We're coming up on an hour in already, believe it or not, an hour. As Falkus goes up the inside of the mountain section and moves through on Spinale, and that's going to move him up to 3rd place. Crossley having a look again at Spinale, decides to back out of it and follow him along. So is that, as we said, are they spending a little bit too much time? The 33, 113, 43 and 111, are they all sort of shadowing each other a little bit like we've seen in maybe some of the cycling events in the Olympics? A little bit too much time shadowing each other, and then somebody, i.e. Team Tate, are doing something a little bit different and just going off at the front and nobody's watching them.
It does feel like that. It does feel like that at the moment, and although there is a very, very long way to go, we know how unpredictable this race can be. I mean, do keep looking up at the sky, and there are some dark clouds gathering over. Track
Another
position
thing we should say as well is when it does rain, no wet tyres.
No wet tyres, yeah.
So all drivers will be on fully slick, no tread on these tyres. Yeah, racing on that, and it is like driving on ice. But fun, in a fun way.
Yes. Hello to Josh Holdsworth in the chat on YouTube, who's cheering on Core Blimey Racing. And let's have a look at where Core Blimey are. Their 313 entry is in 74th place at the moment. They are their main kart. Yeah, the 113 did have the black flag earlier on. Down the inside goes Crossley there on Spinale.
I think Spinale actually just went a bit wide there, outbraked himself ever so slightly, and yeah, just the kart just pushed on a little bit too far. That let Crossley through.
50th place at the moment for Core Blimey number 113. Klaus Wickberg asks, how many drivers are they running per car? It varies from team to team.
It does. We've got, I think the most in one car is TT Sport. They're running 8 drivers.
Yeah.
8. That wasn't a misquote. 8 drivers. Most will be running around 4 or 5. There are a few with a few more than that, and a few with less than that. Kartevents.be running the event with 2 drivers.
Yep.
Ian Williams, of course, running completely solo for his world record attempts, as we keep mentioning. And yeah, so most of them running 3, 4, maybe 5 drivers. But yeah, a couple with less than that, and then yeah, some with more than that. So it really varies. It depends on your experience level. It depends on how big your wallet is.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. It depends on many factors. Yeah, there will be a lot of newbies doing this for the first time, and if this is your first event, first ever 24-hour, and you are out at the start of this race, now really is where you've realised what you've let yourself in for. So it's a full hour and a half to hour and 45 minute stint in a car. So if anybody is new to karting or watching for the first time, then yes, if you've ever done indoor go-karting and you've done 30 minutes in that, imagine how hot and sweaty you are.
And some drivers, I mean, I know we've got the exploits of Ian that we keep mentioning,
yes.
But you know, you do often see drivers in the top team double stints, so do up towards 3 hours.
Towards 3 hours 10, 3 hours 15, something like that. Yeah, double stinting, and we've even seen triple stints before as well, which in my eyes is just absolute madness.
Yes.
But some people really do go for it, and that's what the team need at the time as well. It is a team effort.
hello to Rob Chalmers from Team Bonato, who's just sent me a message, just disappeared off my phone. I think it was a progress report for Team Bonato over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media Facebook page. You can get in contact with us there. You can do it on Twitter at Double Dash MM. All the places to get in contact with us. I will get your message, Rob, and I'll read it out in a second. What I can tell you at the moment is the 987, which has got a bit of a homage to the Pink Pig, the Porsche Pink Pig.
Yes, I've been told
We're
about this.
55th at the moment.
It's been carrying a Bentley logo for a couple of years, did it not? Or
Well, yes, I mean, it's the
John,
team
John
of...
Lewis as well,
yeah.
and now we've got the Pink Pig.
The team of employees from
Oh, this
Bentley.
is the first shot of our pit camera.
Yes, back for 2021.
We've got a whole conversation going on down the back straight here as well.
After you? No.
I'll push
that-
you. No, I'll push you.
That looked like some moves that we may have seen in Flares earlier in the week. It's a little bit early for that
We
kind of
don't
business.
mention flares on a Thursday night. Thursday night flares in Middlesbrough is yes. So many competitors here this weekend were at flares on the Thursday night, and there are some stories to tell, but they shall possibly be told
not
during
for
the
now.
wee hours of
I was
the
to
morning.
say, not pre-watershed.
Absolutely.
There's Connor Jupp, the
Your race
318.
11.4 seconds now clear of Josh Falkus in the 42. But Connor Jupp, as we can see, is right there, and he is your X30 world champion. It's a different class of karting altogether, but he's a world champion taking part and leading this race. That's the 113 there, I can see. So they're now a lap behind. Is that correct, Andrew?
Sorry, say that again. The
113 is now a lap down.
They are a lap behind.
So they served a black flag penalty, and whereas Josh Falkus served his black flag penalty, he's only worked 11.9 seconds off the lead. 113 served their black penalty, must have got caught in the wrong train, should we say, and have now gone a lap down. So that's Aaron Alexander still in the car. So they haven't made a pit stop and a driver change. They've just served their penalty and come out the very wrong end of it. And in fact, there's Josh Falkus now coming through in second place, followed by the 43, 111 and 33. So Soko Selective now taken up the mantle from the 111 and the 33. These starts ran nose to tail for the final, hour and a half of last year's race. The 111 was around a lap or 2 laps down.
They were out of competition for the race win, but they did a very, very key role or key job, not too dissimilar in terms of putting their own teammates first to what a certain Spaniard did last weekend at the Hungaro ring.
Indeed.
That was the level to which they went, this is not about us, this is about getting the win for the team.
It was George Russell-esque as well.
Actually, yes. No, yeah, you make it, that's a much better analogy, because they did sacrifice some of the optimum speed of the car because they had key positioning of it around the circuit.
Let's see what they're going to do here. What is Sam Tudwell going to work with Dan Crossley, or are we looking at everybody's overall pace here? Josh Falkus, we know, is ridiculously fast around this circuit, and that's why he's managed to catch up as far as he has and already get into second. The gap is 12.6. I'm going to be really interested to see what he can do regarding the Connor Jupp situation of being that far ahead, and is he going to make that back up? Of course, traffic will play its part. We will see them go up and down at the ebb and flow of this race. 22 hours and 56 minutes to go. So your leaders in, so your overall leader is going to be Team Tate. That's Connor Jupp, as we said, in the elite class. So your elite runners are 1, 2 and 3 on the road. Then in pro, 6th place overall is MS McFly, then MSTDW directly behind them, about 3.1 seconds behind in 7th place. Then we have your first Clubman Racing kart, which is the Modernised Racing Azure in 8th place. 3rd in Pro is DWS, so they've actually made their way quite a way up the field from where they qualified as well. So they're in 9th now, and then it is Clubman Clubman 2nd place is Raw Racing with 69 cars. Kart in 10th overall, and then Modernised Racing Gold in 11th place. Did they serve a black flag penalty? I think they did.
Yeah.
Modernised Racing Gold. So they're still in 3rd place class, so they're doing okay. In terms of hires, we've got Euro Bandits Motorsport, followed by NRG Global Power, and then it's EDKT 2014. The gap from Euro Bandits has gone up to 8 seconds from NRG Global Power, and then another 18 seconds back to EDK 2014. So again, I believe that will be down to the full course yellows as well. We will run you through, as we go through this race, the different colours, the different classes. So you can see on your timing tower on the left-hand side, different classes, different colours. So yellow in owners is for the elite class. The red are for pro, and the black are for clubman. But I've got something slightly different on my notes here. It's the actual colours that we're running. But we have 4 classes in hires, which are higher elite, higher clubman, higher rookie, and higher pro as well. So there's 4 classes in hires to keep a track of, and we'll bring you up to date with those as well as the race progresses. As you can see in the background, very dark clouds looming as well, so the weather is going to play its part here. I mean, it wouldn't be a Teesside 24 hours if we didn't have some rain.
I see, in fact, my computer is just saying a very worrying message at the moment. In fact, the cursor has just changed. It just says, rain coming.
Well, we knew
Winter is coming.
We're in Middleton, so there's going to be rain at some point. It's very much like where my hometown at the moment of Glasgow, which is, it rains every day. Every single day, without fail. It could be a little sprinkle for about 30 seconds, or it could be a full-on deluge for 24 hours. But it will rain every day. And it's very much like that here in the northeast as well, I've got to say. So there will be rain, definitely, at some point during this 24-hour, and that's going to make the tyre strategy incredibly important. Here come Team Tate, your race leaders down the hill. Connor Jock not feeling the need to tuck in.
Oh, tyre on the roll.
We have.
That's not off a cart, that's out of a barrier.
And that is down from Ribs Bend, moving towards the corkscrew.
That's reminding me
So
a little bit of
clipped that, and someone's clipped that and set that on the road. Oh, and there it goes.
Comes to a stop. I had visions, I think was it a V8 Supercars race of probably about 10 years ago where a tyre managed to roll for a significant
Someone's going to
distance
need
of
to clip
circuit.
that up and animate it with some little arms and, and a smiley face going down the road. But I'm sure that will be recovered and put back in its rightful place promptly. And in fact, there we go. There it is. So we've got Marshall on circuit, picking up that tyre and moving it back to where it should be. Oh, and we have a new fastest lap of the race. Team Tate with a 1:12.5 must have got a nice draft. Connor Jupp put a second into Josh Falkus on that lap alone, and that gap is now out to 12.6. So new fastest lap of the race, 1:12.595.
And that's quite late.
It is quite late. That's
Into
53 laps in. We didn't expect that. And that's why I sound so shocked. Is we did not expect these tyres to be coming on song 53 laps into the race. We knew they'd be really good for the first hour, but we didn't expect it to be 53 laps, 1 hour and 8 minutes into a race to be setting a new fastest lap.
Thank you to Hey You. Yes, it was Marcus Ambrose in Canberra. Tyre on the loose. It's not the craziest thing I've seen on the circuit so far this year. And you can watch all of this back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. There's a segue and a half.
Oh, I love it.
We had a bin.
A bin?
Yeah, we had a errant bin that got picked up at Wilton Mill by the wind and well, mainly the wind, but it was also very rainy at the time, and we had a bin invade a Junior X30 heat a few months ago. So anything can happen.
There were a lot of jokes went through my head then, and I don't think I should be saying any of that.
Hold them until 9 p.m.
Oh, nothing rude, nothing rude, nothing rude. No, definitely not, but yeah. So we've had a change up for 5th as well on the road. MS McFly have now overtaken Q Racing for 5th. So they're dropping back off the 1:11.43 duo.
Hello to David Whitehouse. Hello, mate. DW Media. Hello, darlings. That looks more fun than the office I'm in. I've got us hit here till 5 p.m. That's on the DDMM comms box feed.
And on our...
I'm going to David in a second. You ready?
Oh, we're going to pass down to David Sullivan,
Excellent.
who has something going on in the pits. David.
Just going to run through a few updates of some teams that have had some early issues. In the owners, Mad Racing, the 40, they came in early with a bent steering column. That was part of the incident down at Ribs Bend on the opening lap. Team Take 2, they had an issue with a cut tyre, so they were in the first couple of laps. Massive cut down the outside wall of their new Dunlop SL1. Alessia have been in the 61. They've had a bent axle, they've had a complete rear end change, that's why they're down around 25 laps on the rest of the owner pack. 595, they came in quite early as well. They just had a very simple issue with the glazed brake pads and the disc. Threw a bit of water on it, straight back out on track. Some of the hires, they've had some issues as well. SKA Racing came in with a spark plug issue, so did MTB. 999 straight through crew, they've had an engine change. One team that has had a massive issue though is the 21 of Team Backmarker over there. They had a massive issue down at Rib Bend. They've had permission now to change the chassis on that cart, so they've taken everything off the old cart, putting it onto the donor cart now, so it's a new chassis because they've got some cracking issues, but they've got to take the engine and all the main components off one cart to put it back onto the other. Hopefully we'll see them back out on track very shortly. But that's the early updates. The one thing for the fuel bay to talk about as well, the 113 Red Graphics, they came in under the full course yellow and refueled, the only one of the front runners to do so. Aaron Alexander back out in the seat for a double stint on that one.
Cracking chassis and a cracking update from David Sullivan there. Thank you very much for that. So that explains why Aaron Alexander dropped that lap down that we were, well, I was questioning how they'd ended up quite as far down as they had, but that explains that. So they're running contra strategy here, hitting early and then probably going very long. So as you see, in fact, there he is on camera moving through the 113. And there's the 42 of Josh Bolters coming through that. So that's second place. So that gap has moved out now to 13.9 seconds, with a full 5 seconds clear of the 43 of MS Soko Select, and the 111 still nose to tail, pushing them along. Does it do them a disservice to refer to Howard's Stage 1 boosters line from last year?
I'd completely missed that one last year. In the midst of it all, when we were watching the highlights back, and I think it was yourself, we were all at different stages, like, I can't remember this line, but yeah, it was a cracker. We've got some pit activity that I think is scheduled. Yeah, we're into that period of the race now. Modernised Racing Azure are in, as are Formula 160. They're both in Clubman.
Wow, that was a late lunge from the 111 through the D chicane.
Beautifully picked up on the camera. There are Formula 160, so they were just inside the top 20. Nexus Sport are in as well, in Elite.
We've got a feature as well. We've done a feature on driver changes and how the pit stops work. So we'll allow that to explain fully how a pit stop works in the British 24-hour race, and we will bring that. And that's our leader in already. So that's a short stint. We thought it would be short, but I didn't think it was going to be that short. 1 hour 13 for Connor Jupp. Was there a driver change, Andrew?
No, I think Jupp got back in.
So double stinting for the race leader.
Yep, there he is. So, how far can the MS Lucas, MS Soko Select, MS JSR carts go now? Well, MS Lucas, apologies, we've already seen in. But no, that was that for the no, it
that was for the black flag.
That was for the black flag. Hence why on the timing it says they came in 48 minutes ago. Jupp really giving it something. It's got Lucas Ellingham for company just behind him now.
Excuse my exclamation there, as well as Connor Jupp had the whole cart sideways, almost reversing it into the corner. Mad Mike drift style into hairpin 1. But you can see him sawing at the wheel. So as they go on the brakes, the weight transfers. The brakes on these cars are only at the rear. It's only got a brake at the rear axle, no front brakes on these. Full slick tyres, even in the wet, as we've said. So what happens is the rear locks up or certainly starts slowing down a lot more than the front does, and so the rear end will try to overtake. The trick is to try and keep it in line unless you're really, really fast and really abusing the tyres, in which case you will just cock the whole thing sideways and magically hit an apex.
Jupp clearly driving very well at the moment, getting good drive onto the back straight, onto the, we should call it by its proper name, the Bob Pope Straight.
Ah, yes, renamed for this year.
Renamed.
The Bob Pope Straight.
So Team Tate have come out, Butters in 12th position. The clock resets, and we'll see how long they go on this tank of fuel. And MS Lucas, the number 42, become your new race leaders.
I think
MS McFlyer in.
The Kappa's come oh yes, in fact that's our pro class leader there in. So again, I think that maybe that's why we're seeing teams doing this as they are. So one, they're trying to dodge the hire car traffic through the pits, because they will be coming in around the hour and a half mark to an hour and 40 minutes, which is exactly when the owners want to come in.
Yep.
So really, I think that's what they're trying to do, is get in, get out as fast as possible, do a clean stop, sacrifice a little bit, but make it up later on in the race. Get off strategy, or certainly of hire car strategy, because if they get in a train with 94 entries this year, getting in and out of the pits is going to be extremely key.
Yeah.
Certainly getting in and out cleanly.
Yeah, I just had a quick sight of Ian going through there, the 24, 57 laps completed for the Guinness World Record attempt. Good work so far. We suspect that Ian will take some breaks across the course. And ooh, is this rain? We're getting reports of rain, maybe.
We are getting a signal of rain. I'm not seeing a marshal with any umbrellas up, and I'm not seeing anybody up on the bank with umbrellas yet.
Maybe
but it is very dark all of a sudden.
Maybe that very disconcerting rain where you get it on your visor as a driver and you think, oh heck. How heavy is that? Where is the grip going to be? Especially when you go into your big braking zone such as Rib Bend.
And if you've just made a pit stop and just gone out and you're not got a rain suit on, you're about to get very wet.
Yes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Butters. We normally see the weather coming from our left as we're in the comms box, i.e. it comes over the mountain first.
It does. It does do that, yes. It tends to come over either from the mountain / reverse corkscrew section, or directly behind us in the commentary box, which is start-finish line, as you can see them there. So it comes in either that direction first and sweeps across the circuit, or it will come the full length of the circuit from one end to the other.
The mods in the chat on the DDMM comms box view. Hello, Mr. Mitchell. Not with us this year. He gets married next week, and yeah, I think if Nicky was to allow me to still be involved in said wedding, I've given him the weekend off. But he says, shout out to the comms box. Sorry I can't be there this year. You'll just have to inadvertently drop in double entendres without me. Yeah, well, we've already started.
Yeah, I've got that covered. Don't you worry, Howard. I'll pick up the mantle and run with that. That's but we are missing you, mate, and we'll see you soon. We've got our leader in the pits now for their first scheduled stop. That's the MS Lucas 42. So that's Josh Falkus has pitted. We will try and get an update on whether there's going to be a driver change. Yes, let's keep an eye on that. So your first pro class team has been in, and it looks like as well we've had where Modernised Racing Azure, they've dropped down to 21st, so I'm guessing as well, that they've now made their first pit stop as well. What's happening in Hires, Andrew?
Hires is going very well still for the Euro Bandits. They have a lead of nearly 10 seconds over NRG Global Power. Third are EDK24T and Century Sim Racing. I'm going to give a shout out to Adrenico Racing as well, 5th in the collective higher rankings, 2nd in Elite. And we've got some support in the chat as well, so hello to Stevie Inch. Let's go, Adrenico. Wish I was there with my guys. Best of luck and keep up the great work. Yeah, Sam Lovelace, I think, in the cart for them at the moment, so at least saw him at the start of proceedings. He's doing a very, very nice job. They're out of the pits was shooting. Is that the 959?
That is a 959, and I've got a funny feeling.
That's MJC 959.
That is Max Prentice going out in that kart.
Okay.
So shout out to Max Prentice.
Yellow flag is out at the D chicane for
3 karts that we had off.
Spinner and
2 hires and an owner, and one of the hires has dropped an engine, and that is a very dangerous place to be sitting as well. You're really going to have to slow these karts down as well, because that is right in the middle of where everybody's going to be wanting to drive through. And your marshal is going to get out there and do this thing, and that's why we have these orange hearts on the front of the kart, because that is the kind of risk that they put themselves in.
Yeah, great work there, just keeping things covered.
Keeping everybody nice and safe as we get a second helper coming over now. So we're going to have one on the flag.
Just wonder if they'll pull the car backwards to give the driver a bit more space yet to make this tricky turn, because this is one of the fastest points on the circuit.
Yes, indeed. And as we've said before, you can't even go side by side through here, through the wiggle section, and really good job of slowing down as well. And now they're away.
Great work by the marshals there.
We'll try and get a number of that kart as well coming through. It's got a blue NASA panel on it. Just coming through hairpin 2 now, and we're going to try and get a look at that as they come across the line. But losing a fair amount of time. So that's Lucas Ellingham changing over with... I'm trying to see who that is now, looking down the order, as I say, with a pen in my mouth, not very helpful.
The recovered kart that had the spin just coming through hairpin number 4 now, so I'll keep eyes on this. Butters to confirm who the spinner was.
So that was your second place.
It was the 213. I think it's one of CB Racing's entries. 213.
Okay, so we've just seen in hires your 430 kart of NRG Global Power. So they were second on the road in hires. I'm just trying to see who's gone back out for them. Oh, it's Jude Ferneyhoff. Jude Ferneyhoff has gone out for now in NRG Global Power, taking over from Lucas Ellingham. So 2 of the JDR drivers, Jack X Racing drivers, swapping places. Normally Jack X Racing drivers, I should say, rather than NRG Global Power, which they are this weekend.
Jude, another WMKC regular. Race down there a lot.
Yes, indeed.
And
I should also point out that Jack X, I believe, I haven't actually seen him this weekend.
I've seen him.
Oh, you've seen him, have you?
About,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then he will be driving the 43 car, which is now leading the race. So the team boss leading the race. We've got a couple of his drivers and mechanics are in the 45 kart, which is for MS.
He was racing last weekend at
TDW.
Masters as well. I'm picking up warnings from the stewards. That's not a good example to be setting your drivers, is it?
He's another rec fester with us on a Thursday night, so Jack is always welcome on there. But yes, MSTDW, so there's a couple of JDR drivers in there as well. Of course, we've got the team boss in the 43, so we've got the one in the leader overall, one in the leader in pro, and one in second, and a couple of drivers in second place in hires as well at the moment. So yeah, Jack X Racing with a lot of clout here, as I've just seen.
Oh dear.
The 81 coming back in.
Apologies for some of the gestures on screen a few seconds ago there.
Oh, I missed that. What was that?
Let's
not go.
David Coulthard versus Michael Schumacher.
I'm with you. Okay, I'm with you. So we've got the...
Oh, trouble for the
Team
10.
Take 2. Team Take 2 were coming back in. Apologies for the delay in that, sorry. And the 10...
X Racing. So it's X Racing now. That looks distinctly out of fuel related to me. The driver's shaking his head.
And that's Nigel Moore on the back of that. Sorry, I've got a pen in my mouth. That's Nigel Moore on the back of that, bringing that in. And I'm trying to get you a driver of that kart.
More pit lane activity for you.
Could be Jake Richardson in that one.
The 103 of Rethink Racing that you're having a look at now. Just making some adjustments to the karts. They're currently running in 34th position.
I think they've had some problems already with this.
So something clearly not right on that rear left corner. They're making the tyre change. Is this because of damage, or is this some form of alternative strategy?
There's definitely a problem here, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew, sorry. Habit. No, I called you David by mistake because I've normally got my commentary wife is normally alongside me. David Sullivan. But yes, so I can see the modernised racing guys as well lined up in the pit, so it looks like they're going to be coming in any moment now.
Approaching bottom of the hour, we'll do a rundown of all the higher entries when we get to half past.
Just before we get there, let's run people through the pit stop feature. Now that we've actually seen some pit stops taking place, let's cut over to our pit stop feature and we'll run you through that, and then we'll bring you the rundown of the karts once again, and then get back to the action.
Teams will pit at least 16 times during the race, and they will move over to the left-hand side of the circuit before slowing themselves down as they enter the pit lane.
Drivers will then move onto the weighbridge. They will stop the kart, turn the engines off, and make sure that they meet the minimum weight limit, which for the owner karts is 185 kilos. Engines off, the driver will exit the kart and push it towards the fuel bay.
Once the driver arrives at the fuel bay, the attendants will remove the fuel cap from the top of the tank and fill it up.
At this point, a helper can be brought in to help push the kart round to the driver change area. So it will be a driver or a helper. They will push the kart without engines on, round and turn the kart left, where there will be a line where they can start the engines.
Once over the line, the previous driver or the helper can start the engines, and the kart will make its way out and down pit lane at a walking speed until they get towards the end of the pit lane, where they will increase speed and rejoin the race just before the entry to Rib Bend.
3, 2, 1.
And welcome back to the live coverage. I hope that was informative about how a pit stop works. So what we're going to do now is we're going to give you a quick rundown of the hire karts and their race running order. So we did the owner karts in the last hour. We'll now do the hire karts this hour. So 1.5 hours into the race, just coming up on. So we've got your Euro Bandits leading from EDK 24T and Century Sim Racing in third, but I believe all three of those owe us a pit stop, as does Adrenico Racing, Team ETL, Fried Egg Racing, Scenario 77, Kart Events Belgium, Race for Ruben, Teesside Tigers, Team Bonato and Blue Shell Racing are all yet to pit. The first of our pitted teams will be NRG Global Power, then it's Fried Egg Racing, Hopeless Disaster, the Opel Astra team, who are making their return again to the 24-hour, and welcome to them. Then we've got LC Racing, Newmarket Hornets, another perennial 24-hour team. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. BSR, which is the Ed White, Bradley Philpott team going round as well. They are down in 57th overall at the moment. Then we've got, I say down, up perhaps, depending on your view of things. Carlos Fandango, Kart Force 2, the 555 Mazda 787B style kart of the renowned Vankels, and we have gone full course yellow.
We have indeed.
So that gives it
and
a
it's
much
Ford,
better
the
chance to
number
run
4,
down.
which is stuck in the middle of the circuit. So it's one of the owners.
It gives me a bit of time to run down this without much action happening on the circuit as well. So let's get down. Right, so we were at the renowned Vankels in 60th place. Then we have Kart Force 1, Team 667 in 62nd. 63rd is Core Blimey Racing. And then we have the A662 squad, or A662, I believe that is. Then we've got Lockwell Hill, Good Chip Racing, Grizzly Racing, Team 969. Then we have ABC Racing, Receding Racing are in the pits in 71st place. Then we have the 1887 of WM Max Racing, Boom, 73rd, Core Blimey Racing 313, 74th, and 22 seconds behind them are Core Blimey Racing 213 in 75th. Then we have Boneheads, Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu, Red Lodge Wasps, Mulsanne Racing, Shishi's Manx boys in the 104 are in 80th place and currently in the pits. Then we have Sporting Force 1, Dukes of Stafford, Simtech Motorsport, Sporting Force 2, Go-karters, Straight Through Crew, who have had some issues as it looks like getting tired, the Rookie Racers, Mad Racing, MTB, Top Grip Hire, TMS in 92nd SKA Racing, and that is your full grid of hire cars. And we're back under green again.
We are back under green, so short full course yellow, the third of the race so far.
It was TMZ Racing who had the issues in the number 4 car.
Yep. Change for the lead though. The 111 is ahead of the 43, and there was a thumbs up there from Crossley. So is this a pit stop? Yes, it is.
So this is our first scheduled pit stop for the 43. So it's going to be really interesting now to see where they feed out in relation to both 318 and 42. So where's my chair gone?
Who's Nicky chair?
It's all right, I just went to sit down on it and
oh, that was nearly a wonderful moment
chair.
for the...
So I was about to sit down and enjoy the action, but instead I shall remain standing. No problem. Yeah, so we're on. Oh, we do love the 24. We've got some marshals readjusting tyres at the end of the pit lane as well, so it looks like somebody's come a cropper there.
Don't tell me someone's binned it coming out the pit lane.
I think it's most likely they were going 3 or 4 wide coming down there. We've got the TT Sport Kart. This is the one who's got 8 drivers in this one, so I'd imagine that nobody will be double stinting in this one, in the TT Sport. But yes, what I was going to say is where we need to see is where the 43 comes out in relation to Team Tate and MS Lucas. So that gap is now 14 seconds between Team Tate and MS Lucas. So they are the first runners who have pitted.
Yes.
As the 111 comes across the line and through the D chicane, taking the left-hander of turn 1, which we have named Paddock Bend, followed by Ribs Bend, and we've gone another. Is this another full course yellow? It's certainly very slow.
Not quite.
Coming down the hill. But rightly so with marshals on circuit, I must say as well. So in fact, good job by the 111 there. That's Sam Tugwell, as we've said before. And we've got the 43 in, as we've said, but this is them doing their driver change. Is it Crossley going back out? It's not a driver change for the 43, but there is some adjustment going on. Howard Lucas there, Mr. MS Karts for the UK, and Lucas Racing, of course. Making some changes to the 43, so I'll get David to do some digging as to what went on there. And we, in fact, right in front of them is the 4, the recovering 4 car of TMZ Racing we saw with that full course yellow, but they're now back on circuit, so good to see for them, only a short stop. So as they've come through, so that was a lengthy stop for the 43. I'm going to have David do some digging on that and really find out what was going on and why that was such a long stop, but that's definitely going to drop them back from the 111, depending, of course, on whether the 111 makes a change. And we've got TT Sport off at the D chicane as well, in front of the commentary box.
Oh dear! And
so
they've just come in,
just gone out and gone straight round. Yes, I'm sure this will be an eye-opening experience if this is the driver of that kart's first ever 24-hour.
Who we got in the pits here? Is that's Euro Bandits, because Ed Bars is out now. How many minutes?
Oh, and that looks like it's going down. It is. It's going down into the depths.
Yep, into the abyss, as we say.
And they were our leaders in
Were.
hire.
And there's problems
another one
as
off
well.
as well.
Is that a race for Ruben, possibly, with the red Nassau panel, number 34?
34 in hire.
It's not going to be race for Ruben then. It's 95. It's going to be Fried Egg Racing number 2.
And they were doing quite well as well.
An association with BTM Racing UK.
Euro Bandits.
Yep. So it's starting to get to that stage of the race, Butters, isn't it? Where what you think is going to be the norm starts to change. Such is the unpredictability of the British 24-hour. As into the pits comes our race leader, the 111 MSJSR. 1 hour and 33 minutes completed by Tugwell. go get some fuel.
Oh.
Oh no, Ian Williams in trouble. This is
Okay.
the Guinness World Record attempt.
And we've got a problem. We'll try and keep an eye on it with his own dedicated stream, is to find out what's going on.
Is
That's
there a cable?
No, there's a bent exhaust.
Yeah, and well, there's a cable as we're looking at it on the left-hand side. It doesn't look like it should be there.
And there's potentially a missing exhaust as well.
Yeah,
On the left-hand side. So we've got a right-hand side. We've definitely got that exhaust should not be where it is. And the left-hand side looks like it doesn't have one at all.
has there been a bit of a mountage at the rear? Ian, as we know, is taking it at a steady pace. So we can't see around the back at the moment. This is the shot that we've got, but I wonder if someone's
I think
braked a
and
little
we've
bit too
got
late.
another full course yellow as well for this. Oh dear, Ian. We will keep you up to date on what's happening, and there he is, doing this 24-hour attempt solo for charity and trying to set a Guinness World Record in terms of distance. Now, he is quick enough, and we've got Sam Spinell coming in now in the 33 as well. I've just seen that come past the commentary box. So that was your race leader in the 33. He's now coming into the pits. There goes the recovery quad to go and pick up Ian. Now, as we said, he's doing this for charity to raise as much money as he can for Papyrus, for shelter, and for the air ambulance as well. It's actually, it's not. Oh, he's at hairpin 4. I thought it was down halfway down the bottom straight.
It's a strange place to have a car break down, which again is why I wonder if that's been as a result of some contact. In fact, in all my years of coming to this event, I don't think I've ever seen a car conk out at that particular point.
No.
Normally, if they have some mechanical issues, it's down the bottom end of the circuit.
Where's the recovery quad? Oh, it's all, wow, okay. Recovery
just
quad's
going.
all the way around South Bank at the moment, so as you can see, just flashing through the picture. Yes, so they're going to take a few minutes to recover that. Now, what I was going to say about Ian's record attempt is he's going fast enough to give himself quite a bit of credit.
Yes.
And now credit, what I'm calling of him being ahead of schedule.
Yes.
He's got a kart that's quick enough to, relatively speaking, easily break this record. He should be breaking it by quite some distance. However, of course, he's going to have rest periods. So if he was just to run 24 hours solid, he'd break the record by a huge margin. All he's trying to do is actually just break the record. So he will be taking rest periods. In fact, there it is. There is the exhaust on the right-hand engine. So that is still attached. It was just a bad angle. But we'll find out what's gone on with that. It might just have been a run out of fuel situation. I may have been doing him a bit of a disservice there in terms of the contact, but we'll find out what's gone on. He's about to come in front of the commentary box. We'll try and get a signal from him as to what's gone on. He's not looking at me, waving my arms at him like, what are you doing? What's happened? I'm sure David Sullivan will be on the case though, and we'll find out what has happened there. But yeah, so he should have, if you like, credit in the bank, where he's going to be ahead of schedule, ahead of time. Are they going to fuel it up straight away?
Yeah, saw the fuel cap was being loosened.
And in fact, are they
thank you,
taking
John
it
Ratcliff.
off?
Ian ran out of fuel, we believe.
Oh, right, okay.
So we'll see what happens whether the 24 goes down into the garage.
Yeah, I mean, over an hour and a half is a long time to go on the first stint anyway.
I just
now,
wonder,
now he knows how far a tank will go.
I was going to say exactly that thing. You beat me to it. Was that almost a bit of a tester of how far we can go? I mean,
my commentary second wife now.
Mistress.
So it looks like we're green again, and we are in fact green flag, and that's the first pit stop for our Belgian team as well. Kartevents.be, last year's race winner, previous year's race winner as well. So 2020 and 2019 won the higher class. Brand new, fresh out the box engine was put on their kart during official practice yesterday because they were having some problems with the one that they were given. So that was demounted, and a fresh out the box engine was mounted to that kart. So what that means is these engines, these GX200 engines, take a long time to run in.
Yeah.
Usually at least 12 hours. So what I'm going to expect is that this kartevents.be team will struggle initially with their overall pace, but they will come on song later on. But with that comes the added difference of they are less likely to have a mechanical, certainly in terms of an engine. Look, and here we have Adam. Is that Adam Nichols there? Giving the 24, blowing the fuel through. Not sure. It's definitely one of the Haas team warning though that is going to be getting that car up and running again. Not sure whether Ian's taking on fluids and possibly something to eat as well while he's in the pit.
Yep.
I think that is a strategy for him, is that every time they come in, he's going to have to take on board some energy.
Yep.
Because as we say, he will not only be double stinting or triple stinting, he is doing 24 hours as a stint.
I'm just reading through some of the comments on the Ian stream, as I call it. Hello to Nigel Smith, who shared the links on Facebook. And good luck for supporting Lincoln and Knox Air Ambulance. So the 3 charities that Ian is driving for. So if you're watching over on that stream, thank you very much for your support. Keep it coming in.
Now, at the front of the race, we've had Team Tate still leading. So that is Connor Jupp again, double stinting in that kart, and has moved clear of the now second place kart, 33 of Q Racing. Now we saw them stop under full course yellow. Perfectly legal, no issues there.
Yep.
But that has moved because of the time saved when MS Lucas 42 made their stop under green, and I believe what the 111 of JSR did as well. They have moved in front now of those 2 cars that I mentioned, so they're now up to second place, and with a bit of a gap, about 11 seconds as well, just under 11 seconds from second to third, and in fact it's Charlie Bingham now in Q Racing, so they did make a change. So Team Tate double stinting with Connor Jupp, Charlie Bingham taking over from Sam Spinell in the 33. We need to see who's running in the 42. I'm going to have a look out of the window as they come past us to see whether Josh Falk is double stinted, and it's not beyond the realm of possibility that is the case. Or even
big off.
Oh, that is a big off.
Down at Rib Bend. It's one of the highest. Can't quite make out which kart it is. Driver looks perfectly okay though.
Just to clarify, it is Josh Falkus double stinting in 42. And I'll wait for the 111 to come back around as well, and I'll have a look at who's in that one and the 113 as well. So we'll give you the rundown of who is driving those. But yes, we'll keep an eye on what number that is in the hires as to who's gone off there, and give you an update on that situation. But
change for position in 18th place. 303 Racing have got past Modernised Racing Papaya. And that is also worth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th in Clubman at the moment. So 303 Racing, last year's Clubman winners, doing very nicely. Here's Dan Crossley in the number 43.
Second stint in the kart for Dan.
Yeah.
We expect, I mean, Dan did, what was it, at the end of the 2019 race, and he did around 3.5 hours.
Yep.
Straight. Perhaps even more than that. Did he triple stint, I believe?
I think you're right.
I think it was a short, two full stints and a short one. Oh, it's one of the Kart Force teams, isn't it? There's hand controls on that one.
Well spotted with the alternative controls there. And you can see it's quite boggy down there. There's been a lot of rain over the last couple of days.
And we were calling that section of the track there, in fact, the motocross section as well, because if you get it very wide, you're getting airborne. Yes, as you say, there is a lot of water down there from yesterday's deluge that we had throughout the day, on and off with the rain, and you can see the drivers keeping well left as they come through and being told to slow down, and I think there's going to be some help coming as well, perhaps even a recovery quad, but we shall keep an eye on that one.
It's one kart coming in a little bit too quick. Drivers
67.
Take consideration of the yellow flags. Wonder, will we go full course yellow here for the recovery, because this is one of the fastest parts of the circuit.
Indeed, and there are a lot of teams taking it very slowly through there. Rightly, I might add, and in fact there is Ian Williams back out on the circuit now, so fuel fuel on the cart has been taken on, and I'm sure some fuel for Ian as well has been taken on. And here he goes again, stint number 2.
Stint number 2, 73 laps completed so far for Ian. There's the number 44.
Only around another 900 to go for him, just to put it in perspective what he's got to do.
This 44 kart is your pro class leader from the owners categories. Remember, we've got a number of owner categories: elite, pro, and clubman. It's the middle one. They're having a strong run so far. They're in 5th place overall. In fact, they've just taken that 5th place off of Red Graphics, who had a slow lap last time around.
Drivers still being told to go slowly into Ribs Bend, and that's why, because the Kart Force kart is now back on circuit, but isn't able to find a gap in the traffic to get going as Team Tate 2 come through, followed by Aaron Alexander, who's double stinted in the 113 Red Graphics kart. So Aaron Alexander double stinting as well in 6th place.
Bit of information on this MS McFly team. Josh Fry, Jack Morris, Dan Tidwell, Steve Thompson and Dan Martin. 5-driver team. Marshall just mentioned there.
Yeah, there we go.
For it now, Kart Force driver, and eventually they do get going again. Although, are they down on an engine? They may be down on an engine. Driver's just checking there, seeing if there's exhaust gas coming out of
trying to see
pipes.
The actual number. Is it 40?
40. It is the number 40.
So is that Kart Force 1 or Kart Force 2?
It is Kart Force 2.
Okay.
In the club category in hires. That's the one with the green number
going,
boards.
They're going again, but it's not full speed. So I think Marshall's going to come over now and give them a pull of the cord and get that engine going again. There it is, left-hand side. And we've got a black flag for Rethink Racing.
We have indeed.
Is our notification still broken on our timing?
No, that one's back.
Okay.
Not seeing what the black flag is for, but yeah, Rethink Racing will have to come in, have a little discussion with the race officials.
And we've got the 104 off as well. That is Rethink Racing, I believe.
104 is going to be somebody else, because the 103 is Rethink Racing.
I think it is Rethink Racing, but it might be the other.
Is it the second entry?
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, because 103 has got the black flag and 104 has just gone off.
Yes.
So not the best of laps for Rethink Racing, but at least they got some TV time.
They did get some TV time.
That's the 45 car of MSTDW, and just going to check who's driving that. That might even be Jamie Tyler now back in that one.
7th place for them at the moment. They're just tucked up the rear bumper up to 24, not fighting for position at the moment. 24 lets one of the... Well, this is the last kart's currently on the lead lap. So Modernised Racing Azure there in 21st position, 2 laps off the overall lead. This is a team that's doing quite nicely, I think, though, Butters, the 45. As I say, they are on the lead lap. They're a good way into the race now.
Only 7 seconds off the lead in Pro as well. So second in class. We've got Modernised Racing Gold as well, who've only just gone a lap down.
Yep.
As well, so well done to them for managing to stay on the lead lap for as long as they did. The recovering 43 is in 9th, so they had the work done during that first pit stop, so that dropped them down, so they're now a lap behind. Got 22 hours and 12 minutes to go, plenty of time to make that up as well, as we've seen from the 42 of Josh Falkus as well, who had that black flag. And whoa, as the 20... Is that the 20? It is the 20. That's Lockwell Hill Karting.
Yeah.
Off the circuit with a Senna-esque helmet.
And I'll need a little bit.
Oh dear.
They lost steering. They've lost steering.
Completely broken steering. That's going to be a recovery car, and that's not the best place to have that either. I would assume that's a bounce over the curbs, coming through the wiggles, and has broken the steering column.
Now, on the basis that we saw Ian Williams in trouble here 10, 15 minutes ago, there he goes, thank you, Ian. This could be another full course yellow to get that recovered.
And in fact, it's hairpin 4, so it's not actually entering hairpin 1. Thank you for zooming out. A little bit there to find out where that was on circuit. So that was entering hairpin 4, so it's not quite as frightening as it would be if you were coming through the wiggles. And in fact, yes, indeed, we do have another full course yellow. Is that our 4th one now?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to keep a note of how many full course yellows there have been through this race.
So the race neutralised once more here at Teesside Autodrome. Hope you're enjoying your day and the Alpha Live coverage of the 2021 British 24 Hour. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth on commentary duties for you at the moment. I'll shortly be handing over to David Sullivan. There's the quad bike of doom. Out it goes to recover the number 20.
Yes. Have we got Team Backmarker back out on circuit now?
Team Backmarker, where are they on our time
They are
board?
circulating.
They are circulating, but they are now 27 laps off the overall lead.
Getting Tired are currently in the pits as well, the 350. And Alessia Racing, I believe they're back out and circulating now as well. So that's good for them, but they will also be a fair way down. And in fact, on your timing column on the left-hand side, you can see where people are a bit further down the order. So we've got Rookie Racers and TMS Hire are still in the pits as well. So this is unscheduled for TMS. And there we have. So you can see Alessia are circulating, as are Rethink Racing back out, and Team Backmarker. So 27 laps down. It's not ideal by any means for Team Backmarker. However, with good pace and good strategy, I wouldn't go so far as to say they can make up 27 laps, but they can certainly get themselves back up the order, and possibly even finish top sort of 20, top 30.
And a good group of drivers who faced adversity before. They will keep going. No doubt of that.
Absolutely. Looking at the recovery of the Lockwell Hill karting entry with that broken steering. Seat insert as well for the driver there. I was going to have a look at who was actually driving that car at the time as well. Where are we? With the gold, green and black helmet, that would be Owen Spears driving that one. The gold Senna-esque tribute helmet.
So Team Tate lead the race. More than 15 seconds is their lead now. 17.667. There goes Lockwell Hill karting number 20 back to pit lane. Q Racing second, then a flurry of MS entries. MS Lucas in third, MS JSR fourth, MS McFly fifth. Red Graphics 113 in sixth. MS TDW seventh. Leaders in Clubman at the moment with 8th place, Modernised Racing gold. Let's have a quick look down into the hires. Team ETL are now your leaders in Elite and all of the hires, 37th overall. And is the full course yellow about to be withdrawn? Because the number 20 is now into pit lane and safely off circuit.
And we are green.
Back to full speed then goes the field. The 4th full course yellow ends.
There's a big gap between two of these snakes. In fact, 3 of the snakes, there's a big gap between them. So there will be a little bit of breathing room. 22 seconds that gap has gone out to now. Team Tate out to Q Racing. So it was down as low as 12, and 10 seconds that's cost them through that yellow flag, full course yellow period.
Don't think anybody pitted on that time around. Butters were kind of in the middle of a fuel stint. Well, if you were a team manager, where would you be looking to take advantage from? There's 3 karts off,
One of them
including
is
Team Backmarker in hairpin number 1.
I think that was a spin out of sympathy from Rob Newman there, it looked like.
Yep. We've got going again now, but there'll be a couple of karts having slow laps on the timing board this time around. There's another kart off down the bottom of the circuit. If you're a team manager and you see a full course yellow come out, kind of about what time through your fuel stint do you think you take advantage? Is it an hour in? Is it an hour 10?
Well, as late as possible, but yeah, if you get one around an hour and 15, an hour and 20, you're definitely going to be thinking about it.
Yep.
There'll be heated discussions on the pit wall as to what you're going to do. Do you roll the dice or do you wait it out and go long? We need to work out really what the time saving would be And again, it all depends on what train you're in as well. If you're in one of the trains that's moving particularly quickly and catching up with the train in front, you'll probably stay out. If you're in a very slow one, yeah, you'll come in and maximise your time.
I'm just going to throw something in though. Weather reports, rain starting in 28 minutes according to our sources.
Precise. Very precise, 28 minutes. Okay, well, let's keep an eye on that. So that will put us at around about 21 and a half hours to go. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yes. So we've got Aaron Alexander there. That was the 113 Red Graphics car. So they're being pushed along by Team Tate 2 in the 81. So they were off the track early. So where are Team Tate 2 running now, Andrew?
Team Tate 2, if I draw the time screen up, 32nd position in the 81.
They're now working very much with the 44 of MS McFly.
4 laps off the overall lead. So, you know, they are not out. They are not out of this. They've had the setback early on, but they're not out of this at all.
And you can see they've got the pace because they're keeping up. Oh, well, in fact, they're holding at bay your leader in Pro Class, MS McFly. So there was a change in position there between 5th and 6th place. So Red Graphics overtook MS McFly. But in the middle of that gap is now, or in the middle of that battle, is Team Tate 2. Those laps down, as we said, and in fact they are on score. So this is your battle for 5th place. I'm trying to find out who's in that 44. Well,
it's Josh Fry, Jack Morris, Dan Tidwell, Steve Thompson and Dan Martin, the complete teams of 5 drivers going for them.
I think it might be Josh Fry that's in there. It's white, blue and orange helmet.
Yep.
So it's either Josh Fry or Jack Morris that's in that one at the moment. So they come down the back straight into the almost flat out South Bank corner. The ever tightening South Bank corner. This is where about 3 or 4 hours into your racing effort, probably about 3 hours into your effort towards the end of your second stint, that your head will be trying to roll off its shoulders.
I've just seen a picture and fully understand now why Team Backmark have changed chassis. I think we're going to try and get it up on the stream as well. The old chassis absolutely cracked through, straight through the one of the rails, tube rails.
It went off at ribs bend, but it might have happened through the D chicane then.
Yep.
And then they've hit the brakes coming through rib.
And it's gone.
And that's where it's gone.
That's the technical noise.
Yes.
Coming up then to finish the second hour, there's the number 4 of TMZ Racing. They did have a little bit of a moment, which we mentioned a couple of laps ago, but they are circulating again now.
Yes, we've got, so let's have a look down into the higher entries now. So post pit stops, there has been a number of changes. So we've got, I think that's Team ETL.
Yep.
Now your higher class leaders, they have got a fairly large gap of 13 seconds to NRG Global Power, who are second. Euro Bandits Motorsport, with the problem that they had in the pits, or the reason that they came in the pits, are now over a lap behind in 50th place overall. Kart Events Belgium, as we've said, starting to come on song. The longer this race goes on, the faster they're going to become. And they are now in 3rd place in hires.
And I think that's the key one for me, Butters. We know how strong they are. You mentioned their winners here in previous editions. They've won the Le Mans 24-hour kart race as well, the part of the 24-hour karting series. Very professional setup, and they know how to win these races. And they'll take their strategy with it. That is Century Sim. It's the 59.
Oh, and that's going down into the bowels as well, into the depths of the paddock for a fix. And they were running well up the order as well. Certainly qualified very highly.
Hello to Jonathan Elliott in the chat. Says he is an absolute hero doing 24 hours on his own. Outstanding. I normally struggle to get past an hour during BPEC rounds. Thanks for your support, Jonathan. Porsche Sport asks, did Kart Events Belgium get a new engine last year as well? We'll have to go back into the record books for that. I think you might be right.
I think they might have had a change, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't have been a fresh out the box one like this one was. Whoa, that was never going to work. Just in front of the commentary box, there were 4 wide going into the D chicane. 2 hires, an owner, and another hire on the outside. And yes, 4 into the D chicane definitely does not go. And it looks like we're about to have a change in commentary. So I will fill now while Andrew hands over to my other wife. David Sullivan.
Your first one, second one, third one. No, thank you everybody. That's 1 stint down for me. Just a half stint. We'll catch back up on that later. It's off.
And a
goes
half spin.
The 213 of Core Blimey Racing in 69th position. I'll try and get restarted. Where is that?
Do we have another one on?
Oh, hello. Synchronised spinning. This isn't the Olympics, folks.
That's not particularly clever when there's yellow flags out to have a spin. So, yes, thank you very much, Andrew, for your first commentary stint.
And I'm going to hand you over to the very, very capable hands and voice of David Sullivan.
And while that happens, I will bring you up to speed because we have a black flag for the 45 of MSTDW, who are second place in Pro and have had a black flag. Now, we've just had a full course caution, full course yellow. Would that perhaps be for overtaking under yellow flags? Now, we had 25 black flags for the first full course yellow for overtaking under yellow. Not sure why the 45 MSTDW has received a black flag, but following a full course yellow, that could well be the case. So, and in fact, that was them coming through the shot just there, coming down the Bob Boat Straight and into the Wiggles. Let's see how, where they feed back out into the field. Did we manage to find out, I'm just going to see what happened and find out what happened with the 43 for their lengthy stop. But it now seems about time to bring in David Sullivan. Hello, David. Are you there? Is he on? While David plays around with the wires, I will continue talking.
Are we there now,
Oh,
Tom?
we're there. We're
there.
I was Shabba.
Told I was on channel 1, turns out I'm on channel 4.
Shabba, shabba, shabba. Welcome along, David.
Thank you. As you can tell from the fact that I look less than fresh, I've been running around the paddock for that first 2 hours, and I do have some news on the 43.
Go.
They had an issue where the lid for the master cylinder for the brake had come off. And luckily, in the laps before they were due in the pit, so they doubled up, did a fuel stop, topped up the fluid in the master cylinder, gave it a new lid, and sent it back on its way. They estimate that they lost around 35 seconds with that issue. Tom, I'm not sure whether you'd agree with that on the timing, but they said 35 seconds is about where they were the time they'd lost.
Yeah, about 45, really, maybe even 50. However, even if it's 50 seconds, to do that job in 50 seconds is pretty impressive, to say the very least.
Superb, isn't it? And they're just well versed in this sort of thing. They've been doing it many years here at Teesside Autodrome. This is the 26th running of the British 24-hour kart race here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit in Middlesbrough. And what an opening 2 hours it's been, Tom. It's been frantic on track. It's been frantic with the penalties. It's been frantic for some teams with some very early problems. Most of them, Tom, not managing to get. We've got Tom. We are just looking out the window. We've got quite a big off at hairpin number 1. And when I say quite a big off, they've rearranged the tyre wall at hairpin 1. It's just to the left of where that camera is. Where there it is. You can see, Tom, on screen that we've had quite a big off for one of our hire karts. And I haven't seen the flags yet, but I am absolutely sure we will go full course yellow just to give the marshals some safety in repairing that tyre wall. It's the 213 of Core Blimey Racing 2.
And we saw them off before with a lengthy spin as well. So Core Blimey Racing, yeah, off the track again. You can see them, that's Nigel Moore giving them the engine start, telling him to go straight through the D chicane unless he's coming into the pits. as the marshals now, 3 of them, will repair that tyre barrier as quickly as humanly possible, and hopefully we won't need to go full course yellow. We'll keep an eye on
Testament,
it.
Tom, to the strength of these hire carts, but he's not come in the pits. He's gone through the D, and he's lapping again. So the marshals now, yellow flag is out at hairpin 1, and work is being done to that tyre wall. Looks like it's been done actually as well under a local yellow rather than an FC white. But it's good to see all the teams are slowing down.
What I would say is, yes, exactly that teams are obeying the yellow flags, seeing the marshals on there and slowing down, because we've had a number of incidents where we've had yellow flags and then we've had drivers spinning off while there's also been a car already off and a yellow flag, so not particularly wise from them. However, lots of drivers taking it upon themselves to really, really slow down through the wiggle section and into hairpin 1.
Yeah, Tom, it's nice to see, because certainly we had some issues early doors with all those overtaking under the black flag penalties. But the 2-1-3 of Corbline 2 off at
We've got the cracked chassis back marker image and the T-tray, if you want to bring it up.
Yeah, Tom, looks like whilst I've been round the paddock, we had an issue there with for SMJC in the bottom corner.
Black flag.
Yeah, so looks like we're having a few more black flags. These could be a carryover, you see, from earlier on. We've had 25s, but we'll try and get the best we can. Just have a quick update, Tom, on the team back marker. We saw obviously earlier they were having stuff. That is a picture of the underside of their chassis, and as you can see, that is the reason why they have been allowed to change the chassis, because that's not going anywhere, and if it was, it wouldn't be going very quick. That is our equivalent.
A baking tray.
It's a baking tray with some numbers on it. Last year we had Noodle Man to bring people into the pit lane from up on the bank. This year we have numbers on a do you know what, Tom? It works.
Well, it's one of our favorite. It's one of our favourite digressions, isn't it? It's into the best way to flag somebody into the pits. I can see an umbrella down here, a blue umbrella, down by the commentary box as well. I'm sure that will be flapped up and down at some point. We had a pool noodle last year. Somebody stood in front of the commentary box waving a swimming pool noodle up and down. A great way of doing it, but if you haven't got radios, that's the best way to do it.
That's the thing, like these hire teams, some of them are doing this race for the first time. They're doing it, this is their event of the year. They get used to just coming and doing it, and they don't want the outlay of some of the radios that can get quite expensive. And if it works, it works.
Absolutely.
We've done it before with a whiteboard with a hole cut in it, and we just, we write messages on it, normally pit or in. But when we get bored in the night, a few more things as well.
Wondering what the hole was for. Why did you have a hole in the whiteboard?
To hold it.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like a handle.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't make that clear, which is there was a hole in the whiteboard.
I think everybody at home knew exactly what I was talking about, Tom, with the exception of you.
Hopefully. Keep us informed in the YouTube comments. But yes, so let's bring you up to date. Team Tate leading, 99 laps completed. So we're coming up on the 100 lap mark, which is why I wanted to give you an update right now. So we're coming up on the 100 laps completed mark. Already 2 hours and 8 minutes into the race. So that shows you the pace that we've been going at. Currently lapping around the 114 mark, and we've got, is that the 213 again?
The 213. There must be a magnet in that tyre wall, Tom.
Yeah.
Because it's the third time they've been off in almost as many laps.
In the same place.
Can't help but feel that he's got some problems with that. Maybe. It looks like he's having the engine restarted as well. But potential with a stick in throttle.
And we've got a black flag for Cash Bandits as well. So they're second in Clubman at the moment, although not for long, with a black flag penalty. Not sure what that was for, but they've received a black flag. And in fact, they've had, that is their second issuing of the black flag. So not as in a very short space of time. They've not received 2 black flags. They just haven't come in to serve their first one.
We've hit the magic 100, Tom.
So yes, Team Tate leading from MS Lucas, 42, driven by Josh Falkus. So we've had Connor Jupp in Team Tate, double stinting. We've got Josh Falkus is double stinting in 42. We've got Charlie Bingham now out in Q Racing 33, but they are 23 and 27 seconds down respectively. We've got the 111 as MSJSI. Is that Tugwell still in that one, Sam Tugwell?
No, I've seen him walking around the paddock, so he's definitely not in that cart anymore.
We'll try and bring that to you as he comes across the line. We've got Red Graphics in 5th place, the 113, 54 seconds back now, but bringing along with them the 44 of MS McFly, which is your leader in the Pro class, the first of the Pro class runners. Then we have MSTDW, a lap, well, they've just ticked over a lap down, but they are in 2nd place in Pro. Then we've had MS Soko Select with that 50-second-ish, 45, 50-second-ish penalty to essentially refill the brakes. Then we've had, you've got the first of your Clubman class runners in 9th place, which is Modernised Racing Gold, followed by Cash Bandits at the moment, yet to serve their black flag. So they will be coming in, so it will be Raw and MSBE taking over in Clubman, 2nd and 3rd place.
So I'm just looking out the window, Tom. I'm on 111 spotting at the moment, so I'm going to leave this one with you for another 30 seconds while I try and spot them coming round. I've not seen them actually. Let's just
They
have a look.
should be coming across the line in about 5 seconds. There they are coming out of
the corner. So let's have a quick look at who's on there.
It's a white helmet and a blue suit.
And it's a Jack Grinsell.
Oh, it is a Jack Grinsell, in fact. That's why it's the blue suit.
Former PFI Pro Kart champion. In fact, the final ever PFI Pro Kart champion back in 2017.
And there he is, just coming through shot. Through a bend in that yellow cart.
You see them. The team back markers, you Tom, obviously down there was a higher cart had gone off the circuit on the outside, and as they spun back onto the circuit from being on the grass, team back marker were the first team that came round the corner.
And they were running 2nd at the time.
Team back marker came to a very abrupt stop at the hands of that higher cart, and another warning in the bottom corner for boom. They've got a driver off there, Tom. Looks like that's on the inside of hairpin 3. It is. It's an all-black Nauseo panel as well, and they've got to wait their turn now as the carts make their way through there. And that's the problem this year, Tom, isn't it? With the we've got a big off, Tom. SMJC at the chicane section have come into contact with a higher cart. The 223 of Sporting Force 2 has spun in front of SMJC at the chicane section, and SMJC have ploughed into the higher, so we'll see whether they pit with any issues shortly. They are currently down the order as we've got another somebody off on the grass at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew.
Do we know why Nexus Sport are 3 laps down, David?
Nexus Sport got a black flag and had to not just come in for and had to serve a drive-through. They had to come in, get out, and go for a chat with the clerk of the course.
Oh, big telling off.
They'd had 2 warning flags for driving standards and picked up a 3rd in the opening stint of the race. So,
okay. Was that a cat or a Paul dressing down?
It could have been a Nigel Moore dressing down.
Oh, okay.
Who is our official clerk of the course for this event this year?
Not sure which one of those 3 I prefer, to be honest.
Well, the moral of the story is
either way, it's frightening.
There is a moral to that story, isn't there, Tom? And it's drive sensibly and don't see the clerk.
Yes, yes. Otherwise, you will be going home very early. Dark clouds appearing, David.
Yes, Tom, there is. What I was going to say previously, before we had the issues with SMJC, is that teams this year is that if they do spin, Tom, they have to wait their turn to get back in line, because at 94 carts on the track, it is a case of you've got to wait for a gap, and it's got to be a safe gap to get back on circuit, and that is part of the problem this year, and that's why we saw with the cart that was spun on the inside of hairpin 3, why they had to wait so long to get back on circuit was just because there was just no room for them to get through.
Yes, indeed. Well, just unlucky, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Where you come across them.
Yeah, very much so. And obviously, if you spin and you're on the inside and you need to turn you're still on the tarmac and you need to turn the cart round, you do have to wait to get back on circuit, don't you?
Indeed. We've got Red Graphics are back in the 113 in the pits.
That's scheduled, I think, Tom. They've been out 1 hour 21. They are off kilter with everybody else because they came in early. They took advantage of the full course yellow at around about 50 minutes to come in and send Aaron Alexander back out for. It's not really a double stint, is it? An hour 50, but it's a 1 2/3 stint. But he was doing well at the time. Sent him back out for a second go.
Trust me, viewers, it's far enough. It's far enough.
Yeah, just about.
It's a stint and 2/3 is more than enough for most mere mortals. So who do we think will be going back out now in the 113? We'll keep an eye. They are back out on circuit now and circulating.
Do you want to take a guess before they come round?
Yeah, that I can see in the 77 of offline. That is now. Is that Freddie? It is. That's Freddie Gallagher now out in the 77 of offline. I've just seen come through. We're looking at the 59 coming down the Bob Hope straight and giving his visor a wipe as well. So I don't know whether there's potentially somebody dropping some fluid.
Update, Tom, on the driver now in the 113. It is the 2019 British Junior Rotax champion Kai Hunter in the seat of the 113 red. We've got a couple of drivers off at hairpin 1 just off screen.
Is that the Euro Bandits?
SKA Racing, Tom, and they are right in the middle of the circuit at the moment at hairpin number 1. Just keep an eye on that one out the window. Looks like they might get away with that, but they were facing the wrong way, and I imagine that guy's had a problem. That the owner kart, Curiosity, killed the kart. The 99 is going very slowly, Tom.
Yes, well, the reason is that they got an absolutely monster whack from...
The left front isn't turning, Tom. They've got a massive track rod issue, and that kart is going to have to go very, very slowly down the back straight and round South Bank, and ideally through the barriers and not through the two hairpin sections. Let's see whether the driver just... But as you can see, that front left is locked straight.
And the front right is locked to the right.
He's going to try and do the hairpins, Tom, rather than the barriers. I'd have thought the barrier through the over the grass and through the barriers.
It's interesting to see how it turns left. This will be the first time that he's had to turn left, and there you go. That's why
the issues there. So Curiosity killed the kart. In this case, it was a crash with a higher kart that killed the kart.
Yeah, well, they were already round. They'd already spun round, and then the higher car had nowhere to go and basically reversed into the side of them. So they got not just the full weight of being hit, but the full weight of both those engines on the back of that higher car and the brake disc and the driver.
The issue they've got, Tom, is whether they can navigate through the chicanes on the way into the pits. Here we are. There they are coming through. So they have managed to get through the tyres and onto the weighbridge. I imagine they're going to struggle actually to get it round at the fuel bay as well. So hopefully there's somebody down there to provide them with some assistance.
Yep. But
Curiosity killed the kart. Will have work to do. And it's quite a lot, actually. I imagine at least 20 minutes before we'll be seeing them again.
Shout out to DWS Racing as well. Currently in 12th place overall. Running third place in Pro. DWS Racing qualified 16th, so they've made up 4 places so far. Now, obviously, there's been some...
We've got modernised Magenta off at 1, I think.
What I was going to say is there's been some karts in front of them that have dropped down the order a bit, but they've made their way up, essentially. They qualified 4th in Pro, now sitting 3rd, so they've overtaken the offline Motorsport kart, which is sitting behind them, about 25 seconds behind. Shout to DWS, shout to Offline as well, our drinking buddies from Thursday night, should we say. We went out and had a nice meal with those guys. So yeah, good shout to Offline, and we'll be seeing what they're doing with their strategy this year, because of course they played the Joker last year. We've got a black flag going out. Was that for the 31? So it might be CKK.
I don't think it actually got waived. I think it got brought back in very quickly when they realised CKK were.
It was held out. Anyway, the Offline guys doing. They did a very different strategy to everybody else last year. They ran very long into their stints, much longer than everybody else. They managed to eke out at least 1, possibly even 2 pit stops over the rest of the field. In front of them, and that got them back into the podium places of Pro. So did a really good job there. Was it 2nd they finished last year?
Yes, they did, yes.
So although it looks at the moment like they're in 13th place and way down the order, actually that will come back to them, and you will, well, potentially, if they're running the same strategy as last year, could see them move forward again.
Just having a quick look at the socials. Good friend of ours has been on, Howard Mitchell.
Yep.
Normally with us in the commentary box here at the 24 hour. Just just give us a quick shout out.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and we spoke briefly of Howard and how much we were missing him. So yes, hopefully we're back with us next year, and congratulations on your nuptials for next week, Howard.
Race leader then on screen, Connor Jupp. So far today has been absolutely faultless at the head of the pack. He's gone just over the 1 hour mark, 1 hour and 5 minutes now. Connor Jupp into his stint, so he's going to have at least 10, maybe 15 minutes at the wheel of the 318 Team Tate as Race for Ruben. Their number 95 entry picks up a black flag as well. And I can't help but feel that some of these are legacy penalties from the early batch where we had 25 overtaking under yellow flag incidents. And Race for Ruben, who are, let's have a quick look where they are. They are currently 3rd overall in our higher class. They are 2nd in elite, 3rd overall in hires behind Team ETL and NRG Global Power, the leading pro entry. And they will be visiting pit lane very shortly to serve a black flag. So they are currently in as it stands. They are 40th overall. And they are shown as in the pit lane, so you can see that on the live timing. If you do want to create yourself a nice virtual pit wall, as well as watching the race, live timing can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR for 24 hour. And obviously you can get in touch with us in the commentary box via the live chat for the 2021 British 24 hour live here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into this epic event. With looks like those Euro Bandits bouncing their car over the bumps down there at Rib Bend. As I'm sure you've seen, there's quite an aggressive bump on entry, and most of the higher kart teams are using that as a point where they would maybe lift off, as the 3rd Core Blimey entry, the 313, has gone round down there at the mountain section. And on the screen, saw a bit of water there. Tom Butterworth has just been outside the commentary box. Tom,
it's raining.
Any rains?
It is raining.
It is raining.
It's
so
spitting at the moment. Whew. Sorry, a little bit out of breath. I've just been for a run and back. But yes, it is spitting. And we've got the 37Y So Serious off in front of the commentary box as well. Coming through the wiggles. That's not the correct line, as he reversed it through the second right-hander of the wiggles. And we've got another warning out for 103 Rethink Racing. As well.
Yeah, 37 tried to go side by side with a higher kart, and despite the fact that the owners do have that extra 8 seconds a lap speed in their karts, the higher karts being 50 kilos more, and as we saw as well from Team Backmarker earlier, not something that you want to try and pick a fight with.
No, definitely not. So the higher karts are built to last. Not that the pro karts aren't built to last, but they're certainly built to different specifications.
Yes, certainly. The higher, realistically, the owner karts are made to get to 24 hours and 1 minute before falling apart.
Yes.
Because that's the whole point, is that they just want to go as quick as they can all the time.
Should we give a shout out to Ian Williams and his world record attempts?
We
shall we give an update on where he is?
And then I'm going to have an update on Lockwell Hill Karting and why they went down to mechanical.
Okay, so we know why they went down to, because they broke the steering column, didn't they?
No, the steering wheel came off. It was being held on with 1 bolt. At the actual steering wheel bit, it's held on with 3 bolts.
Yes, it is.
And when it came in, it only had 1 left. So when obviously it's pivoting on 1 bolt, and that is it.
And we're seeing a lot of drivers now coming down the straight and wiping visors. We've got visors open on some of the other karts, some of the other drivers as well, as the rain starts to come down.
I think it's coming from that direction as well,
I think
Tom,
it is.
down
And
the back
in fact,
straight,
I can see over by the motocross track, out of the commentary box window, and that is heavy rain.
From looking what our camera
there it is.
Cleaning, the best way to describe that rain is sideways.
Yes, it's that's very dark and very wet over there. and it looks like it's coming this way. So there will be people in tents currently getting wet, and the mountain section will be very wet. But currently, in front of the commentary box, it is dry.
Formula 160 are in the pit lane then, the 426 entry. Looks like that is a routine stop. All went well, and they are back out onto circuit here at Teesside Autodrome. And Tom, you were mentioning, I'm just having a quick look, I think we're going to, looks like the band of rain is around about 20 minutes.
Well, believe it or not, Andrew Mather's weather app has called it absolutely correct. He said 28 minutes, and I believe we've been 29 since he said it. And it's raining out on the backside of the circuit, and now it is fully raining on the start-finish straight as umbrellas are going on. Umbrellas are going up. People without umbrellas and hoods are running for cover.
There's a man down here, he's put on a second T-shirt.
And Andrew's just pointing up at the sky and saying it's getting heavier.
Before it all goes down the drain, Tom, do you want to have a quick Ian Williams update as the Digi-flag gleefully flashes red and yellow with the slippery surface warning for all of our drivers?
However, it's not out over the what we're calling the east circuit.
Yeah, the south bank's dry at the moment, isn't it, Tom?
South bank, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, 3 and 4 are all completely dry. However, the mountain section looks like it's going to be very wet.
So
certainly slippy, as people are using a lot of caution.
A lap of 2 halves then
in
at
fact,
the moment.
You can see trails coming off the back of the... yes, in fact, that is getting slippier and slipperier as the 43 goes sideways into the corkscrew. Yeah, so a quick update on how Ian's doing. We're not sure at the moment on how he's doing versus where he needs to be. Obviously, he had that issue where he ran out of fuel, lost a couple of laps. He's currently 9 laps down on the leader. Not a problem, but circulating in good time. A 1:17.5 is round about where he needs to be. So that's about where he's
we calculated this, Tommy, that he needs to do, inclusive of his brakes, 40 laps an hour.
Around about 40 laps an hour, yes. But look at the rain coming down now over that section, and it's still dry over half the circuit here. I'm wondering whether we're going to get mist, and that section is going to get very wet. Let's keep an eye on it. But yes, very wet. But as you can see, slippy slidey, and in fact very slippy slidey as the 66 goes wide, coming out of the top of the mountain, opens the visor to get a clearer view, because there are going to be people out there without rain suits on, with tinted visors, going through this very, very dark session. And they're going to get very, very wet.
Yes, Stu Smith there in the 66, going wide out of the mountain section on the grass.
That looks slippy coming into South Bank as well now.
Yeah, jump on the brakes there, just to go down the inside of the 916 to ultimately behind as well, understeer. So Tom, I think it might be not raining too heavy, but certainly enough that the drivers are aware of it slippy down that bottom end. And we've seen here from the sprint series that hairpin 3 is the one that dries latest.
We've got contact here. That was the 172. Is that Receding Racing?
Possibly so, and it looks like Fried Egg 1, who's
not particularly
happy, and has pointed it
out.
We've
got that's we just called their number as well. That's the owner car 91. Bear with me while I scrub through my notes.
916, I believe, Tom.
It is Ratcliff Racing, yes, and there they are rejoining the track now. So very slippy down at Ribs Bend. Very, very tricky. Now, in terms of... Oh, and we've got another hire car and 2 hire carts off as well at the reverse corkscrew. So very tricky there and really catching people out. And in fact, very, very slippy now across the whole circuit. Lots of people running very deep, and round 1 goes into hairpin 1.
Yeah, Tom, the pace certainly now on the down towards him. Tom, we've got 3 or 4 around actually at hairpin 1. TT Sport around on the inside, and they're up against the tyres. They're going to need marshal assistance to turn that cart round, because you just can't reverse these carts. The one on the outside, like I said, once again, having to wait for that gap to get back in the train of traffic.
This is what we were saying. But this is the fastest part of the circuit.
Yeah, far more noticeable now, Tom, the rain coming down over
very heavy.
The full Teesside International Circuit here in Middlesbrough. The pace has slowed noticeably by around about 20 seconds a lap for some of our carts now. And I think this is going to be looks like just the red graphics and the 21 of Team Back marker. The 10 is off, Tom. quite heavily as well into the tyres on the outside of hairpin 1. They've just aquaplaned straight off at 1. Kart there waiting to come back on track.
Trying to find a gap because they
Yeah,
had
but
to.
the thing is, when they're stopped on, they're just so slow getting back on. There's the 10, that's the X-Racing entry. Having gone
And
straight
this is what
on.
I was going to say is this section here into hairpin 1 with these changeable conditions, as it's been for the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
This is the fastest part of the circuit and possibly the heaviest braking point.
Yeah,
well, it is the heaviest braking point of the circuit.
They're coming into the chicanes, Tom, at around about 70 to 75 miles an hour in the dry.
On slick
Yeah,
tyres
as well.
in the wet.
Connor Jupp is coming through there, Tom, and he's coming in as if it's just dry. He's gone wide off the circuit and used the concrete to drive round there.
So we've got, that looked like Bradley Philpott actually giving a little bit of a keep sideways. In fact, you can see how tricky it is now coming into the corkscrew section. We've got somebody wide, somebody gone off on the inside again, and it is just about survival at the minute. We've got a contact warning for Kart Events Belgium. It is really coming down out there now. And as
it's raining enough for Andrew Mather to come back inside.
We've got 3 off at hairpin 1 now. The 64, 213 Core Blimey Racing, who's had, and the 916 again. So the 916 and the 213 have had what can only be described as an adventure-filled last half hour.
To be honest with you, this is going to be quite an easy half an hour for our director because he can just stay on that hairpin 1 camera where all the action's going to be.
Carnage. You can see how wide Dan Crossley's going out of hairpin 2. Just the differing lines now.
Tom, I'm just going to have a quick look at timing. On the last lap, Dan Crosley, 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on circuit. It was Q Racing. Then, other than that,
10 seconds quicker than Team Tate, your race
nobody
leader.
else, Tom. But that was probably at the time where the water came. He might have been at the one end of the circuit, having done a half a lap on a dry, and then the next time round. So we'll give it 5 minutes or so and just make sure that he's still doing 126s. But at the moment, Dan Crosley's 43. This could be where they come back into the race, albeit now he's doing the similar 137s as everybody else. So
still caught up a huge amount of time. He's only 13 seconds now behind MSTDW.
So we saw this before, didn't we, Tom? I think it was 2019 when it rained early in the morning. There was 2 drivers out there who were 4 or 5 seconds quicker than anybody else. I think it was Adam Willis and Steve Thompson were just phenomenally quick in the wet, 4 or 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else.
Ridiculously fast. I think they need to be getting them in and putting him in the cart as well, because he was so much faster than anybody else on circuit. The only person who was even close to him was Adam Willis, as you say. Where was which team is Joe Grinsell in this weekend? Remind me.
Can't remember.
Because during practice we were watching from the commentary box, and if it gets wet enough and Joe Grinsell is in a car, we will try and get a shot of him coming through the dogleg and into the D chicane, because that is nothing short of incredible to watch.
Phenomenal, is it? Anything but straight, that kart, wasn't it? From coming out of hairpin 4 through the early part of the dogleg, he is sideways flipping the throttle all the way through to the D chicane.
Full lock.
Such an exciting thing to watch. We were watching it yesterday, wasn't we, in practice?
It was incredible. And hopefully Joe will be getting in the car in a moment. And
Tom, on the last lap, 4 seconds quicker than the most of the pack, at least 3 quicker than JSR.
And now catching up with the 42.
Soko Select as well. That Dan Crosley, we thought he was quick in the wet. He quite clearly is. He's making up 4 seconds. How far now, Tom, is he behind the kart in front of him? 10 seconds now.
He took
behind the
3.5
sister kart,
seconds.
TDW.
3.5 seconds out of TDW on the last lap.
So we're going to see them hopefully
Here we
move
go,
back
folks.
into the top 6.
Strap in and hold tight. We've got the pit board coming out for Team Backmarker, but it doesn't look like it's a come into the pit.
This, Tom, is really going to play into the hands of those karts, such as TDW, that have only 30 minutes in. This jump goes all the way around the outside of South Bank off the normal racing line.
It was literally a NASCAR line.
They're due in the pits in a minute, and whilst this will save them some fuel, as the viewers watch this exciting driving style, as we use slick tyres, remember, no wets for any of our karts, no matter how wet it gets out there. We've got
Charlie
Q
Bingham off.
Q is off.
Offliner off.
272 ML Racing are off, so 3 karts off at 1. That's going to cost the third place kart some time, and JSR are only 18 seconds behind. So let's just JSR, Jack Grinsell going round hairpin number 1, Behind him, the red graphics entry.
He's about 8 seconds back now.
Yeah, the red graphics entry is behind him on track, but 1 lap down on overall as it stands at the moment. The race pace slowed by some 23 to 25 seconds per lap here at Teesside Autodrome. The rain, though, Tom, looks like it's subsiding, but obviously the circuit will remain wet for a certain amount of time. As looking out of our window, we see a number of carts arguing over tarmac into the D chicane. And Tom, this is certainly going to be able to probably give Connor Jupp another 5 minutes at the wheel at the very least, but will play into the hands of those carts that have just been into the pits, red graphics being one of them. They've only been 20 minutes. They're going to use less fuel as Jupp lifts his leg off. The reason for that is he wants to be able to see the
fuel
how
tank
much fuel's in there.
The fuel tank is between the driver's legs for people who are new to karting. Literally sit right between his legs, and it's not, although it's opaque, you can actually see how much fuel is in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's just literally just having a look at it. No, he's got a fair bit left, I thought, looking at that coming through. So sure, I saw it was, he'd got about maybe two tenths of a tank.
Well, they've been out for 1 hour 20, and if it rains generally, they could probably eat this to 145, 150, do you think?
As you see, he's just lifted his leg up so he could show the guys on the pit wall what was left in it as he came past.
How long if it rained for a full stint? What do you reckon? 2 hours? 150 on a tank?
about 150. You don't want to be pushing it too far.
777 is round at hairpin 1 in our higher class. I think that's MTB.
I mean, that would be 150 completely bone dry as well.
Yeah, it is. MTB were round, and that's cost them around about 40 seconds just getting back on track. As Tom, the rain has stopped, I believe. The track's still very wet.
Soco Select now only 8 seconds behind TDW in the sister car as well, but they've got the best part of a lap to catch up on the 111 of JSR.
Leader then has a 33-second lead back to MS Lucas. Q Racing 8 seconds behind, but Charlie Bingham probably spent 7 of them on the grass about a lap ago. He was right on the back of the 42, and now is down to 9 seconds off. But look at the delta on the previous lap,
wow.
Tom, there. 4 seconds quicker than the car in front. We've got a real battle on, Tom, here. 4-second place.
We've got a battle on for the lead, really, because the front three, although Q Racing were 4.5 seconds quicker.
Well, the gap there, Tom, is 33 seconds. MS Lucas, they've already pitted twice, although I'm guessing one of them was a penalty.
Yes, it was.
So
yes.
that's why. So they have had the same amount of actual pit stops in terms of coming in and putting fuel on that car.
Yeah,
both of them due in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so, we believe.
Or so, yes. In fact, who have we got off there?
Is that Rethink, Tom? And the Nauseo panel has dropped.
Oh, there he goes, pops it back up. Sorry, we're looking just out the commentary box window here at action going on at hairpin 2. We look at the carts coming through Rib Bend on your stream, and in fact, there it is. So running repairs on the 103.
Looks like he might have had an argument with a higher cart there, Tom, because he's now though the Nauseo panel certainly I think has potentially come unbolted.
I would just like to say that there are umbrellas going back down on the pit straight.
Yeah, I think it's stopped, but obviously it's going to take a while. Probably not as much as normal with all these carts going round, but it's going to dry. I think it's going to dry quickly, but there's certain different bits of tarmac.
And in fact, we're seeing the times come down as well. So we've already shaved 7 seconds off what they were doing when it was fully wet.
Now this is going to be a test of bravery, isn't it? How much can you push in these conditions? And I tell you what, they need a Tom Butterworth out there, because I'm reliably informed, mainly by yourself, that in wet, dry conditions, you're somewhat of a demon behind the wheel.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm not bad. It's definitely my favourite conditions to drive in. I don't like it when it's fully wet. I've got no pace when it's fully dry, but when it's wet to dry, yeah, I can find the grip. But there are people who are a lot better. I've got to be honest. Wow, that was that's Grinsell going threading the needle
between Ian Williams and Stuart Smith of the A66 entry.
We're looking at Falcus on screen here. He's your 2nd place in on the road in total, and also in the elite owners class.
30 seconds the gap then back from Team Tate to MS Lucas. 11 now, 7 now is it, Tom? Back to Q, but both of them taking a huge chunk out of Team Tate.
Best part of 4 seconds out of Connor Jupp on the last lap as well. So all that gap that he's built up, not only by being incredibly fast, but also through full course yellows as well, which has given him about probably 15 seconds of that 30. Yeah, it's now being eaten away at very, very quickly in these changeable conditions.
I'm just going to see, where is he, Tom, on circuit? He's round the loop at the bottom. I wonder if he's come through quite a lot of traffic on that previous lap, actually. He's about to re-emerge, I believe, down the back straight, and we'll see what's behind him. Quite sure. We're suggesting that he could potentially be in the middle of the chicane section, but I can't quite see where he should be. He's not in the pits, has he, Tom?
That's
we'll find out.
our bronze one. That's our sorry, we're looking at the live circuit tracker at the moment.
Just to see, because we can't see out the combox.
If you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24hour, you can see why we're confusing everybody, because there is a circuit tracker where you can not only see where everybody is on the circuit, but you can actually use the column on the left-hand side. You can select a kart on there, and it will highlight it, so you can see exactly where they are.
We've got Team Tate as blue, Tom. That's why I'm not picking the leader up rather than actual gold. And we've got 3 blue dots going round. So
there we go. Now we can see they're coming through hairpin 1.
Can we swap them two as well? Not to be picky, but that's definitely bronze and that's definitely gold. Sorry,
I've done it. Right, there we go.
Sorry, so we've got a Divas drop.
So we've got gold, silver, and bronze. They're your top 3 overall, which, as you can see, if you are looking at the live timing tracker, your leader there is coming through hairpin 3 and into hairpin 4. Also on the timing tracker, you can see that your silver kart, second place, MS Lucas, is coming through hairpin 2, and coming through the wiggles is Q Racing. Sorry about that, everybody. We are now up to speed.
Please do get in touch with us then via the live comments on the YouTube channel here for the 26th running here at Teesside Autodrome of this British 24-hour kart race. We are beyond the bottom of the hour, Tom. Once again, as soon as Andrew Mather leaves, we forget to do the bottom of the hour rundown. We do it every time he leaves.
And it's the turn of owners this time.
Just the owners we're doing
Just
this
the
time.
owners this hour, and then it will be the highs the following hour.
Wonderful. Team Tate then in the 318. They've led pretty much every lap from the first 20 minutes onwards. They have a 26-second gap back to the 42 of MS Lucas, with Q Racing completing the top 3. All of those elite runners, with MS JSR in 4th place. 5th sees the leader in our pro class. It's MS TDW. In front of the 2 pre-race favourites, MS SoCo Select 43 and the 113 of Red Graphics. MS McFly and DSW in 8th and 9th respectively. They complete the top 3 as it stands. Tom, just going to cut away. TT Sport have got a puncture to the right rear. The best way to describe that wheel is pancaked, and it's not even going to, it's going to struggle, Tom, to get back. It's only 100 metres or so from the pit entry, but it might need recovery. We're going to see whether we can drag it back as well. And that is quite an ingenious way of doing it, actually. Let's see if the camera can pan round to this, because in order to take the weight off it, the marshal is hung off one side of that cart, and Nigel Moore, he knows how to drive. I bet it's not, I wonder if it's the first time he's ever done that, but he is bringing that cart back on behalf of TT Sport. So if you're with TT Sport, your cart's coming back, your driver's walking home. So make your way down there to the fuel bay and pick up your machine.
That is next level thinking.
Back to the rundown then. The 69 of Raw completes the top 10. They currently lead in Clubman in front of the 77 of Offline. 12 is MS.BE. Then it's a triple modernised with Papaya, Gold and Azure in 13th, 14th and 15th respectively. The top 20 complete by On Point Racing, Cash Bandits, 303, last year's Clubman winner, Grabex and Nexus Sport making their way back through the field. On the last lap, they moved into the top 20, the first time in a while at the expense of 21st, the 26 of TMS. Then we had SMJC 595, Why So Serious are in 23rd, Team Tate Motorsport 2 in 24th, as Cash Bandits, I believe, the 36. Rye House Bandits last year, Cash Bandits this year, have done some housekeeping for us again with that tyre barrier. Not the first time that's been skittled. And Tom, we've got a tyre actually in the middle of the circuit here at the moment. Yellow flag, kart's being told to slow down. They're all going round the outside of it. Marshall has retrieved that from the circuit, and we are good to go again. It's been busy 5 minutes for Nigel Moore, hasn't it?
It has. I'm surprised he managed to get out on the circuit as quick as he did.
So, to be fair, if all of these teams could just take one for the team and just let us get through this rundown without skittling half the circuit, that'd be fantastic. 25th, DW Racing in the 198, and then Formula 160. 26th, the top 30 then completed by the final modernised entry of Magenta in front of A66, SMG C959, and Dads and Lads Racing. TMZ are 31st with Rethink in their first entry, the 103 in 32nd. Reckless Racing are 33rd, TT Sport currently in 34th, albeit also currently in the pit lane. X Racing, the number 10 entry, is 35th. Well, they have just gone in front of TT Sport. Ian Williams' Guinness World Record attempt is 36th. Then we've got ML Racing in 38th for the owners. The rest of them are well down the timing, having had some issues. CKK are in 78th. There is SMJC making their way back through, threading the needle on the back of the 45 with some quite a hefty side pod damage, actually. Tom, is that a recent addition to their cart, or has it been there a while?
I think it is, but I haven't seen it before. That was the first time I spotted it.
Just going to have a final update then on some of the owners that have had some problems that are well down the field. CKK, we saw them earlier. They are back out on circuit, currently down in 78th. Rethink Racing a second in 80th. Then we've got the final two runners in the owners, Mad Racing and Alessia in 89th and 94th in the final position for Alessia. That is, Tom, your owner run through.
And I would just like to point out, while we've been doing that run through, that Team Tate have pitted, as have now MS Lucas, but Q Racing have brought that gap down to 3.8 seconds, so they will now take the lead of this race for the first time, I believe, as well.
Yes, Tom.
So they will take the lead of the race until their pit stop, which is due any moment now.
And I'm just looking, Tom.
Oh,
MS Lucas have done 1 hour and 26 minutes, so that rain spell has added 15 minutes. It was only a 10-minute rain shower. It's added, because we're back now actually to original race pace. 1:14 for the leader last time, 15s for pretty much the rest of the field, with the exception of Team Tate. Whoever's gone back out in that car, a phenomenal first lap, because he's half a second quicker than anybody else out on circuit. Let's see if we can see now then who is in the 318 entry for what was our race leader. They are down the mountain section, I believe. We'll have a quick confirmation of that when they come through. So they've gone back up into third, Tom.
Yep.
Team Tate MS Lucas have now dropped down outside the top three. Cart in the gravel down at Rib, and that looks beached at best, Tom. Let's see if we can get a number on it, but it's going to need dragging out. And that's the thing with this car gravel, Tom, that the teams are using, that the circuit use. Very difficult to get these out.
Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu in higher clubman.
Yep. 30, they are 62nd, although at the moment they were only 7 seconds in front of WM Max Racing and Receding Racing as well, and not far actually in front of the 555 Renowned Vankel. So they're going to have lost 4 or 5 places just going off in the gravel.
17 seconds now, the gap between Team Tate and MS Lucas. 1:13.9 last time across the line for Team Tate.
So we have, and I'm just going to have a look at the circuit track and stuff. I think the top 3 are going to be on the same piece of tarmac in a few moments, on the back straight between the mountain section and the Wiggles on the recently named Bob Pope Straight.
We'll point them out as they come across. There's the 111. That's your current race leader. That's second place right behind. That's the Q Racing cart of Charlie Bingham driven Q Racing cart. And then just behind them would be the 318 of Team Tate. So JSR and Q Racing owes a pit stop. Tate, Lucas, and TDW have all pitted. Although TDW is off strategy slightly as well. So they're sort of in a no man's land at the moment. JSR and Q Racing have done 1 hour and 12. Tate and Lucas have just pitted. And TDW's only done 45. So they're somewhere contra strategy as well.
They are, but Tom, for the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to have a fairly intense battle for the lead as Jack Grinsell brings the 111 over the line. 0.4 of a second in front of Charlie Bingham's Q Racing number 33 entry. They'll blast into screen now. There they are, Grinsell in the yellow, Bingham with the checker on his helmet. And Tom, they came so close last year. He did in the Red Racing number 13 entry. He was the driver in the car on the last lap. Came so close to that outright victory. The long sought after outright victory for a Haas chassis car at the British 24 Hour.
And we should give an honourable mention as well to Dave Robinson, who's not with us this weekend, not racing with us this weekend, but had that phenomenal battle with Charlie Bingham at the end of last year's race as well. You haven't managed to watch the highlights package that's been put together. It's on the Alpha Live channel. Give that a watch this evening.
Tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, something like that. And watch the highlights from last year because it's a fantastic action.
Tom, my attention has been drawn to the door. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Okay, no worries. Right, so we've got, as you can see on screen, the 111 followed by the 33 now. Line astern. Shifting one of the higher carts out of the way. There was no contact there, but there was a big gap, definitely. Sorry, a big movement from the higher cart, but there wasn't any contact. As coming through the screen, we've got the Offline Motorsport and 303 Racing. And there we have your leaders, the 111 and the 33. What is this that's been brought into the commentary box? We've got a mannequin with a face on it. Oh, hold on a minute. There's something going on here.
I'll explain it in
Let
a
me
minute,
put my
Tom.
arm around it. Here we go. Right, okay. There's a picture going to be going up. There we go. Right, back to the action now.
When the picture goes up, we'll explain it.
We'll explain it, right. Well, but we will bring it to you on the screen. So, 111 from Q, from T, 6.2 seconds now in front of Team Tate. MS Lucas, 42, 19.9 seconds behind. 53 seconds back of the leader is the Pro Class leader of MSTDW. Second place in Pro is MS McFly, and third is DWS Racing. Then in Clubman, you've got MSBE now leading the Clubman class. They're about to come in for a pit stop any moment now. Your net leader will be Modernised Racing Gold. Modernised Racing is your as a pit stop, and Raw have just pitted. So 303 Racing, they are as a pit stop as well. So, okay. So that's
the mannequin
Clubman
bought
order.
treats, Tom.
Okay.
The mannequin bought double chocolate muffins.
Well done to the mannequin.
Top work. So now then the gap, Tom, between the two leaders, less than 0.2 of a second. There they are, and there has in fact been a change for the lead. The 33 Q Racing of Charlie Bingham leads Jack Grinsell through the wiggles and round hairpin 1 and 2 complex and onto the back straight. And the Q Racing entry, at least for the next 15 minutes until they need to pit, lead this British 24-hour race, but only 6 seconds behind were our Team Tate, who were leading pre-pit stop. So I wonder now, Tom, whether Team Tate can get in front of MSJSR and Q, because us JSR get balked by Cash Bandits at hairpin 4.
Yeah,
and that's cost around about a second, hasn't it, for Grinsell? He's going to have to try and get round the outside of the BSR entry into the chicane.
Yeah, he had quite a lot of difficulty actually getting through there, through the Cash Bandits car. Certainly didn't make it easy, and that has, in fact, opened that gap quite a bit. Well, 0.7 of a second over the line, but it certainly looks like a little bit more than that now as he again gets balked with higher traffic.
What a lap on the last lap for Q Racing as they used the toe down the back straight to get past the 111 from Charlie Bingham. A 13.2, 4/10 quicker than anybody else out there on the circuit last time round. As Blue Shell are off at the mountain section, the foot of the mountain section, and looks like he might need to take a bit of a run, Tom, actually, at getting it back on the track, because Is he going to get it over the grass, or is he just going to get a lot of wheel spin down there?
There he goes.
He's going to take the long route round over the grassy knoll.
I would like to say congratulations, because that was actually very smart thinking in the end. Rather than beach it and try and push it over a dip, a little gully, he pushed it back and drove it around. So yeah, smart thinking.
Smart thinking. I was speaking to them actually in the pre-show, and they were expecting to be right at the back of the pack, hence why they'd gone for the blue shell name. I believe has that got a Mario Kart reference?
Yeah, you fire it off, don't you? And
Yeah.
it takes out the leader and anybody else around.
Yeah. But they were pleasantly surprised, actually. I think they had rookie pole. So quite a turn of events for a team that expected to be right down there at the back, to be on class pole. Remember, 7 classes here at Teesside Autodrome. As Teesside Tigers, one of the elite higher class, pick up the contact warning. So 7 classes this year, Tom, and if I'm honest with you, I think it's probably about time that these higher classes did have 1 or 2 more classes. Like from last year, there was 2 split between 60 karts. This year, 4 between the 53 entries. And given how many there is for primary racing, pick up a contact warning.
The mannequin picture's ready to go if you want to.
All right, okay, so run us through the mannequin then, David, because we're about to show the picture. This is, was live a couple of minutes ago from the commentary box.
So that's Tom on the right of your screen and myself on the left. Danny Palacio, one of the drivers for Alessia. He hasn't been able to make it here to Teesside this year. He's normally here with us every single year. Unfortunately, issues with what's going on in the world at the moment has prevented him from coming. But in spirit he's here, in mannequin he's here, and another team that is here in terms of on circuit, JSR, the team that are second, are now in the pit lane, as we've got another driver off, Tom, in the tyres at the magnet. Because that's where everybody's going off at the moment. Let's have a look. Rethink 103
again
have gone into the tyres.
Well, they had the issue at hairpin 2 a couple of laps ago, and now they've had another issue at hairpin 1. But anyway, what have we got there? Oh, that's some weight, some lead weight in the driver change area. That's 43 have been in, and MSJSR have both done their pit stop. So Dan Crossley is not triple stinting. That's the 111 going out, so that was second place on the road, but net, we think, third.
Looks like Luke Archer might be the new recipient of the 111 machine.
And we'll have a look as they come across. Oh, they come out in front of us. Who is driving the 43 as well? I will keep an eye out for that one.
If you heard both Tom and I take a collective deep breath there, it was because Charlie Bingham's 33 was threading what I can only describe as probably a piece of wool through the finest needle at the D chicane, squeezing his way through the pack, trying to eke out a bit more of a gap. See if we can keep an eye on the 43 as Tom points out a helicopter in the distance over South Bank.
So we've got some, oh, in fact, it's Connor Lucas in the 43, just coming back in front of us now. So expect to see this timing screen light up.
Mr. Teesside is back in the number 43, the double reigning and defending Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Autodrome from 2019 and 2020. Is back at the wheel of the 43.
It looks like he's about to come into land on the circuit. It's incredibly low. Drop the wheels.
Luckily, it's not near us. It's well behind South Bank, isn't it?
Anyway, we digress. Yes, but Connor Lucas in the 43 now. So, they are currently 37 seconds behind the 113 of Red Graphics. In 7th place is MS Soco Select. So we'll see what they can do in terms of moving their way back up the order with Connor Lucas now at the wheel. Not that Dan Crossley isn't a handy peddler. He's incredibly fast himself. But as David rightly referred to him, Connor Lucas is Mr. Teesside. Up until the previous round, he was unbeaten in the sprint series here all year. Is it 12 races?
12 races. Remember back to 2019, Tom, where he went 20. Unbeaten at the start of the year.
So certainly knows his way around here. It's what he can do on these tyres though as well, because we've had a little bit of tyre chat, but not huge amounts so far. But it's going to be interesting to see who blinks first in terms of changing tyres. There's going to be a lot of strategy coming into it this year. Whoa, as the 42 has gone straight through the barriers. Well, I say straight through. Parked it on the barriers. That was a massive off of our third placed runner, MS Lucas. They were 18.9 seconds behind. Got back on the circuit very, very quickly, but has destroyed that tyre. But is that Jamie Crease?
Jamie Crease. This time round, the one that's going to do the housekeeping for us.
If you want the owner versus hires video at any point as well, let us know.
An incredibly big off, but straight back on the circuit and got going in this. So 18.9 seconds was the gap. Let's see how much time he lost, because he's done a huge amount of damage to the barrier. Only lost 6 seconds. He's still got yellow flags out for the damage to the tyre barrier, which will be getting replaced for about, what, the 8th time again?
Yep, and whilst that gets fixed, Tom, we're just going to have a brief run through of the differences between the owner karts and the hire karts.
The most notable difference between the owner karts and the hire karts is the speed. Whilst both karts use 2 Honda GX200 engines, the owner karts run the sealed RPM Pro Extreme engine, which has around 30% more power than the hire karts. Furthermore, the hire karts have a slightly heavier frame as well as a thick plastic wraparound, adding around 50 kilos to the overall weight. It's not just about going flat out though, you've got to be able to slow the kart down when it comes to the corners. The owner karts will make use of a 12mm vented brake disc, while the hires have an 8mm brake disc. When it comes to connecting with the circuit, owner teams can make use of up to 3 sets of Dunlop S1 tyre throughout the race, new for this year. Hire teams will run the far more durable but slightly less grippy Duro tyre, and they will receive a new pair of front tyres during the mandatory service stop. They will, however, run the same rear tyres for the whole race. Hire karts also have wider seats and adjustable pedals, enabling drivers of all shapes and sizes to take part in the race. Ballast can be added to the karts to ensure that it remains over the minimum weight limit for its respective class. On the owner's karts, this ballast is usually placed on the posts situated either side, whereas these posts are at the rear of the hire kart between the rear axle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we're back, and also so is the tyre wall in its final thing. Do you want to stick a number, Tom, on how many more times that's getting skittled, or do you just hope it's the last time?
I've done a tally chart on full course yellows. Just while that was happening as well, you might be able to see, there it is, just on the left, just to the right of the timing tower, on the left of your screen, you will see another tyre, which is part of a train, or a continuous flow of tyres. They're all tied together. So that's been bent round by a hire kart that decided to end up somewhere through that cut.
Luckily, it is offline, but it's not too far offline.
But it's going to
it's being attended to. The marshal's been made aware of it. A hire cart has sent that one onto the track, so that's being covered under yellow. Team ETL have picked up a black flag as well during our introduction to both of the car classes. Just having a quick look at the live stream comments. Thank you very much for getting in touch. Bailey Wood has been on saying, come on A66-2. You can climb back up. So it looks like they may have had some problems that we're not fully aware of. Their kart last year, which was A66 in the hires, they've moved up into Clubman owners this year, having won that class at Clubman last year. I think they've been 4th overall in the hire class last year, taking the Clubman honours. They've gone all out this year. They've bought themselves an owner kart. I think it was a spur of the moment thing as well, which I'm a big fan of. Just getting all bolshy and getting yourself an owner. Johnny Elliott's been on saying Ian, absolute hero, doing the 24-hour on his own. He normally struggles to get past the 1 hour in the BPEC rounds. You can obviously watch Ian's stream in isolation. The good thing with that, Tom, is I believe that people don't get to listen to me and you.
Yes, they also can, as I said before, but if you are newly tuning in, you can donate to Ian and send him a message. So spurring him on, you can make a little donation, a bit like a Twitch stream. You can make a donation of £1, £2, £3, £4, £5, whatever it may be. Send him a message. He will have text-to-speech enabled, so that message will then get played in his ears and he will give you a reply, which you can hear on the stream. So yeah, give that a go, send him a quid and say, well done, Ian, you're flying along, and your name. And he will give you a personalised thank you message while he is out on circuit, which is pretty incredible, really.
So, just having back to the comments as one, Matt Bunn has asked, how many classes do you need? Well, in this case, we need 7, 3 for the owners and 4 for the hires. He's also asked, what do the colours mean for the classes? And there we go. So that's the hire classes for this year. So we've got Elite, Pro, Clubman and Rookie. The numbers down the side of your screen, the colour background, there it is. So we've got Elite, they're your teams that have finished in the top 3 or 4 before here in the class. So we'll have a look there at the owners, so we'll just run through them very quickly. The Elite ones with the yellow background, they're the semi-supported teams, the ones that are probably running out of an awning. The Pro ones are the ones that are running probably either to themselves or are still running out of an awning for one of the teams here, but maybe don't have the same top level of driver in every single stint that they're going to have out there. Clubman ones are the ones that are basically running themselves really and are running basically at a minimum. So they might be teams that really like, they have their kart run by somebody else, but they just basically turn up and drive. In the higher class, we're going to have the elites, who are basically teams that have finished in the top 3 at this event before, or teams that have run very well at other 24 hours around the country or endurance events. Then we're going to have the pro class with teams that have really finished in the top 10 before. Clubman is teams that have been to this event once, twice, 3 times, but have never really touched the top 10 in the higher class. And then we've got the rookies, which, as the name will give away, that's teams that have not been here to the British 24-hour before. They're the ones that with the yellow or orangey coloured background, so the orange coloured background. So just have a quick look. Tom, can we just see who's leading in rookie? I'm not sure that that's a genuine 3 hours that Ian's been in now.
He ran out of fuel, so he didn't cross the...
He didn't cross start-finish.
He didn't cross the transponder line for coming into the pits.
Modernised 31, Tom. Which one? What?
That's magenta, I believe. Modernised magenta. It's got the pink one on it. They're all printer ink colours, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Pretty much. But yes, so modernised racing, 4 entries this year, up from, I believe it was 3 last year.
Yeah, I believe it could be Josh Alexander now in the seat of that one, having to get that kart back out of the tyres, or back on the circuit on the outside of hairpin 1. Tom, we always see a lot of teams struggle really at hairpin 1 because it is obviously the heaviest braking zone. More this year, obviously, because of that wet conditions, but it's dry now, and we're still seeing a lot of teams going off at hairpin 1. Any ideas?
No. The only thing I can think is that there's more of them.
Yeah, that modernised magenta, Tom, has picked up a black flag. I wonder if it's off the back of that. It might have had an issue with another kart, but obviously we saw the back end of it.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, last year we only, well, I say only, we had around, 65 entries, something like that. So we've got an extra 30 karts on circuit versus last year.
We had 83 last year, but you've got to think, there wasn't many owners. We had 60 or so hires and 23 owner karts last year.
Yeah.
The big jump this year, and it's only correct that we pay credit to them, is how much the BPEC, the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship, has grown this year. Most circumstances, they are struggling, Tom, to get all their karts on the grid. They're getting that many entries.
Yes,
45 entries. They're having reserve lists for the 6-hour endurance races. And, Tom, I'm just going to cut away from that. On the back straight, Team Take 2 are going very, very slowly down towards the South Bank corner.
And they've
there
had some
they are.
issues already this race.
Yeah, it's going to park it, Tom. I fear we're going to have another full course yellow to retrieve that kart because he's not going to be able to push that one home. Higher kart stopped at the top of the mountain section as well. Looks like we've got some power issues with that one, but expect the yellows to come out in a minute because that kart is being pushed around the grass, and as expected, FCY, full course yellow, here at Teesside Autodrome, just beyond the 3-hour mark, 3 hours and 8 minutes, and Team Tate Motorsport, number 81, has brought out the 5th full course yellow of the day, and he's going to try and push it back, Tom, on the grass, and if he'd have stopped it about 20 metres further there, he could have probably cut it across the grass towards the dogleg section. The recovery quad is on its way out on circuit. It's going round the national loop, and then we'll go straight down the back straight.
It looks, how long has it been since they were in? Because that looks very empty, that fuel tank, as we got the shot of it coming past. Where? Just trying to find them on the timing tower.
TTM2 there. They're 1 hour and 43 minutes.
That will be why then. It's fully, it's out of fuel.
Go Juice is gone now then in the number 88 car. And to be fair, no matter what the issue, he'd be pushing that one back anyway, wouldn't he? Because you can only run for so long on fumes. And they've pushed the envelope about as far as they could. And as I mentioned on the WhatsApp group earlier, Tom, that's the optimum and 1 lap less. The quad's coming.
So 1 hour 42. So about 1 hour 38. Really, that's where you want to be coming in.
This is the thing, Tom, is that we saw earlier on with them, didn't we? Is that when it's dry, you can't get to 1 hour 38 unless you're doing some lift and coast.
Yeah.
When it rained, that's eked out an extra 20 minutes for most of them. However, if they were in early during the rain stop, they have pushed it about as far as they can. We thought 1 hour 40 was about as most as these teams could go if they'd fueled just before that window.
And hopefully we can track this through the pits now, and we can show what happens when you run out of fuel. So I will have a word with our producer director and see if we can get this and track this kart through the pits, so we can show people what happens when you run out of fuel. So we'll get our pit camera up and running through there. So what you will see is them breathing through, or blowing the breather pipe through to push the fuel into the engines. And then because it's twin engine, you've got to keep pull starting to get that fuel into one engine, and then repeat the process on the other side.
Correct. So there's a pulse pump on the underside of the engine plate, but you can't just keep pulling and pulling and pulling straight away, because all you'll do there is just flood the engine of fuel, and it just won't start anyway because the carb will get full.
Absolutely.
So they'll take the breather pipe off the top of the tank, then somebody with a big breath will blow quite a lot. As MSTDW, Tom, 1 hour and 7 minutes, have taken full advantage of this full course yellow,
and
with
it's
the
the second time
slowing.
that they've done that as well, under
So
full course yellow.
They've quite clearly got a strategy that anything beyond an hour, it's full course yellow time.
And they're straight
in the pits, which I think is a good strategy, really, as long as all your drivers are aware of what's happening. Also, Tom, on screen there we can see remedial works to that tyre wall. Looks like some of those tyres are getting bolted together just very quickly, because obviously that many people have been in. There's Team Tate having some fuel put into that.
So what they'll do is they'll fill the tank, as we've said. As part of any stop, any kind of mechanical thing, you'll come in and you will always fill that tank up. Then they will push it round and into the driver change area, as you can see here. So they're going to come round, and then they're going to turn left. Once it's over that line, that's when you can try to start your engines. So here they are. So a bit of chain lube goes on.
Mark Tate there doing the honours, blowing the fuel through, and pull, and just keep pulling until you hear some noise.
And there they go. That was quite quick.
The left started quickly. We always normally see, Tom, one of them starts a little bit quicker. Both done as well.
Wow.
Team Tate Motorsport 2 back out onto circuit here.
Yeah, they did well there, I think.
That
that was a good recovery.
Good recovery. And we are
still under FCY.
I think that might be because of the works down at hairpin number 1. We'd hate for somebody else to go off there whilst the works are being done on that tyre wall. Looks like a fair few have been off. It needs some work doing to it.
While we are on FCY, we've also got a team of photographers out on circuit, like an entire team. There's 5 people here in yellow vests taking photos.
What do you call a gaggle of photographers? Photography?
Photography.
I don't know. If you know on the live stream comments what a gaggle of photographers or a pixel of photographers. Fantastic.
Of course, many photographers all in one place say a convention. That would be a megapixel, wouldn't it? I'm here all night, folks.
Commentaries paid for, the jokes are free. From Tom Butterworth. Just having a quick look again once DW Media's been on, just saying, how much did that rain affect Ian's bid for this race? Well,
it didn't affect him as much as running out of fuel did.
No, but I think he's factored it into his delta time, hasn't he?
Yes.
We've seen that he needs to do roughly 40 laps an hour, which means that just over the 3-hour mark, he'd need to be at 120 laps. He's currently at 136, as we are green again. So he's around about 16 laps at the moment in front, albeit now we're 15 minutes over. So I think he's currently got about 10 laps in hand at the moment. So it did cost him a little bit, but I think all in, if it rained for a couple of hours, then he'd have some real issues.
I think he's going to be owing us a pit stop very short. In fact, he is. He's in the pits now. He's in the pits now. So as expected, and that's our Kart Events Belgian team. And was that
Kenneth Nessens going out on circuit? Looks like he double stacked as well, Tom.
And Q Racing have just pitted as well, so that's been a driver change, because I can see Charlie Bingham on the left-hand side.
Yeah, that's Charlie
helmet
Bingham.
in hand. A bit further down, but helmet in hand. That's Charlie Bingham. So he's just jumped out of Q Racing. How long had they gone, David? Do we know?
1:36, Tom. So
okay,
that is around about that 20 minutes more, isn't it? So
yeah.
And what we do know is that you can't go 1 hour and 43, thanks to Team Tate for their diligence in teaching us that.
Team Tate 2.
Team Tate 2, sorry. Oh, Tom, the 113, the 113's been, and that's lads and dads off, and they are down the back straight. Tom, there's 2 off actually. If the camera can just pan straight round to the right, that is the 18 of On Point Racing, and the marshal has dragged him away, and we could have FCY
number
6, because if the marshal's dragging him out of the way.
What we've got. We're going over and having a conversation.
Is it a are you okay conversation? Yes, it is. It's amicable between our 2 drivers over there, lads and dads, and On Point Racing, and as expected, Tom, FCY number 6, and we see this a lot in endurance racing, Tom, is that
cautions breed cautions. It's going to be a recurring theme, I think.
Karting1.co.uk.
Oh, hello, Alan.
What a fine website.
Yes, we only race on slicks, is the answer to your question.
Yes, so owners and hires, if it rains, we stay on slicks. And that is not just here at Teesside, it's for almost all of the GX200 RPM Extreme owner classes. So BPEC here at Teesside, all around the country running those 200s. It's a slicks only series, and it helps keep the costs down.
What I would like to point out is 318, our race leader, Team Tate, is doing a very, very good job of pace setting under this full course yellow. What I mean by that is probably not very good for them in terms of what they're actually, you know, their position in the race, but they are going much slower than the karts in front of them. They are our race leader, doing a fantastic job of pace setting, keeping everybody behind, slowing everybody down. That's Connor Jupp, that's why he is an X30 world champion. And triple stinting.
Yeah, I was about to say, has anybody else seen that kart yet? As in from that team?
No.
Or is it just him?
It's just Connor Jupp has been in that kart so far. So a triple stint from Connor Jupp. So he's been out there 32 minutes now into his 3rd stint.
They haven't accidentally left like duct tape on the back of his suit, have they? They can get him out of that.
I don't know, but he's it's 3rd stint for Connor Jupp. But that's exactly why he's an X30 world champion.
Tom, just having a quick look on screen. Let's see if there's anything obvious. Driver is still in the number 18 On Point kart. We are still very, very slow under this full course yellow.
Oh, we've got barriers off on the left-hand side as well, so it looks like they've ended up. There's been a big contact down the straight.
For me, Tom, it's whether now that driver needs any sort of medical assistance. Now, he may just be sitting in the kart because, well, you'd rather sit than stand, wouldn't you? But let's hope that he is okay. Let's hope that he doesn't need any medical assistance. As offline come into the pits at 1:36 under this 6th full course yellow of the race. And just looking back to Tom last year, we did, there it is. We've got a let's see whether we've got any white flags, but that's normally what means by the event support vehicle is on circuit. So we will continue under this Battenberg style condition, which basically means that the
that's going to create.
Tom, Kart Events Belgium are back in pit lane.
Well, that's unscheduled.
Let's find out where they are. They are currently 5th in the higher class. They have only been out for 2 or 3 minutes, and maybe they have just decided that now is the time, if need be. If the mechanics bay is open, let's go to the mechanics bay if they've got an issue.
I think that's what they've done.
Because I don't think that kart was running superbly to start with. I think when they went back out last time, I think it was just a case of just going round and round. And Tom, if that is the case, they may well have played the blinder with this one, because this is going to be a long, long full course yellow, I feel.
Yeah. It is where they're going to lose the least amount of time, definitely. You are absolutely spot on. We've actually got 4 in the pits at the moment. In fact, 5 in the pits as well, according to our live timing tracker.
So almost all of our leaders, Tom, with the exception of Team ETL and NRG Global Power, both of them, ETL have actually been in. They've only been out 2 minutes, so they've come in already. So NRG Global Power, the only ones at 45 minutes into their stint, have not come in. ETL, Race for Ruben, Teesside Tigers, Kart Events Belgium, all of them have gone into the pit lane.
Okay. Well, I'll keep an eye on the situation here with these snakes of traffic.
At some point, it's all going to become one snake, isn't it?
Well, it should be, and it should be the 318 as well that's leading these guys through as well. So I've said this before. I don't really know why we have this situation where we're going to end up now potentially. Look, we've now potentially got a 1 minute 11 second gap now between.
That's going to come down to around about 30 seconds under race conditions, isn't it? Because obviously they are 111 down, but they're 111 because they're tootling round the circuit. So, but at the moment, the modernised Magenta at one end of the circuit is pace setting for one half. Looks like we've got a higher kart pace setting for the other half, for the other part as well. So, as we remain under this FCY here at Teesside Autodrome, we are about 40 minutes away from a change in the comm box as well. So.
Is that my 4 hours nearly done?
3 hours 20 in. You've done a sterling stint.
Sorry, viewers.
Let's have another quick look then at the comments. We've still got plenty coming in. Faisal Rahim said he shared Ian Williams' Facebook fundraiser to a couple of motorsport groups. Thank you very much for doing that.
Oh, I've just got a wave from him as he's come past the commentary box. He's just given us a wave.
Wonderful. This isn't doing him any favours, though, is it, Tom? Now, don't get me wrong. We need to provide the correct medical attention, but this is not doing him any favours.
However, he is still going round. It's better that he's still out there and going round, but yes, you're right. It is it's slowing him down. It's a shame that for him that he'd only just made a pit stop. Otherwise, he could have taken advantage of this to take on some fluids and some food.
The rain has brought Big Griffin to us on the comments. He's just put, I saw the rain out the window and thought, best check on the 24-hour.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. He does have fond memories as well of the 2017 event, which had a lot of rain. And enough rain that it didn't need to rain for the following couple of years.
Yeah, well, that's very true. So big change in the not positioning, but certainly the gap. So that gap, obviously we're under full course yellow, but that gap went from 111 to 56.
I know we like to spot drivers, but somebody's been on because they know what the helicopter was, and it was the Great North Air Ambulance coming into land just outside of the circuit on South Bank, around about an hour or so ago. We saw that on camera.
And of course, Ian Williams doing his Guinness World Record attempt in support and raising money for the air ambulance, not St Link's air ambulance, but still the air ambulance. So please keep those donations coming in. I do have a Just Giving link somewhere. Let me try and find it while we're under this FCY. Would you like to fill for me for about 5 seconds, David?
Yes, I will, Tom. And I'll just, if anybody is just joining us, thank you very much for joining us here at Teesside Autodrome for the 26th running here of the NRG Cycles British 24-hour kart race. We are currently under a prolonged full course yellow here at Teesside Autodrome. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into this running. As you can see on circuit, that we do have, Tom, we've got a spinner actually under full course yellow.
Well,
not sure who that was, but not a fantastic advert for what you should be doing under a yellow flag, which is slow down and don't be silly. Just to see if we can. In fact, I can pick a number out, but we'll just.
The driver's getting carried.
We'll just leave it at
If
that
you want to
one.
look at him.
So we'll just.
I won't show it.
We'll just leave it at that one. So, number of drivers are making their way into pit lane still, Tom, under this full course yellow, and be interesting to see, Tom, after this, that we're going to have around about 10 minutes or so where if anybody's done anything they shouldn't do, which is overtake under the safety at this sort of pace, go too quickly when drivers should be slowing down. And that's the difficult thing, isn't it, is that people's interpretation of what is the correct speed to go under a full course yellow. At the moment, the pace has slowed right down to a walking pace, and I think there may be a reason for that, and I think it's because the kart is going to be recovered from the where the West Circuit joins back onto the National here at Teesside Autodrome.
I've got it. I've got the link at last.
Ah, wonderful. Well,
Okay.
Tom Butterworth has a link for you all.
So if you are following Ian Williams and his Guinness World Record attempt, it is for charity. Please, we are trying to raise as much money as humanly possible for the worthy causes that he is representing. Not just that charity, but there are other charity events taking part this weekend as well, or charity fundraising going on as well, so we will give them worthy mentions as well. But for this particular one, if you would like to donate, please go to www.justgiving.com/team/British 24-hour solo. That will take you to the Just Giving page, British 24-hour solo, and you can make a donation there, or you can make a donation on the solo stream that we've got as well. So you can follow Ian Williams and his radio traffic as well as a solo dedicated stream.
We've had a three-part questioning, Tom, and it's nothing to do with the race, but we're under full course yellow, so we might as well entertain it, and at least you're going to be the one that may answer it. So,
go for it.
It says, gentlemen, a short view back to the past.
Oh God, here we go. I knew this would come out at some point.
30 years ago, Nicky Lauda told us, take a monkey and place him in the car and he'll be able to drive it. 30 years later, Sebastian Vettel says that starting his race car is like a computer, it's very complicated. Question for me and thee, is Formula One driving today too complicated with 20 or more buttons on the wheel and all its various settings under the pressure?
Well, thank you, Formula Fan, for your question. What was it again? Whoa! See, I remember that press conference very well. But yes, I knew that would be coming up at some point. But yes, my answer to the question is yes, it's far too complicated. Far too complicated. You don't have any of that here. The only button that you get on the steering wheel is we have a lap timer and we have potentially a radio button if some people are running radios with push-to-talk on their steering wheel. But most of the times they have a lap timer on their steering wheel, which for some of the competitors is GPS-based and for others is timing line-based. So there's a metal strip that comes across the line and a magnet picks it up and clocks in their lap time. But those are the only buttons, and there's nothing to change any settings on the car, nothing like that. It is just pure racing. Are you okay there?
No.
Daniel's just having a moment in the commentary.
The point is that when you stop talking, I talk, and vice versa.
Yes.
The problem was, and I would apologise in advance to the viewers for this, is that when I wanted to start talking, my body wanted to burp.
Oh, okay.
And I can't do both, and I certainly had to just stop myself, so I didn't do it live on air. But now I've told everybody about it, so I might as well have just done it.
Yes. Now, what I have just noticed is, I'm just going to wait for them to come across the line, but our leader, Team Tate, because they're being held along the back straight here, as you can see, down the Bob Pope straight. As they come past this incident, they're actually being held slightly. But as they come across in front of us, Team Tate, our leader, are 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9th in the queue. Now I'm wondering whether those 9 who are in front should be, once they get past the incident, push on a little bit and catch up to the snake in front, which, as we've just seen, there's a massive gap now. So they should be able to, once they are past that incident, use that time where there are no other incidents on circuit and catch up to the back of the snake, leaving Connor Jupp to actually be at the front of the snake. But I don't know whether they can communicate that well enough on circuit.
It's not what's normally done, because normally we work to similar to a virtual safety car, is that the lead kart isn't the safety kart. All the karts should slow down to the same pace where they are on the circuit. However, as we mentioned, different karts, and I'm not entirely sure, Scenario 77 are weaving down the start line, but they're going like 4 miles an hour whilst doing it, so they're getting absolutely no heat in their tyres. They're just driving further and wasting fuel there. But
we've got the 67 weaving, the 17, 34.
Do you feel, Tom, that these drivers now feel like they're about to go racing again? Having said that, we still have the medical cart across the circuit, and I wonder, Tom, whether that's part of the reason why a number of teams are being slowed a lot down the back straight, to provide enough of a gap to get that medical car off the circuit.
That is, it could potentially be one reason, yes, but what I'm looking at on circuit is the 111 MSJSR is only just in front of Team Tate, so they're about to go a lap down.
Where are they in terms of offset pits as well?
Unless they can pull away.
They're still within 15 minutes of each other in terms of offset pits. Matt G's been on, asked if I can repeat the question. Absolutely not, Matt. Absolutely not.
Yep. Yep. Thanks for all your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Please get involved. We will give you a shout out and a readout as fast as we possibly can.
Just had a question. I was just saying, sorry if I've missed it, but is the driver from On Point Racing okay? Driver remained in the seat, but the helmet came off, and the driver looked like he wasn't in too much discomfort. So let's just hope that the trip to the medical was precautionary rather than anything too serious. But
we'll try and give you an update.
If we do get an update, we will obviously report that back. 3 hours and 30 minutes then into the 2021 British 24-hour kart race. Most of the pack now, Tom, are in one long snake, albeit it is one of the modernised karts, the 57.
That's Papaya, that's third place in
Clubman. Tom, we are green again. We are
going again.
We've gone green almost over start line as well, so we've gone green at a time that's going to allow everybody to come through. The snake, though, Tom, is all the way still back round hairpin 3 and 4, and let's just hope we can have 4 or 5. And Tom, down at Rib as well.
It's raining.
The rain is coming down at Rib, so just as we've gone green, the rain is coming down once again where we normally see it first. Down at Rib Bend in the mountain section, we're 7 wide into the mountain section. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that does not work. Sort yourselves out, boys and girls.
And it looks like, I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like everybody's going to make it through. Are they? Oh, somebody very wide on the outside. But yes, it seems as though everybody's made it through in one piece.
Wonderful. We did see the rain coming down there then as our teams weave their way down towards hairpin number 1 for the first time. And Tom, On Point to back out. The kart's got a new driver in it, so they obviously didn't have too much damage to the kart, just potentially to the driver. They have, once again though, come into contact with another kart. Cash Bandits came into contact with round hairpin number 2. Yellow out, the 119 in Hires spins at hairpin 1 as there's Cash Bandits, Tom, having some issues. They've had a Connor Lucas-shaped issue there, as Dukes of Stafford was the 119 having
We've got
issues.
somebody off at the top of the mountain
SKA
as well.
Racing, Tom, I think that is. They've got a yellow and red checkered Nauseo panel. Is it them? No, that's the 40. That's one of the Kart Force carts. Kart Force
we saw some issues with that in the same section earlier on in the race as well. But yes, so, right, okay, so you're gapped as we come over the line for the first time. And look at the rain at Ribs Bend. Your gaps, 12 seconds from Team Tate back to MS Lucas, 42 kart. Then it's the 33 of Q Racing, 20.6 seconds back. They're the only ones on the lead lap. Connor Lucas the 111 of MSJSR is now a lap down. Team Tate have overtaken them. The 43 driven by Connor Lucas is how far back, David? 10 seconds off MSJSR. Then it's Red Graphics at 113. But I've just got to point out, you can see the weather here at Ribs Bend over the start-finish line. It's dry.
It is. I
It's
think
bone dry for
think-
half the circuit.
I think it's coming down ever so slightly down here, Tom, but nowhere near what it's like there down at Rib. They still seem to be taking that corner fairly quickly. Lap times are down by around 6 seconds from what we'd expect, with the exception of Connor Lucas's MS Soco Select, the only driver currently
Connor
under the
Lucas was the only
120s.
one on a flyer, though. Everybody else, they were past start finish before we went green, so we'll get a true pace now.
Let's see then, as the our weather guide down here, photographer puts up his
umbrella.
Puts up his umbrella. Puts
It's
the thumb
now
up to
raining over
confirm.
start finish. Can we confirm?
Can we get a 1 out of 5 on with 5 being proper heavy as to how heavy the rain is, please, from our weather guide?
It's a 2, David, although not the right 2.
It's dry in here. Maybe that's why it's a 2.
It's yeah.
It's just a 1 down here, according to Andrew
But, I
Mather.
mean, it doesn't actually look too bad. Oh, okay, we've had a radar picture from a photographer. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
That is a radar picture, Tom, as well, and it's a sea of blue. Let's see if we can get a quick update.
Sea being the operative word, because that's about what we're going to have on circuit in a moment. But yes, it doesn't look too bad, although that picture did look like it was coming down very, very heavily. It could just be the camera foreshortening the picture, because they're going wide through hairpin 2, but it doesn't look too slippy at the moment. We'll get a good feel of it here coming into South Bank. Way there we go. Lots of full on unders here. Okay, forget everything I've said. It's wet. It's very wet out there now, and it's about to get a whole lot worse as well.
Just having a quick look, Tom, I think we're going to have at least on-off patches of rain for the best part of the next hour till around about 4:30. Then we may get a short period of respite before it returns at 5 o'clock. We knew this was going to happen. We thought it was going to be considerably worse in the week when we were looking at some of the early forecasts. We thought it was going to be torrential until around about 8 o'clock. We've been quite lucky so far, albeit now the umbrellas are up, the lap times are down, heading once again in the direction of the 130s.
The 36
Cash Bandits entry.
Yes.
Where are they?
Fully sideways. As we've got one round coming out of the mountain. That's the 40 again of Kart
So
Force.
Cash Bandits, Tom, they are 5th in class, 15th overall, but they are only 4/10 off the back of 303.
And 5 seconds off the podium, aren't they?
And they are only then, subsequently, less than half a second then, off Modernised Racing Azure. So we've got an intense battle now for 3rd place in the Clubman owner class between Modernised Racing Azure, 303 Racing, and Cash Bandits. Update, Tom, on the screen there?
Well, what I was going to say is we're going to watch them come, hopefully watch them come through the dogleg section and over the start-finish line, because this is now, what I was going to say is Cash Bandits were fully sideways through that entire section. We'll see what Connor Jupp's got left in the locker, because he's now been unlapped by the 111 of MSJSR. They were a lap down, and here they come sideways through the dogleg section and over the start-finish line.
So all of our leaders then now on the same lap, albeit now Team Tate have obviously gone up 1 again because they're right behind MSJSR. So the top 4, Team Tate, MS Lucas, Q Racing and MSJSR are on the same lap, albeit at varying different parts of the circuit. I believe, Tom, that's Luke Archer now. And now's the time
JSR,
where,
yes.
now's the time where Connor Jupp, whilst he's a very accomplished driver, this is probably going to be the back end of his energy curve, isn't it?
It's going to be towards the end of his third stint, I must point out. And also, in the racing that he does, they race on wets. They don't race on slick tyres. So I mean, I've no idea how much experience Connor Jupp has got in the wet on slick tyres. But
is that Lewis Munchie off, Tom?
I'm not sure, David.
Yeah, but he's doing very well on them slick tyres, isn't he? He's sticking right onto the back of that MSJSR car. So here he goes, takes the line right the way around the outside of South Bank again.
In fact, he was one of the quickest karts. I think he was 2nd or 3rd quickest kart on circuit last time around.
Update on that Clubman battle. 303 Racing are now up to 3rd at the expense of Azure, although we have got a kart round. Looks like, is that Nexus Sport, Tom? The 17 entry it is, round at hairpin 3.
Yeah.
Picking a fight once again with a higher cart that they don't need to.
What I was going to say is Connor Jupp has actually got a bit of a favour going on for him here as somebody loses it sideways into hairpin 1. That was the Cash Bandits, funnily enough. But yes, what I was going to say is there's clear track now. Now that the 318 and the 111 have cleared that traffic, those few carts that were in front of them, they've now got clear track for quite a distance in front. And what Connor Jupp has done is not let Luke Archer come through, but he's using Archer as a test bed for what's happening 20 metres in front of him.
Very much so. Quick update there then on that Fried Egg Racing entry, number 33 cart. That one was off, we saw on the grass. They have come into pit lane to have the problem that they've got dealt with. And there we see Connor Jupp in the 318, the current race leader, following that 111 MS JSR, 4th place machine, down the back straight and into the south bank corner.
So it's showing him as 1 minute 27 down as Jupp has a look up the inside to put that JSR car back a lap down. 42 of MS Lucas, 19.3 seconds down. With Q Racing only 4 seconds behind them. It's still looking very wet down at Rick. I can't make my mind up about this weather, David. It looks,
I think
to my particularly untrained eye, it doesn't look particularly wet, especially as they're now coming over start-finish line, and all 4 wheels are line astern. Austin Monday driving the 33 car at the moment.
Correct.
I've just seen him come past.
Times are down, Tom, again by 5 seconds from what they were. They were up to touching the 130s. We've seen them out to 135 earlier when it really came down. Back down now to 125. So the pace is picking back up. They're only 10 seconds off. It's quite clearly still wet down there at Rib, but not so much up here on the national circuit from the Wiggles. As the 43 Tom has just bounced its way over the curbs. Connor Lucas in that almost the front end dug in, almost sent him out the seat. He's managed to plant himself back in it and keep going, but he had to take evasive action from a higher car in the middle of the Wiggles section. Lucky for him, he remained in the seat because it looked like that could have been quite a big one. Well, we've already seen incidents like that that have snapped chassis in the past as well, so needing to be very careful as well and really look after these cars because we've still got 20 hours and 19 minutes to go. Times are coming down, Tom. Team Tate last time a 1:19,
5 JSR seconds quicker
a
than the previous
1:19.
lap.
We'll wait for everybody else to come over the line, but they are heading back in the right direction towards the absolute race pace. Yeah, so we'll wait for 42 to come over the line. But yeah, yeah, there we go. In fact, the 42 car of MS Lucas has just gone 5 seconds quicker than their previous lap. So is Q Racing. Everybody literally in one lap has just knocked 5 seconds off their race pace. That's Team Take 2 coming through, taking a huge chunk of curb on entry. There's a sausage curb, Tom. The only one actually on the circuit on the inside of the right-hander into the reverse corkscrew where it goes right, left, right. There is a sausage curb on the inside as the marshal's got a visor in his hand, so there's somebody going around there with grit and bits in their eyes somewhere. If that's fallen off while they're out there, it's yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit blowy in that helmet, isn't it? Very much. But yes, so we're looking at the 42 car. That's your second place runner at the minute, 21.8 seconds down, but lapping around a second a lap slower than the 318 of Team Tate. So that gap, we've seen it ebbing and flowing, but we're now coming up on 4 hours into this race, and there is only 25 seconds separating the top 3. 25 seconds separating the top 3. Just incredible. This race always throws us up some incredible action. Also in your in the pro class, so the second class of the owners, the front 3 are running, relatively speaking, nose to tail there as well. So I mean, there's gaps between them. There's a 1 minute gap between TDW and McFly. Who's driving the car? It's just a helmet floating. Sorry? Can't even see it. I'm with you now. It took me a minute there to figure out what you were talking about. But yes, yeah,
Yeah, camo race suit is...
Whilst we're there though, there's a reason he's probably got the camo race suit on. It is Kart Force, of course, joining us for the 5th or 6th time here at Teesside Autodrome. So one of 3 Kart Force associated entries here at Teesside Autodrome, running the 40 and the 140 in the higher class, and the 40 for the Mad Racing entry in the owner class as well. All of them, some of them certainly in one of the Kart Force ones racing. There's 2 amputees racing in that kart as well. They obviously race with the hand controls to allow that to happen. So you'll see if we saw earlier on during the grid walk the square steering wheel or the rectangular steering wheel that they've got with the brakes. So we've got a big off on the outside of Rib Bend. Driver with the green helmet, we saw there, he's just waiting to come back on, but when he does, he's on the line in front of Nexus 4 and Connor Lucas is number 43. So the 143 rejoining the circuit, obviously on the racing line. LC Racing there, and obviously they've got to come onto the racing line, Tom, to get back. But I wonder if maybe going over to the inside with more of an arc rather than rejoining at a slow pace, as the yellow is out at hairpin 2. We've got a slow moving owner car going down the back straight. I think it could be the 272 of ML Racing. Looks like it's back up to speed now, so hopefully not too many issues with that entry.
Just coming down the Bob Boat straight, you can now see the 113 of Red Graphics and the 33 of Q Racing, so running nose to tail.
Yeah, 2 karts there loosely affiliated. As we watch out the window, we watch Kai Hunter treat the 113 with absolutely no compassion whatsoever, bouncing it over the curves through the Wiggles section, and we're only 3 hours and 45 minutes into this race. I wonder whether the team will be on the radio just telling him to ease up on the machinery. We've still got a long, long way to go in this 2021 British 24-hour.
Yes, indeed. That's definitely not the way to have some or any form of mechanical sympathy in your well for your kart for the next 20 hours and 15 minutes. But fast.
Yes.
Fast, but painful.
Question, Tom. Hey, you has been on saying, question for you guys later, but we'll address it now because we're probably going to see them earlier than we have for the last couple of years. He's asked what the lighting is like. Well, the national circuit, that's fully lit already with the floodlights that you can see round. On screen there at the moment, you'll be able to see the portable floodlights that we use for lighting the non-naturally lit west part of the circuit. So everywhere down from Paddock Bend all the way round the back to the Wiggles section will be have these portable floodlights. There's one on the inside behind the barrier out of the way. There's one behind there on the reverse corkscrew as well as they enter the Bob Coach straight as the 33 of Fried Egg 1 goes very wide round that corner. They will come on normally, Tom, we'd see about 8 o'clock last year we saw them come on.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit earlier than that.
I think we might see them earlier as well.
Do you want to do the core blimey interview, guys?
Slow lap for Team Tate on the last lap. We'll keep an eye on them coming through next time, but we're going to throw over for an interview that we did yesterday with Core Blimey Racing.
Core Blimey Racing, first of all, tell us how the team came about.
Well, me, Matt, Ben, Ollie had all been looking to do a 24-hour race for a while. We saw Teesside was on the rise and put together a team one year. Wasn't sure what to call it, and this gentleman next to me at college, every time something
every time something went wrong or I dropped a spanner or something, it's like, Core Blimey. And that just stuck. We were discussing what names to get. A lot of names popped up, but Core Blimey just stood out. Everyone nodded to that, so it stuck. Yeah.
Wonderful. I hear that you are racing for a charity this year. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, so we're racing in aid for the Sue Ryder Foundation. So that's sort of it's a charity that is a little bit close to home for myself and Ollie. So our nan back in 2017 was fighting with cancer, and they were able to look after her sort of in the last couple of weeks and really sort of helped the whole situation out. Made it a lot easier for herself and for us as well. So anything that we can do for them will help someone else down the line, I think.
Brilliant. Right, let's pass the microphone back that way and we'll just ask some questions for all your drivers.
Okay.
So if you could tell me which kart you're in for the three teams,
yeah,
also and your name and your 24-hour experience.
Yeah, so I'm Connor Botting, racing in the 113 kart. This is my 4th 24-hour. yeah, it just gets better every year, and this year there's lots of karts, so it's going to be a challenge.
I'm Ben Winter, racing for 113. I think it's my 7th or 8th 24-hour kart race, but I think it's my 5th one here. Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's literally just started raining, which is sort of what we're fearing for the whole weekend. It dried out in practice, so we had minimal wet running. Hopefully we're just here for a good time. Every year is a good time.
I'm Ollie Davis. I'm here for my 5th race here, but the 4th British 24-hour. I'm in the 113 Core Blimey racing kart, and yeah, looking forward to it. Just going to have a good time, and hopefully it doesn't rain like it is now.
Matthew Davis. I'm also driving in the 113 kart. This is my 7th 24-hour race here, and wouldn't mind a little bit of rain, if I'm being honest. And there you go.
My name's Jamie Evans. I'm in the 113 kart, and this is my 2nd 24-hour race, and it's raining, isn't it? Just no rain.
My name's Luke Branch, and I'm racing for the 213 kart. This is my 3rd 24-hour race, my first time doing the British 24 hours. I'm looking forward to it. I don't mind the rain, to be honest. I'm from Scotland, so I should be really good. I'm expected to be good in the weight.
My name's George Bledsoe. I'm racing for the 213 karts, and this is my 2nd appearance at Teesside. Last time not quite as wet as this, but hopefully it will dry out in the future.
Afternoon, I'm James Costian, here for my first 24 hour with 213. Should be good.
I'm Tom Dowson. This is my first 24 hour, and I'm in the 113.
I'm Chris Hancock. I'm on the
30 seconds left on this VT.
24-hour race, first appearance at Teesside. Just want to finish and have a good time, really.
My name's Jordan Jackson. I'm racing for 313, and I'm very, very wet, and I've been racing for 2 years.
My name's Jack Herity. I'm racing for 313, and this is my first time at 24 hours.
Hello, my name is Andrew Hayes. My first
10
time
seconds.
At Teesside. First race in 313 as well.
5
guys,
seconds.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the race.
Much like the weather during the interview, the weather has turned once again here at Teesside live now. Pictures from the pit lane of a very wet pit lane, and also what will be a very wet circuit when we see pictures of the circuit as well. Times have dropped from, well, they were doing 1:14s when we left before that interview. They're now dropping down into the high 1:27s. In fact, our leader did a 1:32 last time around. MS Lucas doing a 1:33. Q Racing doing a 1:33 now as well.
I think it's heavy, Tom, down at Rib. You can see there on the screen. Alex Mallard's gone back out for a second stint in the modernised number 6 entry. The modernised Racing Gold. That kart currently leading in the clubman class, but they had some issues in the pits. I think they had issues getting that kart started. Tom, just to note now, Tom, out on circuit in the owners, we've got 111, 318 and Connor Lucas in the 43 right behind them on the back straight. So that's the leader, 4th and 5th. We've got a battle for 5th that now, Tom, looks like Connor Lucas is about to get involved in. Here we are on screen. This is the battle for 5th place between the kart on the inside there, the 111, and Connor Lucas's 43, sandwiching our leader. And the leader, I think, might just move out of the way and let that one go. Leave this on-track battle and just keep circulating. We're due to see them in the pits in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, when we left you to do the interview, VT, we had the 318 following the 111 around, and now Connor Lucas has made himself a meat in that sandwich, and is firmly working his way back through and up the order. He's only 0.3 behind now, the 113, so this is going to take 4th place back for the 43, and there he goes up the inside into Ribs Bend and through. And it's going to be really interesting to see what Luke Archer can do in terms of following Connor Lucas now, because they're dropping Connor Jupp ever so slightly. Well, I say that's been about the gap between the 111 and the 318, and they're almost coming to a stop as they come through the reverse corkscrew.
Jupp had some issues through the D chicane. That's why there's a bit of a gap between them, because Archer and Lucas managed to get past a higher kart, and Jupp had to wait patiently through the D chicane in order to get through and past the higher kart. I think it's the NRG one that's currently running fairly well up in our higher class. In fact, it's leading our highers at the moment, albeit very briefly, as they are due in the pit lane very shortly, and they've only got a 2-second gap back to Team ETL. They've been out 118 so next 20 minutes or so. Well, now, Tom, the rain's coming again. It's coming a lot harder down on the national circuit as Conor Lucas continues to throw the number 43 round like an old dog toy.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, it's amazing how he finds the traction that he does. As we've mentioned it before, but he is Mr. Teesside. There is nobody really, very few people, if anybody, who's going to be quicker than Conor Lucas around this particular circuit. Yeah, although I'm sure Josh Falkus will have something to say about that. But
we can have a Mexican standoff with them later if we can find them both out the seat at the same time, and our roaming cameras free. We'll let them argue their case as to who may be quickest. Yellow flag is out, Tom. We've got a driver off down at the D chicane, but it's back in very, very quickly.
Really coming down now, as you can see, coming out of Ribs Bend as well. So that's oh, hang on, David. Punching me in the arm.
Tom, it is so much heavier now on the main part of the circuit, and I'm just once again drawn to hairpin number 1, which is where we saw all those issues earlier on. We've had a change for the lead in our clubman class. I think part of that could have been because Modernised Gold have been in the pit lane, but it says on the screen, Tom, they've been in for only 2 minutes, and we saw Alex Mallard go out 5 or 6 minutes ago. I wonder whether they've had a problem because they've had an extra pit stop at the moment, albeit possibly because Raw, who are currently in the lead of that class, are 1 hour and 3 minutes in, but potentially could Modernised Gold have had a problem, or at the very least a slow outlap.
We've also got 303 Racing now showing their class and moving up through the field as well. So they had a difficult start to the race. Not as bad as it was last year, let's be honest.
Well, but they got mounted by Why So Serious.
And also because they only had about 5 minutes worth of fuel as well, so they had to pit in the first 5 minutes. But anyway, they are now 3rd place in your clubman class. You can see it there, 13th overall on the left-hand side of the screen. So, Conor Lucas, last time around, 131.8. Your leader was at 132.9. So let's see what it is across the line as he crosses the line in front of us now. It's a 133.9. Your leader did a 133.6. So Conor Jupp not doing a bad job at all, matching the pace of Conor Lucas on that lap.
And Tom, he's about to go over the 4-hour mark in that kart.
Yes, he
is. Which is fantastic as well. He's got 1:11 on the clock. I think he's probably going to get that to at least 1:40 with this weather condition. Also, he was out whilst they were going round very slowly under the FCY. I wouldn't be surprised if he does actually stretch it to the full 1 hour 40.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I think you could well be right there, David.
The 44 is in, Tom. MS McFly, I believe, comes into pit lane, 1 hour 21. That one could be quite early, could it, given the weather conditions and how slow they were going under the FCY?
I've just seen Austin Mundy overtake the 42 kart. So the Austin Mundy in the 33. We'll find out who is in the 42 at the moment.
Is it Jamie Crees?
I think it is Jamie Crees, yes. Oh, and we've got the 111 off at hairpin 1. What has gone on here?
Well, he's out of the kart, so I think he's on the radio just telling them what's an issue.
There he is. You can see the radio there. He's trying to tune it in, it looks like.
Well, front right, Tom, I'm led to believe is the issue. Andrew Mathers was keeping a eye on that one out the window. Looks like we've got issues then for the 111. The MSJSR currently in 5th place. This one's going to hand the place to Red Graphics, so we're going to move into the top 5 for the first time since the opening 10 laps of this race in that massive spate of black flags.
Yes, indeed. So that's so we're going to see a change for 2nd place and a change for 5th place.
Track rod, Tom, it looks like that because those front wheels are pointing in the wrong direction, and fairly sure Nigel Moore can't do anything about that one. I think he's trying to get that sorted. It may well be a case, Tom, that they lift this kart up, pick it up and carry it over the barrier, or is he going to try and drive it round with only one wheel rather than get the quad out? Can they lift it up and over? Yes, they can. I'm not sure whether that was the idea or whether they've taken it from my suggestion, but I'm going to take full credit for that one in order to get that 111 MSJSR kart back to the pit lane as safely as possible, and that is the ultimate goal now. It's getting that kart back through this gaggle of traffic, back into pit lane and back into pit lane safety. Luke Archer's obviously on the radio. The team will be down there with all the necessary components to get that kart fixed.
He was just hiding behind the timing tower there, but he was very much pointing to it's going straight down to the awning.
Yep, very much so. And as we saw, those 2 front wheels pointing in the wrong direction. And that is not going to be very quick. Looks like we might have a gap in the traffic actually in a few moments after
there it is.
the TT Sport entry comes through. But yeah, that kart is not doing fantastic. Hopefully it's just a track rod, because as you and I know, Tom, for teams as well versed to track rod changes as MS and the whole MS outfit, they can normally do it in around about a minute.
Yeah.
As long as everything is sort of tracked up and lasered and send it back out onto circuit. So just have a quick run through then, Tom, of the top 10 after that one has caused a bit of a reshuffle.
Oh, sorry, yes. So we've got Team Tate from Q Racing, from MS Lucas, from MS Soco Select. 5th place is Red Graphics. MSTDW is your first of the Pro Class runners in 6th place. Then it's Offline Motorsport making their way up to 2nd, which is Net as well by the looks of things. Although MS McFly have just made a pit stop in 9th, so you've got MSJSR currently in the pits. They will be dropping down the order. MS McFly will overtake them, then will DWS, who are currently in 10th. 11th place, I'll just run through these ones as well. You've got Raw Racing, who are your leaders in Clubman at the moment, but they're about 25 minutes, maybe half an hour away from a pit stop. Modernised Racing Gold will take the lead from them. It's a kind of their offset strategy from Raw Racing, and then you've got 303 Racing is the 3rd place in Clubman.
Just putting something on the thing. Just coming. That Marshall is awesome. That Marshall is Nigel Moore. He's a professional racing driver. He's also, from what we can gather, pretty much a marathon runner, because he's been at every corner of this circuit today. He was dealing with the issue with the barrier. He's been up and down. He was hanging off the side of that cart, getting it back into the paddock earlier. He's putting a bit of a shift in, as is Connor Jupp, who is 1 hour and 15 into the lead cart's it's his 3rd stint of the race now, 4 hours in around about 30 seconds. That cart will go through as we've got a higher cart bouncing its way over the curb.
Followed by another 2.
Not the first one. Looks like this is the roaming camera that we're using, because it's not the standard, but hopefully we'll get that one later on to see them bouncing through those chicanes in the middle of the night. It's quite a spectacle.
So we've now got 4 carts now on the lead lap, now that Connor Lucas has unlapped himself on Team Tate and Connor Chuck. So there is a minute separating the first 4, 29 seconds as they come across the line separating the top 3.
So incredibly close here at the British 24-hour race. We are 4 hours in, and that means it's pit stop time in the commentary box.
Yes, I shall hand you over. So it's been a pleasure doing the first 4 hours with you, and I will see you around about 8 o'clock in another 4 hours' time.
Thank you very much then to Tom Butterworth for taking us not only through the grid walk at the start, but the first 4 hours of the race here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2021 running of the NRG Cycles British 24-hour race. We have 4 carts still on the lead lap. Team Take Q Racing, MS Lucas and MS Soco Select. MS TDW lead in our owner pro class, with Raw Racing leading in the Clubmans. Then in the 4 owner higher kart classes, NRG Global Power, the 430 entry, leading the way in the overall. They are a pro runner. The leader in the elites, Team ETL, and we will expect Team ETL to go back to the top of the timing ever so shortly when they get when Global Power come into the pit lane in around about 10 or 15 minutes time. Race for Ruben are in 2nd in that class. There's a couple of owner carts in there as well, including one of them is Ian Williams' Guinness World Record attempt. The others, we've got Team Bonato are down there as well. They are the leading cart in the Clubman class of our hires, and the leader in rookies are in 48th overall. The number 9 entry of Newmarket Hornets lead that class. They have got a little bit of a cushion actually, at least a lap at the very least, back to WM Max Racing, who make their first entry. Though they were very quick in practice during unofficial practice, or better say unofficial practice. It's because the teams don't get to see the times, but we do. In the commentary box, we've got a cart stopped stationary on the inside of hairpin number 1, and that's because it's up against the tyres and with no reverse gear. It is MTB. Pick up a curb warning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome into the commentary box, making his debut here at Teesside for the British 24-hour race, a big welcome to John Ratcliff.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Finally, it is working again. We had a bit of difficulty getting the right headphones in there, but yeah, I'm very, very happy to be here, sir. Thank you very much for having me. I apologise that we have to lose Howard to gain me, but there we are. It swings and roundabouts, and hopefully I can put in a solid performance and we can enjoy today's race. It's certainly a cracking one so far.
Well, that's answered a question that's just popped up. Is Howard on
Sorry,
comms
Alex.
this year? Unfortunately not. He had a stag do last weekend. He's got his own wedding next weekend.
He has.
So he's preparing for that one. So he's going to sit out this year's running of the 24-hour race. John, you must be thrilled to be joining us here. You've watched the first 4 hours, almost most of it, because I know that you were watching some of it on the back at the apartment. You've watched the last half an hour or so from the comm box, getting yourself ready for this. What are your first impressions of the British 24-hour being here live?
Oh, mate, it is absolutely manic. I've done the BUKC 24 hours here. That was pretty crazy, but this seems to be another level. I think mixing owner carts and the hire carts just makes it completely mental, but safe to say, I'm absolutely loving it, mate. Yeah, as I say, been watching the stream back at the flat for a little while, and it's been great coverage by the Alpha Live guys, and I'm glad to be here on the stream myself, joining you, sir.
Thanks, fantastic, isn't it? Jordan Weeks has been on Just Ask Any live timing. Yes, there is, sir. It's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That's /24HR. What you can do on there as well is that the top 3 will be shown in gold, silver and bronze. You can click on at least 2 other drivers. They will go red and blue if you click them respectively. In the comm box, we've got Ian's 24-hour entry highlighted in blue, just so we know where he is out on circuit. Just going to have a quick look down to see where he is at the minute, because he has been in for fuel around about halfway in his stint. He's done 50 minutes. He's currently on 165 laps, and he needs roughly to be at about 160 at the 4-hour mark, so he is in front of where he needs to be, but we probably will expect him to take a larger break later on, to take on a lot more fluids, something to eat as well, as John's just pointing out that there's a yellow out there. There is, it's on the hairpin 2. We've had a higher kart spin itself round at hairpin 2.
A lot of spinning going on, as we say. It's been rather moist. When I left the apartment block, it was absolutely throwing it down, but it seems to have stopped a little bit. We've got an owner kart off at hairpin 1. I can't pick out the number.
Just going to have a quick look. That could be the leader. Team Tate could be off at hairpin 1.
It might be,
it is, and he's just trying to bounce it across. It is. There's your race leader.
There he is.
Connor Jupp, 4 hours and 5 minutes into his stint, has slid off the circuit at hairpin number 1 onto the grass in this wet conditions. There's another owner kart. That's Lads and Dads, the 64 entry on the outside of hairpin 2. But your race leader, who had a 27-second gap back to Q Racing, just going to have a look out the window. John, I'm going to pass to you. I'm going to keep an eye out for Q to see which of those come over the line. Can we see who's coming first?
Of course, so yeah, keep your eyes peeled, because yeah, just as I was saying that possibly the rain might be letting up a little bit, our leader bins it quite far onto the grass there. It did take him quite a few seconds to, as you say, bounce in the cart, get it back on the circuit and get underway again. But where are the 2 that we're looking at?
So Team Tate have come over. They're still in the lead. What I will say is I don't know what caused the incident. He may well have had some help going off onto the grass there.
Done.
Having said that, obviously, it's still wet here. Having a quick look. Q have come through now. 13 seconds
Nearly
behind. It
half
was
the gap.
27
Over
prior
half
to that
the gap.
incident as well. So they've lost
14 seconds,
14
wasn't it?
seconds
Yeah.
Down, and they will be in the pits, although we
Wow.
do expect that stint to be extended out from 122 to around about 135 because of the incredibly slow FCY earlier on, where we on point required some medical attention, and then subsequently, almost as soon as we went green, it started raining again.
Yes, it has been very interesting. As you say, a lot of full course yellows too. I was amazed by the number. We had some large crashes, and as I said earlier, possibly to do with the fact of having different sort of speed levels out on track. Those closing distances can come up pretty quickly, especially in the wet. That might have been what happened to the leader, but as we say, we did not see the incident occur, so we cannot comment on it further. But yeah, lots of full course yellows, but lots of fun going on out there, and that is the main thing at the end of the day.
It is, and once again, we've seen us Connor Jupp not happy there with one of the higher entries. I think on entry round the South Bank corner, the higher entry I think in question is Blue Shell. So Jupp not happy at all there, but naturally he's going to be frustrated from the incident. I wonder if, because now he's coming back through and he's catching up, maybe Blue Shell had something to do with the incident as to why Jupp was off the circuit. because it's taken him a lap and a half to get back up. That's probably about right in terms of the timing differences between the two karts at 8 seconds a lap. Maybe he's just showing his displeasure, because I think potentially putting 2-2 together, and I've watched a lot of Poirot, I think he's probably, that might have something to do with it, as Grizzly pick up a curb warning. As we see Jupp threading the needle down there at the bottom of Rib Bend. Looks like one of the modernised entries actually just helped him up there, didn't it?
He did, yeah, give him a little nudge.
Thank you very much.
It's like at Team Sport when you go up the up ramp, you need a little nudge from behind to get yourself up there sometimes.
That's the problem. We see that a lot in the night. We'll see most of the issues we have, and certainly with the higher karts, is if they drop an engine, they can't get up the hill.
Right,
and
gotcha.
It takes a lot. We see a lot
We've got someone else in the barrier. That looks like one of the front leading guys.
It's a 1-1, John. That kart has been in the pits with an issue with the front.
Oh,
and
yes,
that
of
front
course.
left, under normal circumstances, should not turn that much.
No, it really shouldn't.
Issues then at hairpin number 1 for the 1-1 of MSJSR, and not for the first time as well in the last 10 or 15 minutes. As you can see, looks like
bent.
Last time round it was the other side that we had issues with. Now it looks like the left track rod has failed as well on the 1-1. That certainly cannot be carried back, and I imagine we are about to see our 7th, I believe, full course yellow here at Teesside. Let's see if I can just find out where Tom's... John, you're on the left, so you're in charge of our FCY count. So if we do go full course yellow, you'll need to locate a pen and add a mark to that one. But we are 6 in at the moment, which is considerable. I think we probably only had 6 or 7 overall last year here.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
I think a lot of it to do with we have obviously a lot more owner karts this year. There are around about 11 or 12 more entries, all of them in the owner class. We have slightly less higher karts this year than what we did last year, but considerably more owners, almost double in fact. We had 22, I think last year 23, and once again that car is being lifted up and over, and that may save us a full course yellow, which I think is good. And credit once again to the marshals here at Teesside for clearing the track as quickly as possible under as safe as possible conditions with all these karts out on circuit.
Yeah, huge credit to him. He tries to drag that all the way from hairpin 2 over to the side of the circuit, and those things aren't exactly light. So yeah, fair play. He's done that very nicely. It means, as you say, hopefully we don't have to have another full course yellow, which would have been the 7th of the day, and we're only maybe just over 4 hours in.
We are 95 kilos those karts weigh without the driver in.
My goodness, and he dragged that like it was nothing.
Yeah. To give it the comparison, the higher karts, they weigh around about 152. So there's around about 55 kilos difference between the two machines. Also, the owners have a little bit more power. That's why we're seeing 8 seconds a lap in sort of time difference. The driver, once again from that 1-1 car, is radioing in an issue. But I think, and we can actually see, John, there the track rod's just come away from the steering. It's still fastened to the steering, to the wheel. And that is part of the problem, because that's going to need to be kept up off the floor, because if not, it's going to go under the wheel, cause that kart some issues. Nigel Moore will once again double up his clerk of the course duties with kart retrieval duties. On this occasion, he has just parked it on the other side of that barrier and will just pick it up and one-wheel it actually back into the pit lane where the MSJSR crew will be waiting. They are now down in 16th place. Look at that. Nigel Moore putting an absolute shift in here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, fair play. Big shout out to him. I've never seen someone drive a kart whilst holding on to the front left wheel as they go. But there we are. You see something new every day, and especially where else could it happen but Teesside? Noshing some cheeky Haribos,
but whilst I'm doing that, I'm also having a quick look at the comments.
Oh, you allowed some Haribos,
Alan Dove's been on again, karting once in. His old kart weighed around about 50 kilos. I imagine that, I'm going to guess it was a Cadet. Either that was a Rotax, because they weigh considerably less, but the engines on these senior pro karts, they weigh 16 kilos a piece, so 32 kilos of the weight is just down to the engine. The rest of it making up around about the 95 to 98 kilos will come from the chassis and all the other components as well.
That's most of that most of that weight sitting at the rear end, which means in the in the wet, you're going to get some understeer and a lot of wheel spin. As we see, someone is off What corner is that, my good sir? I'm yet to learn the Teesside track.
Well, that's
exactly.
That's the reverse corkscrew.
The reverse corkscrew, that's what we call it. Okay, well, there's a driver there, sat on the apex a bit precariously, looking to try and make a gap in the unbelievably long chain of carts, but there we go. He's managed to do it, and he's pulled away in that beautiful OMP race suit. There he goes. I can't quite pick out the number, but he's back on his way. Almost getting in the way of, I believe that was the number 33 there, I think, as we look back to the leader. No, we don't. Let's look back to another car who has spun out. As with the rain, with the wet surface, we're seeing that more and more and more often. But let's look back to the leader, number 318, Team Tate.
They are 1 hour and 29 in, so well over what would be a dry fuel stock window of around about 1 hour and 15. But obviously they had that slow FCY. They've had. Oh, sorry, John. There's a big off actually.
Oh yes.
On the outside of hairpin number 2.
Taken out the barriers
and
there.
It looks like that could be an owner entry. We'll have a quick look.
It is.
It is. We'll keep an eye out on that on the way round, unless you can pick the number out. But the
Cool.
tyres
Well,
are going to require a bit of marshal assistance.
They will.
And let's have a quick. Let's play a game of which marshal do you think is going to go and fix it?
Might need more than one for that one. He's absolutely obliterated. A lot of the barriers down nearer us are sort of held in by other pieces of material. Those ones are kind of just freestanding, and he's really bowled them out. Strike on wee bowling there for that man.
They don't normally get hit, but once again it calls for a Nigel Moore-shaped presence. He's off there to fix the tyres. He's going to have to stop for a break soon, surely.
Someone get that man a Haribo. That's all I'm going to say.
Of course, he's more than welcome to come and collect some from the comms box. To be fair, they are big tyres. They look like old like Formula 3 tyres, those ones. You can tell they've been there a while, although they don't normally get moved that much.
No, that's true. I saw down at pit exit there were some Pirelli P0s that had Monza written on them, and I was like, ooh,
I'm going to top trump that one. There's one up against the barrier near the Digiflag that's got Bathurst written on it, set 10.
Nice. Very nice. You can go a tour around Teesside, a tour of the tyres. See what's the coolest tyre that you can find.
I was sat on it earlier and I thought, oh, actually, I best show that tyre some respect.
Show it some respect. Slip it under your jacket and try and walk out into the parking lot.
Oh, it's massive. I've no idea what it's come off, but it's absolutely huge. It's bigger than what we'd normally see, but they're lent up on their side down there against the barrier in the pit complex.
I believe I saw going through the sort of first corner here, the fast sweeping left-right. The leader, Team Tate 318, going side by side pod to side pod with a higher cart, so it's clearly picking his way through the traffic nicely and not being afraid to get his elbows out where needed.
That is an unreal comment that I'm going to let you read out.
Nigel Moore, currently 95th position after completing 54 laps to date.
Fantastic. The live stream comments are still coming in thick and fast. Curtis Lewis has just put there are radios. Yes, they are. Majority of our owner carts will have radios. Some of them are actually wireless. They use something very similar to like a motorbike style. You can actually see it there on the left of Connor Jupp's helmet, the receiver picking up. We might not pick it up as we come down the straight, but certainly as we go round South Bank corner, because it will be camera side, you will be able to pick up the receiver there on the side of his helmet for the pit to cart radio. Some of these teams use a push to talk button on the steering wheel. Some of them have just an open wavelength that they can just talk all the way through. So when we're saying that some of these owner teams, some of the hires have them as well, but certainly almost all of the owners, if they do have a problem, they're able to radio back, tell the team what components they need. Saw earlier with Team Backmarker when they were considering repairing their cart rather than changing the frame because they had that catastrophic crack in it, that they knew what parts. Jess Alexander was down there running the show along with Ian Madishaw and a couple of others. They were putting the bits out on the floor that they knew they were going to have to change because they were getting the information back from the driver as to what components were required after their incident down at Rib Bend.
Yeah, I saw that on the stream of the cracked chassis. It was absolutely huge, and I've just seen on track as well, down at the hairpin after the long sweeping right-hander. I saw one driver have a cheeky little spin under power, and the driver behind him decided to join him, synchronised spinning, parking it straight on the grass, and then as they rejoined, he spun it again on the grass. So style points there for that man, but sadly didn't quite pick up the kart number.
No, Nate's been on saying, wow, a black flag. You should have turned up for the first 25 minutes of this stream.
Quite a few.
Most of our front runners, in fact, picked up a black flag for overtaking under yellows. We had 25 of them in the opening hour of the race. Some of them were still filtering through beyond the first hour, just because we had that many that we just couldn't get them on the digi flag to tell all the teams that they were picking them up. So you'll see, obviously, if you're watching as well, if you're picking up on the computer, it'll all be on one screen. If you're looking at the live timing on your phone, if you just slide the screen to the left a lot, then you'll see the list of penalties given out as well.
And can we work out from that black flag that's come through what they got it for, or are we sort of in the dark about that?
Sometimes they have them on, sometimes they don't.
Okay.
It's ambiguous, but generally around here it will either be overtaking under yellows or driving standards, unless they've noticeably picked up a couple of incidents earlier on. We saw that earlier with Nexus Sport. They picked up a couple of driving standards and then were black flagged shortly after. So it didn't take too much to put that one together as to what they were doing.
Yeah, and like we were saying earlier, with interesting thing between hire karts and owner karts of the differential in speed. I've just seen, oh, there he comes through again. He's lost a wheel, has he? Yes.
Oh, puncture
on the rear left of 57. Is that Brad Butcher driving that?
It is, yes. The 57 modernised racing car is going to come into pit lane with a puncture. Where were they? Let's have a quick look. They were down in 24. So modernised racing Papaya, 43 minutes into their stint, have got a puncture on their brand new sets of Dunlop SL1s, the new tyre that they're running here for the British 24 and subsequently for BPEC for the rest of the season. The Dunlop SL1, we had a look at that in the pre-race, is that it's a softer compound tyre, and we find a lot of teams are either pulling them off the rim if they drop it down the inside of the concrete curb down at South Bank, is a bit of a problem as well. Team Tate had a cut down the side of theirs in the first 5 minutes of the race.
Yeah, well, modernised racing Papaya. I saw the incident, had a bit of a coming together with one of the hire karts, and yeah, the man driving the number 57 was not particularly happy about the incident, throwing lots of hand gestures in the air, probably some we can't really repeat on stream, but hopefully they can get that all changed and back out on track very soon.
Once again, we're back to comments. Kieran Lynn's been on, just saying it's quite an intense 24-hour race so far. I'd say so. But also, if you look back at the highlights from last year's race on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel, there's a 1 hour highlights from last year's event. I think it's titled 2020 Pre-Event Highlights. Will be from last year's event, which will arguably, and certainly in my opinion, the greatest 24-hour kart race of all time. The two leaders going onto the final lap, nose to tail with each other, and then coming together through the chicane section. We've got a kart off at the D chicane. Looks like that could be get tired. The 350 entries currently were stationary and waiting to get back on. There's another one of the modernised. That's modernised Gold, who were leaders in the clubman class. Alexander Mallard on that one, facing the wrong way on the exit of Rib Bend.
Very frustrating for them there, but yeah, I see what you mean now. I couldn't really tell on stream, but now I'm looking at it myself. It does look heavier. The rain does look heavier down that part of the track than it does out of our window down here, doesn't it? I'm not sure if that's just the camera or...
When it arrives, it almost always arrives from that direction.
Gotcha.
Just because of obviously just the natural configuration. We're back down beyond the 130, so we are still around about 15 seconds to 18 seconds a lap. And finally,
so huge.
And I say that finally, 4 hours and 20 minutes since he got in the kart.
My goodness.
Connor Jupp at 1 hour and 37 minutes for this stint exits the race leading Team Tate 318 machine, and we await now. All of those drivers have got their a similar suit, with the exception of Mark Kimber, who'll be, I think, he'll be racing his Tony Kart colours. I think they've all got their name on the back, which is handy because it doesn't particularly help when they're all racing. He's still got the strength in order to assist moving that kart round. It's all about now getting it stopped and turned around that left-hander. I saw Adam Nichols with the 113 entry struggle to get that kart actually turned through there earlier on, as I think they may well be somewhere as well. They've dropped behind modernised Racing Gold. Now it will be Mark Kimber, I believe, getting into the the 318 race leading entry. The former British, European and karting world champion, current GT driver, is now out at the wheel of the kart leading Team Tate Motorsport entry here at the 2021 British 24 Hour.
Yeah, that is just insane what that man has done. Like, crazy. I mean, I'm not exactly a picture of health, but I think I did about 2 hours 20 maybe in the kart, and I was almost dead. I wanted to sit down in a dark room. He's just done 4 hours and 20 minutes.
We've seen Dan Crosley do it before here at the British, but he did it in the final 4.5 hours of the race, when I imagine he was just pumped full of adrenaline.
Exactly.
So to do it at the start of a race as well, as we've got one of the higher entries, looks like that could be Carlos Fandango's 131 entry with the silver and orange, and also with Mind at the top racing for them. Entry off onto the grass, there it is, getting itself back up to speed down the back straight.
Oh, we've got a slow kart, that's the 111.
Once again, that's back out on track, but let's see whether it can do some laps without the track rod expiring.
Yeah, hopefully they fix the persisting problems on both sides of the kart. As I believe, as who we just saw spin up that side of the track has spun again at hairpin 2.
Yes, get tired, I think. 350 entry, round at hairpin 2. Looks like there was another kart involved there as well.
Still dealing with difficult conditions out there are the drivers, as we've said many times. On slick tyres, never easy in the wet. Driving on ice, basically, around, especially through some of the fast section of the track, through the wiggles in the wet, is terrifying.
Exactly, and it's very difficult here at Teesside as well, because there's different parts of the circuit that are used for different things. So the west part of the circuit is generally used for car testing, as well as a little bit of karting, but mainly kids karting. The national part of the circuit is the everyday arrive and drive circuit, but more recently as well, they've been using, certainly in the last couple of weeks, when they had a round, I believe, with the British Drift Championship, everywhere from the wiggles all the way down the back straight, round South Bank, hairpins 2, 3 and the dogleg have been used for drifting. So there's plenty of rubber down. However, when it's wet, you ideally want tarmac that doesn't have plenty of rubber down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was going to say, if you'd noticed on stream at the long sweeping right-hander, what is the name? Does that corner have a name at the top?
South Bank.
South Bank, there we go. If you had noticed some odd white markings on South Bank, then that's what it was for. It was for the drifting competition that was here only, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. The markers that they have of when to apply the gas, when to throw the handbrake up and things like that. So there's the explanation for that one.
Yeah, quick update. You'll notice if you're watching on timing, the 113, the red graphics entry, has dropped behind Modernised Gold, 303, MSBE, Raw, Cash Bandits, DW and Modernised Azure, as well as SMJC. They're now down in 17th, just dropped to 18th. That's because they're having a new steering column put on that car, as Tom Butterworth has reported from down in the paddock. And that one was reported at least 5 or 6 minutes ago. So that car having problems. We'll notify you when that car is back out on circuit. I imagine they were out for 1 hour 3. They've probably refueled it, ready to go for a full stint.
Yeah, they should hopefully be back out soon. But yeah, as you say, losing so much time and losing so many positions as well. Going to be so frustrating for them. But they've just got to keep their head in the game. And once they get back out on track, be straight back on the pace.
Pace then is now back down to the 135. So the rain continues to trickle down here at the Teesside Autodrome. I think we looked in about an hour ago and we were expecting as well. Looks like the new tyres are also, I'm heard, being bolted onto that 113 kart down there in the paddock. That's very early to be strapping a second set of Dunlop SL1s on to that machine. We saw as well that that means that the remaining 2 sets are going to have to do around about 10 hours each. It's one of our higher entries. Looks like they're having some issues getting that engine started. Finally gets going and we'll be able to rejoin the fray as the ML Racing 272 is off. Where's that one? That looks like it's on the outside of hairpin number 4, looking at the track at the tarmac there.
You are correct, sir. Jumping back in the car. Hopefully he can get back underway. He does indeed, rejoins the track safely. So there we go. I saw the 103 of Rethink Racing. I saw Mr. Adam Sears, the GOAT himself, in the seat, was coming past, tapping his head, giving the usual symbol for boys, please let me come in now. I need to come in. So hopefully Adam's going to get a rest soon in that Rethink Racing kart, but I wish them all the best.
Looking at the forecast, this rain may persist for around about 25 minutes or so before we get a short break, but then, just having a quick look, it's on and off and on and off until around about 6:30, and then it may ease up through the early part of the evening. Yellow flag is out, the 4:20 is round. That's Simtech and Sporting Force 1 are going very slowly as well round there. It is the bottom of the hour. This time it is the turn of our higher entry, so let's have a quick run through. At the moment, Team ETL leading the way, 34th overall. They are just in front at the moment of the Race for Ruben, number 95 entry. The gap between those two, 30 seconds for our hires. NRG Global Power, third overall, lead the pro class from Adrenico Racing in fourth in hires. BSR, they qualified really poorly, well outside the top 10 for the Bradley Shepherd Racing entry. They are now up to 6th overall, or 5th overall, sorry, in our higher class, in front of Teesside Tigers, who are 6th. Euro Bandit Motorsports, they're 7th in that class, 43rd overall. Kart Events Belgium, last year's winners, with only the 2 drivers in that one once again, are in 44th. Team Bonato, the leaders in the Clubman class, are 45th. They're in front of the English Deaf Karting 24-hour team, who are currently in the pit lane, hence why Team Bonato are shown with a green arrow next to it, having moved up a place. Newmarket Hornets, 47th overall, the number 9 entry, leading the way in our rookie class in front of Hopeless Disaster, Core Blimey Racing, and A66-2, completing the top 50 overall. NC Racing in the 667, a 51st. ABC Racing, 52nd. And we've got in 53rd, Fried Egg Racing 2 in front of Scenario 77. They qualified well. Looks like they've had some problems. They are currently in the pits, having served a 1 hour 27 stint. 1 hire, 1 owner off down there at the middle of the mountain section. And there we're going to see whether how difficult it is for the hires to get up the hill when they're going from a stationary position. Core Blimey Racing, their 3rd entry, the 313, is 55th. 56th will be Century Sim Racing. Looks like they've had some problems. They qualified in 3rd place. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat are in 57th. 58th is WM Max Racing. Receding Racing and Carlos Fandango complete the top 60 overall. Renowned Vancourt, 61st. Good Chip Racing in 62nd. Boomer, 64th. Core Blimey Racing in the 213. The 2nd entry for that team are in 65th. They're currently in the pit, so after a 120 stint. Shishi's Manx Boys are in 66th place. Ishin Rare Jiu-Jitsu are 67th. The top 70 then completed by Lockwell Hill, Red Lodge Wasps and Rethink Racing, although they are a club and owner entry. Bro Carters are in 71st. Grizzly Racing 72nd. Morsane Racing 73rd. SKA Racing 74th. Straight Through Crew, they had a kart change earlier on, I believe. Certainly they were down in mechanical. They're in 75th in front of Bonehead and LC Racing. Blue Shell are in 79th. The top 80 then completed by the 420 entry of Simtech Motorsport. MTB are in 81st. Primary Racing in 82nd. Kart Force 2 and Kart Force 1 respectively, they're in 84th and 85th. Fried Egg Racing in the final one of our elite runners are in 86th. The remaining runners then in our higher class, Dukes of Stafford, Sporting Force 1, Sporting Force 2, TMS higher at Rookie Racers and Getting Tired in 93rd place. We'll run through the owners at the bottom of the next hour. I know I've been looking at the screen. John, anything to report from out on circuit whilst we're running through the results as they stand so far?
I think you need a raise for doing that, mate. That was huge. Such a long list of carters is fantastic to see. But yeah, I've been watching outside the window. It's of course been very interesting as it has been the last 4.5 hours, but nothing too crazy to pick up on, to be honest. We've seen a decent amount of synchronized swimming, synchronized spinning continuing, and we probably will do for the next quite a few hours, because as you said, the weather seems to be staying on and off with the rain. So as the conditions start to change, guys will start to get a bit more confident on the brakes, and then the rain will start again, and they'll start spinning out again. So it should be very interesting for our stream. So make sure you continue watching throughout the night. No sleep is allowed for anyone watching this stream. You must stay awake for the full 19 hours that are left, please. Thank you.
We do like to challenge people to stay up as much as they can. Certainly try and get through. It keeps us going as well when the live stream is and the comments are still going strong at 3:30 in the morning. Tony Draper's been on, saying big shout out to Century Sim. They had an off on the from P3 on the opening lap. We saw a lot of drivers off actually down at Rib Bend. Looks like they had an issue later on in the lap which caused the chain to come off. They had to come in and have that sorted. Looks like it was a fairly quick fix though, because I didn't see too much going on down there with them at the mechanics bay. Steve Inger's been on just asking who is leading in higher elite. We'll come to that in a moment as Connor Lucas brings the 43 into pit lane. Very interesting now to see whether he double stacks as On Point Racing are up on the trolley. And that's not a good place to be for the clubman entry. They've already had that issue earlier on in the race. So leaders then in higher elite. Team ETL race for Ruben as well. Both on the same lap with a gap of 28 seconds between them. Third in the class, Adrenico Racing. NRG leading in the pro class of our hires from EDKT24 and Core Blimey Racing. Clubman is Hopeless Disaster. They're in second behind Team Bonato on that one, and A66-2 will complete the podium as it stands. Newmarket Hornets lead in rookie. Core Blimey Racing and Eat Sleep Race Repeat complete the podium as it stands in those classes. Something interesting going on out the window, John?
Always, mate. Always in this race with this number of karters. There's always craziness going on. As who's that? The number 42. That's MS Soko Select coming out of the pit lane. Seems to have been a good stop there. Managing to get some helping hands from some teammates and being pushed out of the pit lane. As here we go. We see them re-emerging onto the track at Rib Bend.
Let's have a quick look then. Normally we say around here, a pit affected first sector around here in the dry is normally around about 25 seconds longer. We'll wait to see what it is when they come round, but we'll also see what that first lap is. Connor Lucas then will double stack the 43. Having started that race, and we've seen this before, he will normally stack it, do two early ones, take one off, get back in the seat, and then throughout the night, we don't normally see Connor, and he will be back tomorrow, I imagine, fresh and ready to push that 43 all the way. They've got some phenomenal drivers in that car. Most of them we haven't seen yet, and I imagine they will be broken out of their racing driver box for the night stint. So just to give you a quick idea, there's pit lane, all the drivers getting ready. Most of them have their wetsuits on. There's that number 26 entry. That rear bumper has made a friend, hasn't it? That's higher kart shaped. I can tell it's higher kart shaped because it's wraparound shaped. So something's been in the back of that.
Yes.
All they're doing at the minute is putting the lead weights on to bring the driver up to the minimum weight limit of 185 kilos. For our owner karts hires, they're running to 235. So there's a 50 kilo disparity between them. So they need to put those lead weights on. Teams obviously then just dropping them onto the weight posts. So yeah, back to the 43. Drivers in that one. Yeah. Paul Wilkins, Andrew Delahunty, Connor Lucas, Jack Dex and Dan Crosley. We've seen Dan Crosley out. He was out when it rained earlier on. So at the moment, we've only seen Connor Lucas and Dan Crosley. Very much looking forward to seeing what Jack Dex can do at the wheel of that. He turned up for the O-plate here in the sprint series and then proceeded to drive off in the distance, win all three heats and the final. So we certainly know he can pedal, not just round here, but obviously from when we've seen him at many other places in many other series as well.
Yeah, it should be definitely interesting seeing him out in the car. You might have heard me make a bit of a ooh noise earlier. I saw Nexus Sport come through the dog leg, getting it all sorts of sideways, which is very interesting to watch and is amazing seeing some of the kart control these drivers had. But then he suddenly came up on a higher car and went straight in the back of him. So I'm surprised that no steering was broken there, but he's managed to get away with it and carried on the race.
Yeah, we were watching them yesterday. It started raining in the afternoon and they were coming through. A number of them were coming through sideways, full opposite lock, and then just having to keep it pretty much that way on the brakes. And then when it gripped, it was just naturally taking them round. So Lucas incredible. Now back out in the 43. That one has dropped him outside of the top three, although he is only 9 seconds behind the MS Lucas number 42 sister kart. just going to try and look out the window. We've had a question to see ask who is in the Raw Racing entry, the entry that is currently in 4th place, but is one of about 7 different karts that has led our clubman class. There's hardly anything between them at the moment. Modernised Gold are 4 laps behind the leaders, then it's 5 for 303, MS.BE and Raw, 6 laps then for Cash Bandits and DW Racing. So incredibly close. It always is for the clubmen. We have to be realistic. Most of the time, they almost always have an issue, but it's minimising that issue and just making sure that you can get that kart back out on circuit. So I'm going to have a quick look out the window as one of the Kayas goes off at the D to see if I can spot who's in the Raw Racing entry. There is 7 of them in the team, so certainly enough to keep them fresh.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Throughout the night. Yeah, normally we see 5 is probably optimum. We see all the top teams normally go for 5. Red Graphics this year have gone for 4. 4 or 5 is optimum. We see a lot of teams, the clubman teams will try and run 6 just because it keeps their drivers fresher.
Yeah.
TT Sport will run up to 8. We had one team in hires last year who had 10 different drivers in it, but there was a reason for that, and that's because they all worked at Lark Hall Circuit. So those that were racing on Saturday were working on Sunday.
Oh, right.
And those that were working, and vice versa with the other 5. So in order to keep the track open, they just had some stints where you raced here one day and worked the next, and vice versa. So that's why they needed all 10. So we were getting messages throughout the night from some of them who'd been here and were now back there ready to go to work the following day.
That's brilliant. That shows commitment. That's commitment to the cause and serious love of racing showing there from the Larkhall staff. Big up to them.
So still trying to pick out the Raw Racing entry. They are 28 minutes in, so we don't expect them to be in the pit lane, but with 94 karts out there here at the Teesside Autodrome, albeit on the much longer than usual international layout here. Still, it's an absolute kart fest. And
it really is.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we've got a nice spotter's guide here in the com box, but still, you've got to find the kart before you can find out who's in it.
Yeah, it does prove a bit difficult, and they're all stacking up through here, through the D chicane. It's getting a bit leery with a few of them. I've seen quite a number of owners trying to make it 2 or even 3 wide around there. Hasn't ended well for a lot of them, but I like the spirit of it. I'm probably going for it, and I'm sure over the next few hours we're going to see a lot more people spin out at the D chicane.
Connor Lucas on screen there.
There we
Big
are.
thumbs up as well round South Bank to say thank you to Ahaya for moving out of the way. So he was opposite lock with one hand and one arm in the air saying thank you. Unbelievable driving from our reigning senior pro kart champion, double champion in fact from 2019 and 2020. Currently leads the championship again here in 2021 and has gone the opening 12 races unbeaten before the previous round, the final, won by Aaron Alexander, who was out earlier in the 113 entry. It looks like they are back out on track now as they have managed to get past one of the clubman entries, but they are down well away from the podium as it stands, some 9 laps off the lead in 23rd place. Alan Dove has been on a game. We'll see how long does it take to replace a chassis. Well, team back marker earlier on, they have to take the engines off and all of the usual standard components have to come off the kart and put back on. They lost, well, they're currently well down the timing. Let's have a quick look where they are. They are currently 29 laps off the lead, so it cost them around about 45 minutes all in, albeit 10 of that was getting the kart back on the back of the trailer. Another 5 at least was just trying to figure out what was wrong with it and whether the original one was salvageable, but ultimately we saw that cracked chassis earlier on, and for everybody's safety it's probably best to get that one back onto a different chassis, but at least the team is back out and circulating, albeit down towards the tail end of the field.
Yeah, like we've said, obviously you want to win, but at the end of the day, having fun and being safe are the top priorities, so they really couldn't take that out again and use it again. So glad to see that they have changed that, but they're still out there, they're still going for it, and something could still happen. You never know in racing, so best to stick at it and enjoy yourself as best as you can out there on circuit.
Q Racing then lead at the moment, but that one is because they are off on the pit stops. They've only been in twice. Team Tate have been in 3 times. We expect to see Q in the next 10 minutes or so. It's currently a 1:27 stint for them, albeit the pace a lot slower, which ultimately means you're not using as much fuel, which means you can push it out a little bit further as well. Also, it may be the saving grace on these Dunlop tyres, because we were seeing a lot of blistering. I think I've found out who's in the 69 kart, Raw Racing. Looks very much like Ross O'Meara, because I can see a team karting and an X-kart. Not team karting, it's not there, but they've got an X-kart. They've got a
Someone
driver
properly
on
in the
as
barriers
well,
there.
yeah. I can see his X-kart suit underneath his rain suit, which is see-through. So he's out there. That's the answer to the driver who is in the number 69 car. What we do need to find out is who that hire was that was off, and who is in the Team Tate 318 machine now. Just going to have a quick look. We've got to see where the silver entries. They're down at Rib Bend, so we should see them appearing in about 30 seconds or so out of the commentary box window to the left as they re-emerge from the blind spot. The Sporting Force 1 are off at the D-chicane. They're going to have to wait patiently for a gap in the traffic. The yellow flags are out, but they are in a fairly precarious position, John. They've re-emerged back onto the circuit, and they've done well there actually to come across the racing
There's been
line
a big
and
crash
out
down
of
at
the
the
way.
hairpin down there. I see 3 carts come together, 2 hire carts and an owner, and there's more bullying going on exit. There's about 9 carts in one little gaggle there, so lots going on. I'm going to try and pick out who they were as they come past us now, coming through the dog leg. It's like 4 carts wide, then 4 carts wide behind, then another 3 behind that. It's just mental. So who was that? I think it was the 272 and the 88 who had it coming together there, but only after getting absolutely tank slapped by one of the hire carts. So yeah, just everyone trying to kind of pick their way through the traffic here. Some doing that bit better than others, but managing to keep it all together as number 33 has a spin outside our window through hairpin 1 and goes straight into a big puddle. So they've got soaked there. They're not going to be too happy with that one.
Saw on screen there the recovering 113 machine. They've had a driver change as well. What a couple of weeks it's been for that one. It's the Reese Hunter now in the seat of the 113. He was at Le Mans last week and won the Senior Rotax International Trophy. This week he's getting wet at the 24-hour race at Teesside. Both ends of the spectrum then for the driver of the 113. Sunshine and trophies one week, 24 hours in a kart the following. But we wish to congratulate him on his international trophy win last weekend. Unfortunately, that 113 entry currently seems to be well down the order, having had those issues with the steering column earlier on.
To be honest, mate, I'd probably say the Le Mans and Middlesbrough are pretty similar. To be honest, I'd say.
I've only ever been to one, so I can't. I'll let you know when I get an invite to Le Mans. Just having a quick look. Somebody's let us know that Mark Kimber's in the 318 Team Tate. I thought it might be, as one of the entries is backwards. Let's have a quick look what team that is. That could be one of our early favourites. Could that be the Pole Sitter? It is. That's Euro Bandits. They were pole position earlier on. They have, I think they've had some issues. They are currently 7th in class in the owners, as the 33Q Racing entry is off at hairpin 1. Hopefully they've not got any issues.
They've jumped back in and they're all good, I think.
Oh, plants the throttle to Austin Mundy, but that is going to close the gap, certainly for Team Tate. The gap, John, is 1 minute and 11 seconds previously before that incident. Q will come through in around about 30 seconds time. Let's keep an eye out on any lost time for them, but there's certainly going to be some. It just depends mainly which direction that kart was facing when he got it stopped. He still had to get out and push it, mainly because the grass is wet now, and all you're going to get there is wheel spin.
Yeah, I was going to say Q Racing were doing a great job. When Team Tate came out of the pits, I think it was about a minute and 1, a minute and 3 gap, and they've made it a minute and 11 now. We're going to have to wait and see for them to come around again now, because obviously they've had that incident. They would have lost a few seconds there, and we'll see the amount of seconds that they've managed to catch up with Team Tate. But obviously we're still waiting for Q Racing to come in for this pit stop.
So 1:30 then for Q. Let's have a quick look when they'll come over the line. I think in around about now or so. In fact, they've been over, so we now wait for Team Tate to come through. They are down the back straight, I believe, as we've got a spinner just out the window, right in the middle of the south bank corner. One of the owner cars has gone round.
Nearly collected someone as he rejoined, but he's okay.
We'll try and find out who they are as well, as one of the kart force entries pulls off into pit lane. Looks like that could be scheduled on screen now. we see the leader in our clubman class, 9th overall, and it's been an assured ride so far for Alexander Mallard, one of the youngest drivers competing in this race. He's currently double stinting this number 6. And John, I can't help but notice, I think it's raining a little bit harder now. The times are still where they were. Looks like Q lost around about 11 seconds in that incident. It was 11 and a half. The delta time coming up between Q and Tate on that previous lap.
But the gap has now dropped back down to about what it was when Team Tate took their pit stop, so this could benefit them slightly.
So now it's very much where Q Racing, when they come out of the pits, they are going to have to pit before they can extend that time beyond 2 minutes, which is about what a pit affected lap's going to take now.
Right.
So it's 30 seconds in the pits with getting over the weighbridge, getting the fuel in it and putting the driver in it. And obviously now we're running laps of around about 1:33.
Yeah, there's a lot to do when they come in the pits, and especially after a long stint, it can be very difficult, like we were saying, trying to find the energy to push and turn that car back into the pit lane. But the drivers showing their abilities so far and doing very well. As who's that?
Kart, that is down at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew section, and that front left wheel is not pointing in the direction it should. Looks like once again that could be the Euro Bandits Motorsport entry. They've certainly got a green and red Nauseo panel. We've seen that car in the last few minutes have an issue down on the outside of hairpin number 3, and I think we
going to be a full course yellow, is it? We're still waiting.
We might see the first FCY of your 24-hour career here at Teesside.
Wow, I feel very honoured. Thank you very much to that team for doing that. Just for me to experience my first full course yellow. Only the 7th of the day it will be, but the board still hasn't come out yet, so we're still yet to see if that will occur. But there we are. We can see the quad bike boys getting ready to go out, so we're just kind of waiting for this board to be stuck out now. As I see, there we are, the gentlemen reaching in to their booths and grabbing the full course yellow board.
Yeah, there we go. The Battenberg flag is out. It's also up on the Digi flag as well on the start line, and all of the marshals posts showing the full course yellow board. You'll not be able to see it now at the moment, but on the right hand side there is a orange light that will go on at night time for the full course yellows. Looks like we actually had a problem there getting the quad. The trailer was on the corner of the awning.
Don't want to start dragging that with him.
the awning almost got a lap here at Teesside. Now let's see whether Q Racing's 33 entry under full course yellow. This has come at a fantastic time for them, John. 1 hour and 35 minutes in. The same for MS TDW offline as well,
nice.
well over 130. 303, they've already come in at 139. MS.BE were probably about where they needed to be at 140 as well. The pit lane is open, and I think we're just going to get the carts stacking up. But now, so we're seeing Renowned Vankels, they've come in.
People are diving into the pits.
104 are in. You might as well do it now while the circuit is slowed. And this is played right into the hands of Q Racing, because they were going to be about a minute behind Team Tate. Let's see, but I'm absolutely adamant that car is going to visit pit lane in the next 5 minutes, and there's the confirmation on the screen. The race leader is in pit lane as Euro Bandit Motorsport's 169 entry is manhandled up onto the back. That's had a track rod failure, or certainly something wrong with the stub axle, but that front left looking very, very sorry for itself.
Yeah, something has definitely gone very wrong there, but a big shout out to all the marshals getting down there very quickly, getting on the trailer, and they're going to bring it back to the pits for, hopefully, them to fix everything quickly for that team's sake anyway.
Team back marker are in, so there's 2 fuel bays down there, as you can see. Rethink Racing are having theirs. In fact, I think there's 3 this year, which is an extra one, but we have got more carts, so it does make sense. TT Sport are in as well. Q Racing there shown as in the pits, so we'll see. They should be back out on track shortly. And the gap before they came in had dropped back down to 118, but that would be because they'd have been able to come over the line and go straight in, whereas the rest of the field now going round very, very slowly. 2 distinct trains once again, both of them behind hire carts as the Euro Bandits entry is recovered back in. I've not actually seen the quad come back yet, and it's whether it comes through the middle of the circuit and over the grass, or it goes down the back straight. It has, John, it's just reappeared. So around about a minute's time, and this one, as we say, is played right into the hands of Q Racing with the strategy. They went 137, they've gone into the pits. Let's have a look as well for any other carts coming round. Carlos Fandango's 131 entries coming, looking for the interesting ones. TDW leaders in pro. will potentially come into pits, but the thing is now the quad's waiting to come across, and as soon as that's in, we will go green again, and they may have missed the fuel window.
Yeah, there have been two trains of carts created by two slower carts. Here we go. They're coming
the 44,
past.
the TDW.
No.
So the 44 is going to stay out. So they're it, but they've only had 54. We're looking for offline. We're looking for TDW. Not seen either of them come into the pits as it stands. We'll keep an eye out to see whether anything changes, but we are green, green, green. We are racing again at the 2021 British 24-hour kart race. And luckily, the 43 entry is right at the front. If they can get past the two hires, which are the hire kart entry for Kart Events Belgium and CKK's owners, they're going to have half a lap of clear tarmac for Conor Lucas to get the power down in that 43 car. They're up into third place. They are well back into the mix now, and he's going to have at least 2 or 3 laps of just clear tarmac. Then again, at the moment, the 33 is looking quite handy as well, as Austin Mundy double stints the Q Racing race leading machine. Yes. And has he managed to maintain the lead? Let's see when he comes round, because I'm not sure if that is as it stands. They did have a 3-minute lap on the last one. Team Tate only had a 1:54, but that looks like we may have an outright change for the lead to be confirmed in a few moments' time. We'll see with Team Tate, as
number 36.
John rightly points out that Cash Bandits have done a bit of foliage trimming for us on start
line. That was proper
line.
banditry.
Yeah.
Cutting the grass for us, thank you boys.
Trimmed the grass here at the Teesside Autodrome. Austin Mundy's going to come over the line then into the Q Racing entry, and there on the screen at the top with the time 5 minutes or so before the 5-hour mark. We have had a change for the lead, thanks to, in part, a timely full course yellow for Q Racing, and they are now 16 seconds in front of the 318 Team Tate.
And MSTDW, the leader of the pro class, has just come into the pits as well. They've sadly missed out on making full use of that full course yellow, but they've still dived into the pits anyway, sticking to their plan for the race. Yeah, there's kind of, it looks a little bit odd now, I can assume, on stream, because there's a huge gaggle of carts in sort of our section of the national circuit, then a massive gap with not really too many carts, and then another huge gaggle. That's because during that full course yellow, there were in fact 2.
Oh, Ian Williams, sorry to come in
No, that's
there.
totally fine.
Ian Williams' 24-hour entry
he's just
is
spun
currently
it, has he?
facing in the wrong way. He could have had some help, but he gets himself going again. Let's just have a quick update on his attempts. He's currently 196 laps in running in 32nd place overall. 1 hour 40 as well away from that. He does need to be roughly the 200 lap mark at 7 o'clock. We've calculated at around about 40 laps an hour. The weather conditions obviously causing him some problems, because he does need to be averaging, including pit stops, 93 seconds a lap. So 1 minute and 33, which under normal dry race pace, he was aiming for around about a 1:16 delta time in order to give himself some breaks. As it stands at the moment, the lap times are obviously well beyond that, and he still does in that time have to come in and pit. So every time he does a 1:33, he's probably got to aim for a 1:20 and let them 13 seconds add up, so he can come in the pits, go to the toilet, have something to eat, let them put some fuel in the cart, make sure everything's okay.
As he just goes past our comms box now, the kart seems to be all okay and he's good to continue. But yeah, we wish him all the best on his quest further through this race, and hopefully he can build up that slight gap he's lost from these now 7 full course yellows, which I've forgotten to note down on the document, so I will now be doing that.
Whilst you're doing that, I'll just have a quick look at the comments. Somebody's asked again just regarding the floodlights. I gave an answer earlier regarding obviously the circuit being floodlit on the national part of the circuit, the temporary floodlights available, but the best answer is keep watching and you'll find out.
Exactly. So you've been doing this for a while, mate. You know how to keep them in.
It's all about leaving them a little bit before each break, isn't it, to make sure they come back
exactly
after the commercial breaks.
luckily we're on
luckily no
YouTube.
commercial
Exactly.
breaks. We're going all the way through for all 24 hours of this British 24-hour race. We are 3 minutes away from the top of the hour. John, you've seen an hour here at the 24. Ian Williams there sliding round down the back straight. Just making sure that kart is still going, and that's all he's got to do really, is just keep it going.
Keep out of trouble.
Going while it's going. Drive round the outside, stay out of the way, keep the clock going, and just keep getting the laps on the board. He does need to do 928 of them. He's currently at just under the 200 mark as it stands, 197 for him, so around about another 720 laps he needs to do here. The leaders last year, we've got a yellow off for, looks like one of the Sporting Force karts at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew. Could have had a problem. Let's see, hopefully they can, yeah, the winner last year overall did 1,150 laps of this Teesside International Circuit. I think that's probably the furthest we've seen anybody go. The previous year was 1,143.
Right. But for that team, they weren't doing it by themselves, were they? So going to be a little bit more difficult doing it itself. And hopefully Ian hasn't heard you, to be honest, because if I had someone telling me in my ear I had over 700 laps to go, I'm not sure I'd be too enthusiastic. But he's doing it for all the right causes. And as we've said previously, there is a special stream just for Ian's attempt, which you can go over to, and it's got a little donation link on it. If you send a super chat to that stream, he will be able to hear that you've donated, how much you've donated, and your little message to him, and he can reply on his radio, which you'll then hear on that stream. So fantastic that Alpha Live have been able to set that up and sort that, and go on, Ian. Best of luck to you, sir.
Once again, we're going into the comments. Isaac Lord said, do they get drop-down penalties? No, they don't. And also he's asked, are the owner class allowed to change to wets? No, they're not, whereas slick-only series, not only for the 24-hour race here, also for the 6-hour BPEC Endurance Series, a lot of the sprint series as well, certainly here at Teesside, a couple of others as well around the country. It's a slick-only series for the Senior Pro Kart, keeps the costs down. It also, in my opinion, keeps things far more entertaining.
Exactly.
And certainly allows us to see different driving styles. We've got James Small, we're going to follow him in the 595. Look at that, just locks on all the way. Chuck it in, wait until you're off the normal line. The kart will grip and it will go round. Watch it again here into hairpin 3. Lock it right. Once you come off the line, that kart will go. Phenomenal driving from James Small.
We're going to wait for him to come through.
Yeah, Tom's just telling us as well that he's sensational through this section. He might get balked by a higher, but we'll see. Here we go, sideways he goes into the, just on the entry to the D section.
Taking lots of curve as well.
Yeah, he likes to take the curve, and that's not something you see a lot of in the wet weather conditions.
No, that's true. But I have to be fair, seen a lot of the owner drivers taking a lot of that curve and getting slightly unsettled, sometimes getting absolutely fired out wide on exit, but he managed to keep it together there and doing some incredible kart control, as we said, down through Dogleg into the D chicane, getting it all proper sideways on those slick tyres. As David just said, we are only on slicks here. Only slicks for both the hire drivers and the owner drivers. And yeah, as he said, it just makes it more interesting. Wet tyres are boring. It gives them way too much grip. We don't need it. Let's just get them on some slicks and have a bit of fun. And it also means we see quite a few bins as well, which has been very, very interesting. As I've just seen people go 3 wide. That was a 17, the 443, and a hire driver into hairpin 1. Out of the wiggles, going 3 wide into the braking zone. Little bit sketchy, but they all kept it together, been very respectful, and made their way through that section of the circuit.
A couple more updates then from down in the paddock. Looks like the 37Y, so Serious Entries had a welded chassis. They've been back out onto the circuit. That came in around about 20 minutes ago from our sources in the paddock. The 18 as well, we saw that up on the stand. They've been in with a track rod issue, so they are now back out on circuit as well. It normally takes some of the teams a couple of minutes for a track rod. The top ones can normally get it done in around about a minute, but they are well versed into track rod changes. The engine changes are special as well. We don't like to see engine failures, but the big teams saw, certainly MS Lucas or MS the awning last year, engine changed in under 1 minute on these Senior Pro karts. They come in, the kart is up onto a frame. There's a guy already on the floor, ready, waiting to take the engine off from the underside. Everybody's got a job to do. Everybody knows what they're doing. They don't get in each other's way, and the car is back out on circuit very, very quickly. Just having a quick look. The reverse uphill corkscrew. Some fond memories of that one from Big Griffin. I agree. It's probably my favourite section of this circuit from when I've done this event in the past. You sort of, certainly in the highs, you go into the right-hander absolutely flat out in the dry, then a little dab of the brake, throw it left, try not to send the kart too far right because you want to be as far back then to the left to go round the right-hander at the top of the hill, because it's 180 degrees, but it's a 90 right with another 90 degree of arc on the way out of it, but you obviously want to be as far round that arc as possible when you come through that section. Here we go. It looks like the arms are going up, so we could have a yellow flag out actually down there at the reverse corkscrew sections. Drivers put their arms up to notify those behind them that there is an incident down there. There it is, TT Sports number 34 entry, facing the wrong way at the bottom of the hill.
Managed to get it back going, hasn't he? But there you see, after the section you was talking about, the reverse corkscrew, you come out, do that long right-hander and then onto the straight. It's a fantastic feeling coming down that straight, because for the first half, you're very closed in. You've got barriers either side of you on the track, not much runoff at all, and then lots of trees, and suddenly it opens out onto the national section of the circuit, and you get to see about 100 karts ahead of you, all going as fast as they can, and it's all very exciting.
That's the part of the circuit in the night when you're racing. Your own shadow overtakes you down the back straight because of the floodlights. It's like you think something's coming as the shadow goes past. The SKA Racing are off at 1. Why So Serious are off at the mountain section. They've had some issues as well. See the marshal there just gives him a little kick back onto the circuit because the grass is that wet now here at Teesside. I think, however, it may, and I'm going to say this tentatively, have stopped for the time being. The track's still wet, obviously, but I'm not sure it's still raining. We'll await confirmation.
There's a big bin down there. Who was that?
MS.BE, the 443 entry, is off as well. At, once again, hairpin number 1. It's the action zone for everybody. I've just seen an umbrella go down, so that's all the confirmation I need that it stopped raining here at Teesside. Obviously, the track's still wet. MS.BE are off in the number 443. Let's have a quick look, see if we can sadly point some fingers at the culprit, but it is what it is.
It's taken him some time to get it back on circuit, but he's back underway now. Who was it?
The black, red and yellow helmet of Jasper Hayes.
Indeed.
Put that kart back on.
Yeah, it was just through the wiggle section, and they got a little bit out of shape, maybe on a little bit too much water, and just could not get the kart stopped. Went spinning, and then, as you say, the grass is so wet, as soon as you get on the grass, you basically speed up. So he just was straight towards that barrier, but he's managed to get it back underway, and back in the race he is.
Offline Motorsport once again pushing the envelope as we watch Ross O'Meara in the class-leading number 69 Raw Racing kart, making his way through the traffic, and just pointing out there, Offline have pushed it out now to 145. As Team Tate are losing around about half a second a lap at the moment to the race leader Q at the head of the pack. Andrew Mathers confirmed that it has indeed stopped raining, and we've got some good luck messages on the live stream. The yellow's out once again down there at Rib Bend. Ian Ryu Jiu-Jitsu are stopped on the outside of that section. So yeah, we've got Kate Ball has been on, wishing Alan Ball all the very best. He's racing for Fried Egg Racing 2, the number 34 entry. Lou Botting's been on as well, saying go for it, Connor, and Core Blimey Racing. They've got 3 entries here this year in the 24-hour, 1 in the pro class, 2 in the rookie class for the 113, 213 and 313. Was that CKK again getting involved with one of the hires? Sporting Force, I think that could be their second entry in the 223. Having